Harper Audio presents 22 Dead Little Bodies and Other Stories by Stuart McBride. Read by Steve Worsley. 22 Dead Little Bodies. One small step, one giant leap. 1. Oh dear God. It was a long way down. Logan shuffled along the damp concrete ledge. His left shoe skidded on something, weaking out over the gaping drop. He grabbed at the handrail, heart thumping as the carrier bag from Marky's spiraled away down, 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 fluttering like a green plastic bat on a suicide run. All the saliva disappeared from his mouth, leaving the taste of old batteries behind. Thump. The bag battered into the cobbled street, prawn and mayonnaise sandwich exploding, the bottle of Coke spraying foam out at the circle of onlookers. The ones nearest danced back a couple of paces, out of reach of the sticky brown foam, then stared up at him again, a circle of pale faces and open mouths, waiting. One or two of them had their mobile phones out, filming, probably hoping for something horrible to happen so they could post it on YouTube. Had to be at least 60 feet down. Why couldn't jumpers leap off bungalows? Why did the selfish sods always threaten to throw themselves off bloody huge buildings? Logan inched closer to the man standing at the far edge of the roof. You... He cleared his throat, but it didn't shift the taste. You don't have to do this. The man didn't look around. One hand gripped the railing beside him, the skin stained dark red. Blood. It spread up his sleeve, turning the grey suit jacket almost black. His other hand was just as bad. The sticky scarlet fingers were curled around a carving knife, the blade glinting against the pale grey sky. Black handle, 8-inch blade, the metal streaked with more red. Great. Because what was the point of slitting your wrists in the privacy of your own home when you could do it on top of a dirty big building in the East End of Aberdeen instead, with a nice big audience to watch you jump? And it was a long way down. Logan dragged his eyes away from the slick cobblestones. It isn't worth it. Another shrug. Mr. Suicide's voice trembled, not much more than a broken whisper. How could she do that? Why don't you put down the knife and come back inside? The distant wail of a siren cut through the drab afternoon. Knife? He turned his head and frowned. Little pointy nose, receding hairline, thin face, watery eyes lurking above bruise-coloured bags, a streak of dried blood across his forehead. The front of his shirt was soaked through with it, sticking to his pigeon chest. The sour stink of hot copper and rotting onions radiated out of him like tendrils. Logan inched closer. Put it down, and we can go inside and talk about it, okay? He looked down at the carving knife in his hand, eyes narrowing, forehead creasing, as if he'd never seen it before. Oh. What's your name? John. Okay, John. I'm Logan, and I'm going to... Bollocks! His phone rang deep in his pocket, blaring out the Imperial March from Star Wars. He fumbled it out with one hand, the other still wrapped tightly around the railing. What? A smoky, gravelly voice burst from the earpiece. Where the hell are you? Detective Chief Inspector Steele. She sniffed. Supposed to be... I'm kind of busy right now. I don't care if you're having a foursome with Doris Day, Natalie Portman and a jar of Nutella. I'm hungry. Where's my sodden lunch? I'm busy. He held the phone against his chest. What's your last name, John? What does it matter? John went back to staring at the ground, blood dripping from his fingertips. Skinner. John Skinner. Right. Back to the phone, keeping his voice down. Run a PNC check on a John Skinner. IC1 male, mid-30s. I need... Do I look like your mum? Lunch, 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 lunch. For God's sake. Just for once, can you think about someone other than your sodding self? Logan pulled on a smile for the blood-soaked man teetering on the edge of the roof. Sorry, my boss is a bit... He curled his lip. Well, you know. And another thing, how come you've no filled out the overtime returns yet? You got any idea? I'm busy. He thumbed the off button and stuck the phone back in his pocket. Come on, John, put the knife down. It'll be okay. No. John shook his head, wiped a hand across his glistening eyes, leaving a thick streak of scarlet behind, like war paint. No, it won't. He held the knife out and dropped it. The blade tumbled through the air, then clattered against the cobbled street below. A uniformed PC turned up, pushing the crowd back, widening the semicircle, looking up over her shoulder and talking into her airwave handset. With any luck, there'd be a trained suicide negotiator on scene in a couple of minutes. And maybe the fire brigade, with one of those big inflatable mattress things in case the negotiator didn't work. And this would all be someone else's problem. It'll never be okay again. John let go of the railing. How could it? Don't do anything, you'll... I'm sorry. He crouched, leaned backwards, then jumped, springing out from the roof, eyes closed. No! Logan lunged, hand grasping the air where John Skinner wasn't anymore. Someone down there screamed. John Skinner's suit jacket snapped and fluttered in the wind, arms windmilling, legs thrashing all the way down, getting smaller and smaller and smaller, and thump. A wet crunch, a spray of blood. Body all twisted and broken, bright red seeping out onto the dark grey cobblestones. More screaming. Logan crumpled back against the railing, holding on tight, and peered over the edge. The ring of bystanders had flinched away as John Skinner hit, but now they were creeping closer again, phones held high to get a decent view over the heads of their fellow ghouls. The wailing siren got closer, then a patrol car skidded to a halt and 4 officers clambered out, pushed their way through the amateur film crew, then stood there staring at what was left of John Skinner. Logan's mobile burst into the Imperial March again, Steele calling with the PNC check on their victim. He pulled the phone out, pressed the button. You're too late. Aye, see when I said, get your bumhole back here? I meant now. No tomorrow, no in a fortnight, now. Sodding starving here. 2. Where the hell have you been? DCI Steele had commandeered his seat, slouching there with both feet up on his desk. A wrinkled wreck in a wrinkled suit, with a napkin tucked into the collar of her blue silk shirt. Tomato sauce smeared on either side of her mouth, the smoky scent of bacon thick in the air. She took another bite of the butty in her hand, talking and chewing at the same time. Could have starved to death waiting for you. She'd made some sort of effort with her hair today, possibly with a garden strimmer. It stuck out at random angles, grey showing through in a thick line at the roots. Logan dumped his coat on the hook beside the door. Feel free to sod off as soon as you like. She swallowed, pointed. You owe me a smoked ham and mustard sandwich and a bottle of Coke, and change from a $5. They didn't have ham, so I got you prawn instead. He scrubbed a hand over his face, then dug in his pockets, dumped a couple of pound coins on the desk. Don't suppose there's any point asking you to get out of my seat. Nope. Come on, make with the lunch. He settled into the visitor's chair and slumped back, arms dangling loose at his sides, frowning up at the ceiling. He's dead, by the way, in case you cared. I'm still no seeing any sandwiches here, lads. Ambulance crew say it'd be pretty much instantaneous. Flattened his skull like stamping on a cardboard box. What about crisps? Got you salt and vinegar. I slipped on the rooftop, almost went over myself. Lunch hit the deck instead of me. You can fight the seagulls for it. He closed his eyes. They're probably busy eating leftover bits of John Skinner anyway. She sighed. See when they call it taking a jumper down, they mean by the stairs, no the quick way. Funny. He put both hands over his face, That's really, really funny. Laz, you know I love you like a retarded wee brother, but it's time to pull up your frilly man panties and get over it. Steele's voice softened. People jump off things. They go splat. It happens. Nothing personal. Wasn't your fault. Raised voices thundered past in the corridor outside. Something about football and beer. So, a click, then a sooking noise. You got anything exciting on? He let his hands fall away. It's CID. There's never anything exciting on. Steele made a figure of 8 with the e-cigarette in her hand. What did Auntie Roberta tell you? Don't, okay? I'm not... Come join the MIT, I said. These new specialist teams will hoover up all the interesting cases, I said. All you'll be left with is the GED crap no one else wants to do, I said. It won't be like it was when we were Grampian police, I said. But would you listen? A rap on the door, then Constable Guthrie stuck his head in. With his pale eyebrows, blonde hair and pink eyes, he looked like a slightly startled rabbit. Sorry, Gov, but I need a word. Inspector? Steele popped the fake cigarette between her teeth. What? Not you, Gov. D.I. McRae. She sniffed. No good enough for you, am I? He pulled his mouth into a dead fish pout, then held out a sheet of A4 towards Logan. Did that PNC check you wanted. John Skinner, 14 Buchanan Street, Kincorth. Married, 2 kids, conviction for speeding 18 months ago. Drives a dark blue BMW M5, registration number X. Who cares what he drives? Logan slumped further in his seat. We're not setting up a lookout request, Constable. We know fine well where he is. Pink bloomed on Guthrie's cheeks. Sorry, Gov. He shuffled his feet a bit. Anyway, a couple of people at the scene got the whole thing on their phones. You want to see the footage? I caught the live show. I really don't need to see the action replay. Oh. Steele polished off the last of her butty, then soaked the sauce and flour off her fingers. Well, if you minions of CID will forgive me, I've got to go do some proper grown-up police work. Got a serial rapist on the books. She stood and stretched, arms up, exposing a semicircle of pale stomach, then slumped a bit. Had a scratch at one boob. Still hungry, though. Guthrie pointed at his own cheek. You've got tomato sauce right here. Thanks. She wiped it off with a thumb. And as a reward, you can get your pasty backside over to Buchanan Street. Let the merry widow know her bloke's died of cobblestone poisoning. Offer her a shoulder to cry on, perchance a quickie, or knee trembler up against the tumble dryer, then weak her down the mortuary to ID the body. Logan gritted his teeth. Do you have to be so bloody... Oh, come off it, Laz. The boy Skinner topped himself. No one made him do it. He jumped, leaving a wife and 2 weak kiddies to cope with the sticky aftermath. What kind of selfish scumbag does that? Steele hoiked up her trousers. It's always some poor cow that's left picking up the pieces. And that's exactly what the scene's examination branch had to do. Pick up the pieces before the seagulls got their beaks into what was left spread across the cobbles of Exchequer Row. So I wondered if there was any news. Logan paused in the middle of the corridor, one hand on the door through to the main CID office. A sigh came from the mobile's earpiece. I'm sorry, Mr. McRae, but Mr. and Mrs. Moore feel it's not really big enough for them. Oh. His shoulders dipped an inch. He cleared his throat. Any other viewings coming up? Sorry. Mrs. Dennis called to cancel Wednesday. They've bought a new build out by Inverurie instead. The market isn't all that buoyant for one-bedroom flats right now. Great. Just sodding great. Yeah, thanks anyway. The line went dead, and he slipped the phone back in his pocket. 18 months, and they'd achieved exactly bugger all. He deflated a little further, then thunked his forehead off the CID door 3 times. No reply, so Logan let himself in. The main CID office wasn't anywhere near as big as the one they'd shared before the change to Police Scotland. No big fancy flat-screen TV for briefings, no sink for making tea and coffee, no vending machine full of crisps, chocolate and energy drinks. Instead, it was barely large enough to squeeze in 4 desks, one on each wall, and a pair of whiteboards covered in low-level crimes and lower-level criminals. A motley patchwork of manky carpet tiles clung to the concrete floor, ceiling tiles stained like a toddler's nappy, ancient computers with flickering screens. Even the filing cabinets looked depressed. Logan wandered over to one of them and checked the kettle perched on top, half empty. He stuck it on to boil. "Where's everyone?" D.S. Baird looked up from her screen, pulled the earbuds out. "Sorry, Gov?" Her short blonde hair formed random spikes on top of a rectangular face with heavy eyebrows. A pair of thick-framed glasses in black magnified her eyes to twice the size they should have been. Her smile was like a wee, shiny gift. "Coffee with 2, if you're making." He pulled 2 mugs out of the top drawer. "Where's Stoney and Wheezy Doug?" She pointed at one of the empty desks. "DC couldn't find his own backside with both hands, Stone's off trying to find who's been vandalising cars in Mannifield. And DC just as useless Andrews is off taking witness statements for that fire-raising at the Garth D. Asda." "You going to forgive them any time soon?" "No. You need something?" "Just interested." The kettle rumbled to a boil. "Hear you caught a jumper this afternoon." Creases appeared between those thick black eyebrows. "Well, not caught, but you know what I mean." Guthrie's delivering the death message. A nod. "I hate doing suicides. Don't mind telling someone their loved ones died in a car crash, or an accident, or they've been stabbed, but suicides..." Baird shuddered. "It's the look of betrayal, you know?" Logan dug a spoon into the coffee, breaking the kitty litter clumps back into their individual grains. "How many times do I have to tell people not to put damp spoons in the jar?" "Like you're making it up to spite them." A sigh. "Can't really blame the family, though, can you?" The office phone rang, and she picked it up. "CID, D.S. Baird." Then her expression curdled. "Not again? Really?" "Uh-huh." 2 sugars in 1 mug, milk in the other. "No, I can't. He's not here." Logan put the black coffee on her desk. She looked up and gave him a grimace in return, put the phone against her chest, smothering the mouthpiece. "Sorry, Gov, but Mrs. Black's downstairs again." He took a sip of his own coffee. "Which brave soul doth possess the nutter spoon of doom upon this dark day?" Baird scooted her chair over to D.C. Andrews' desk and pulled a wooden spoon from the top drawer. It had a photo of a woman's face stuck to the bowl end, grey hair, squinty eyes, long nose, mouth stretched out and down as if she'd taken a bite out of something foul. "Ooh!" Logan sucked a breath in through his teeth. "Looks like it's not your lucky day, Denise. For whomever wields the nutter spoon of doom must..." "I'm on the no-go list. Apparently I'm in collusion with McLennan Holmes and the planning department to launder drug money for the Taliban." She held out the spoon with its glowering, stuck-on face. "Sorry, Gov." Logan backed away from it. "Maybe someone in uniform could..." "They're all banned from talking to her. She's got complaints in against everyone else." "Everyone?" "Yes, but..." Baird waggled the spoon at him. "Maybe she'll like you." Logan took the nutter spoon of doom. It was only a little bit of wood with a photo sellotaped to the end, but it felt as if it was carved from lead. Oh, joy. 3. Logan stopped outside the visiting room door, took a deep breath, didn't open it. The reception area was quiet. A bored PC slumped behind the bulletproof glass that topped the curved desk, poking away at a smartphone. Posters clarted the walls, warning against drug farms in cul-de-sacs and walking home alone at night. An information point cycled through views of Aberdeen, and a strange smell of mouldy cheese permeated the room. No point putting it off any longer. He shifted his grip on the thick manila folder tucked under his arm, opened the door, and stepped inside. It wasn't much bigger than a cupboard, with a couple of filing cabinets on one wall and a small opaque window that didn't really overlook the rear podium car park. Mrs. Black was sitting on the other side of the small table that took up most of the available space. She narrowed her eyes, tugged at the hem of her skirt, and sniffed, turning that long nose up towards the ceiling. Her short, grey hair shimmered as if it had been conditioned within an inch of its existence. Then the glasses came out of the bag clutched to her chest, slipped on with all the pomp and circumstance of a royal wedding. Voice clipped and dark. "I have been waiting here for nearly an hour." Logan suppressed a sigh, did his best to keep his voice polite and neutral. Mrs. Black stepped inside and closed the visiting room door. "I'm sorry if my trying to catch criminals and keep the streets safe has inconvenienced you in any way." Her lips pursed. Pause. 2, 3, 4. "He's doing it again!" "Of course he is." Logan thumped the manila folder down on the little table. It was about as thick as a house brick, bulging with paperwork. A red elastic band wrapped around it to keep everything in. Then he settled into the room's remaining seat and took out his notebook. "Right, we better take this from the beginning. You said he's doing it again. Who is?" Mrs. Black folded her arms across her chest and scowled. "You know very well who." A small shudder. "Justin Robson." The name came out as if it tasted of sick. He's covering my cherry tree with dog mess." "Dog mess." "That's right, dog mess. I want him arrested." Logan tapped his pen against the folder. "And you've seen him doing it?" "Of course not. He's too careful for that. Does it in the middle of the night when Mr. Black and I are sleeping." Another shudder. "Up till all hours listening to that horrible rap music of his, with all the swearing and violence. I've complained to the council, but do they do anything? Of course they don't." "You do know that we can't arrest someone without proof, don't you?" Both hands slapped down on the desk. "You know he did it. I know he did it. Ever since I did my public duty and reported him, he's been completely intolerable." "Ah, yes." Logan removed the elastic band and opened the folder. Took out the top chunk of paperwork. "Here we are. On the 13th of April, 2 years ago, you claimed to have seen Mr. Robson smoking cannabis in the garden outside his house." The nose went up again. "And did anyone arrest him for it? Of course they didn't." "This isn't a totalitarian state. We can't just—" "Are you going to arrest him or not?" "We need evidence before—" She jabbed the desk with a finger. "I had thought you might be different. That you'd be an honest policeman for a change, unlike the rest of these corrupt—" "Now hold on. That's clearly in the pocket of drug dealers and pornographers." Logan shuffled his chair back from the table an inch. "Pornographers? Justin Robson posted an obscene publication through my door. A magazine full of women performing the most revolting acts." Her mouth puckered like a chicken's bum. A sniff. "Mr. Black had to burn it in the back garden. Well, it's not as if we could have put it in the recycling. What would the bin men think?" "Mrs. Black, I can assure you that neither I nor any of my team are being paid off by drug dealers or pornographers. We can't arrest Mr. Robson for smoking marijuana 2 years ago because there's no evidence." She hissed a breath out through that long, raised nose. "I saw him with my own eyes." "I see." Logan wrote that down in his notebook. "And how did you determine that what he was smoking was actually marijuana? Did you perform a chemical analysis on the roach? Did you see him roll it?" "Don't be facetious." "I'm not being facetious. I'm trying to understand why you think he was smoking—" "You're not going to do anything about him putting dog mess on my cherry tree, are you? You're going to sit there and do nothing, because you're as corrupt as all the rest." Slow, calm breaths. Logan opened the folder and pulled out the thick wad of paperwork. "Mrs. Black, in the last 2 years, you've made 517 complaints against Mr. Robson, the local council, the Scottish government, the Prince of Wales, Jimmy Shand, Ewan McGregor, the whole Westminster cabinet, our local MP, MSP and MEP, and nearly every police officer in Aberdeen Division. I have a moral obligation and a right to report corruption wherever I find it. Okay. He reached beneath the desk and pulled a fresh complaint form from the bottom of the pile, placed it in front of her. If you'd like to report me for taking money from drug dealers and pornographers, you should speak to someone from Professional Standards. I can give you their number. She curled her top lip. What makes you think they're not all corrupt too? Logan pushed through the double doors, out onto the rear podium car park. The bulk of divisional headquarters formed walls of concrete and glass on 3 sides, the back of the next street over closing the gap, turning it into a sun trap, which meant the pool car was like a sodding oven when he unlocked the door. Then froze, scowled, leaned back against the bonnet and crossed his arms as a dented brown Vauxhall spluttered its way up the ramp and into the parking space opposite. The driver gave Logan a smile and a wave as he climbed out into the sunshine. Broad face with ruddy cheeks, no neck, greying hair that wasn't as fond of his head as it had been 20 years ago. A proper farmer's face. Fine day the day, Gov. Wheezy, where the bloody hell have you been? D.C. Andrews' mouth clicked shut, then his eyebrows peaked in the middle. I've been taken witness. I've had to interview Marion Sodding Black. It's not my fault. I wasn't even here. He cleared his throat, coughed, covered his mouth and hacked out a couple of barks that ended with a glob of phlegm being spat against the tarmac, leaving his ruddy farmer's face red and swollen. Ka! Deep, groaning breaths. Then Logan closed his eyes, counted to 3. Wheezy was right. It wasn't his fault he was out working when Mrs. Black turned up. Okay, I'm sorry, that was unfair. He straightened his jacket. Did you find anything out at Garthie? Oh, aye. Wheezy Doug locked his pool car. Fiver says it was Bobby Gregg. Security cameras didn't get his face, but I'd recognise that monkey BMX bike of his anywhere. Good. That's good. Logan went for an innocent smile. So you're free right now? As I can be. Need to get a search warrant and... Wheezy Doug pulled his chin in, giving himself a ripple of neck wrinkles. Narrowed his eyes. Wait a minute. Why? Oh, just asking. He backed off a pace. No, you're not. You've got something horrible needs doing, don't you? Me? No, not a bit of it. I want you to go visit Pitmedden Court for me. Take a look at a cherry tree for me. Wheezy Doug's face unclenched. Oh, that's okay then. Thought for a moment there you... And then it was back again. Pitmedden Court! Gah! He covered his eyes with his hands. No, it's her, isn't it? The innocent smile turned into a grin. Mrs. Black says her neighbour's sticking dog poo in her tree, and you're officially in possession of the Nutter Spoon of Doom. Mrs. Black's a pain in the hoop. Yep, but right now she's your pain. Now get your hoop in gear and go check out her tree. Logan tucked his phone between his ear and his shoulder, then locked the pool car's door. Nah, same nonsense as usual. Everyone's corrupt. Everyone's out to get her. Her neighbour's hanging bags of dog crap in her cherry tree. On the other end, D.S. Baird groaned. Dog crap? I must have missed that issue of Better Homes and Gardens. Stoney's back. Says, are you coming to the pub after work? Quick check of the watch. 5 to 4. Depends how long I am here. Yeah, well, probably. Wind rustled through the thick green crown of a sycamore tree, dropping helicopter seed pods onto the pool car's bonnet to lie amongst the dappled sunlight. Buchanan Street's grey terraces faced each other across a short stretch of divoted tarmac. 8 houses on each side in utilitarian granite, unadorned by anything fancier than UPVC windows and doors. Most of the gardens had been converted into off-street parking, bordered by knee-high walls and the occasional browning hedge. Number 14's parking area was empty, but a useless police constable in his patrol car idled outside, blocking the drive. The house didn't look any different to its neighbours, as if nothing had happened, as if the guy who lived there hadn't jumped off the casino roof and splattered himself across Exchequer Row. Logan hung up and wandered over to the patrol car, knocked on the driver's window. Sitting behind the wheel, P.C. Guthrie gave a little squeak and sat bolt upright, stuffing a magazine into the footwell before Logan could get a look at it. He turned and hauled on a pained smile, pink blooming on his cheeks as he buzzed down the window. "Sorry, Gov. Frightened the life out of me." Logan leaned on the roof of the car, looming through the open window. "That better not have been porn, sunshine, or I swear to God." The blush deepened. "Porn? No, of course not." He cleared his throat, then grabbed his hat and climbed out into the afternoon. "I've been round all the neighbours. No one's seen Mrs. Skinner since she took the kids to school this morning." Logan turned on the spot. 16 houses, all crushed together. It's Saturday. Why was she taking the kids to school? Ballet classes for the wee boy, and maths club for the girl. He's 6, she's 7. Made sense. "You tried the school?" A shrug. "Closes at 2 on a Saturday." Well, it wasn't as if they'd still be there anyway. Not now. "Okay. Any of the neighbours got a contact number for Mrs. Skinner?" Guthrie pulled out his notepad and flicked through to the marker. Passed it over. "Mobile. Go straight to voicemail." Logan tried it anyway. Click. "Hello, this is Emma. I can't do the phone thing right now, so make messages after the bleep." Beep. "Mrs. Skinner, this is Detective Inspector Logan McRae of Police Scotland. Can you give me a call when you get this, please? You can get back to me on this number or call 101 and ask them to put you through. Thanks." He hung up, put his phone away. Guthrie sniffed, then slid the back of a finger underneath his nose, as if trying to catch a drip. "Shame we can't deliver the death message by text, isn't it?" Logan stared at him until the blush came back. "For that little moment of compassion, you can stay here till she comes home." His shoulders dipped. "Gov. And stop reading porn in the patrol car." Logan pulled into the curb and swore his mobile phone out of his pocket. Checked the display. No idea who the number belonged to. Might be Mrs. Skinner calling back. He hit the button. "D.I. McRae." Harlaw playing fields lay flat and green behind their high wire fence. 3 cricket matches and a game of rugby grunting and thwacking away in the afternoon light. Logan tried again. "Hello?" A familiar, dark, clipped female voice sounded in his ear. "You were supposed to be investigating my tree." "Mrs. Black." Oh, joy. "I'll be putting in a formal complaint. I know my rights. You have to—" "We are investigating, Mrs. Black. Keep it calm and level. No shouting. No swearing or telling her what she can do with her sodding complaints. Don't sigh. I've sent an officer round there. He will be taking statements. He will be photographing any evidence, okay? You vile, rancid old battle-axe." Silence. Outside, a scruffy man with a beard down to the middle of his chest and hair like a diseased scarecrow lurched along the pavement. Scruffy overcoat, suit trousers, hiking boots, trilby hat. Not the best fashion statement in the world. A carrier bag swung from one hand, like a pendulum. Something heavy in there, and from the look of him, it was probably cheap and very alcoholic. Then Mrs. Black was back. "That man is making my life a living hell, and you're doing nothing to prevent it. What about my human rights? I demand you do something." Seriously? Deep breath. "We are doing something. We're investigating." Logan coiled his other hand around the steering wheel, strangling it. "Mrs. Black, if Mr. Robson's done something illegal under Scottish law, we'll arrest him. Putting dog mess in someone's tree is antisocial, but it isn't illegal." "Of course it's illegal! How can it not be illegal?" She was getting louder and shriller. "I can't sleep! I can't breathe! I can't— Mr. Black—" A deep breath. "It's the law! He's harassing me! He's putting dog mess in my cherry tree!" Captain Scruffy stumbled into the path of a large woman wheeling a pushchair along the pavement. She flinched to a halt, detoured around him, shuddering as she marched off. He wobbled in place, plastic bag clutched to his chest, yelling slurred obscenities after her. "I demand you arrest that Robson creature!" "Mrs. Black, this is a civil matter, not a criminal one. You need to get yourself a lawyer and sue him." "Why should I spend all that money on a lawyer when it's your job to arrest him? I demand you do your job!" Captain Scruffy shook his fist at the escaping woman. The motion sent him off again. 1 step to the right, 1 to the left, 2 to the right, and on his backside in 3, 2... "Are you even listening to me?" The next stagger took him backwards, off the curb and into the traffic. Sodding hell. A blare of horns. An Audi estate swerved, barely missing him with its front bumper. A Range Rover slammed on its brakes. Captain Scruffy pirouetted, carrier bag swinging out with the motion. Bang! A bright orange Mini caught the bag, right on the bonnet, spinning him around and bouncing him off the windscreen, sending him clattering to the tarmac like a bag of dirty laundry. "Why won't anyone there take me seriously? I pay my taxes. I have rights. How dare you ignore me?" Logan clicked off his seatbelt. "I have to go." "Don't you dare hang up on me. He hung up on her and scrambled out into the warm afternoon. The Mini was slewed at 30 degrees across both lanes, its driver already out of the car, staring at the bonnet. "Oh, God! Oh, God! Oh, God!" She had a hand to her mouth, eyes wide, knees trembling. Didn't seem to be even vaguely interested in the man lying on his back in the middle of the road behind her. Then she turned on him. "You bloody idiot! What's Mum going to say?" 2 fast steps, then she slammed a trainer into the fallen man's stomach. "She's only had it a week!" Another kick, this one catching him on the side of the head, sending that stupid little hat flying. The other drivers stayed where they were, in their cars. No one helped, but a couple dragged out their mobile phones to film it, so that was all right. Logan ran, grabbed her by the arm and spun her around. "That's enough!" She swung a fist at Logan's head, so he slammed her into the side of her mum's car, grabbed her wrist, and put it into a lockhold, applying pressure till her legs buckled. "Ah! Get off me! Get off me! Rape! Rape! Help!" He pulled his cuffs out. "I'm detaining you under Section 14 of the Criminal Procedure Scotland Act 1995 because I suspect you of having committed an offence punishable by imprisonment. Rape! Help! Someone help me! Rape!" No one got out of their car. "You're not obliged to say anything, but anything you do say, help! Help!" Deep breath. "Would you shut up?" She went limp, slumped forward until her forehead was resting on the new Mini's roof. "It's only a week old. She'll never let me borrow it again." Logan clicked the cuffs over her wrists. "But anything you do say will be noted down and may be used in evidence." Then steered her over to the pool car and stuffed her into the back. "Stay there. Don't make it any worse." He got out his phone again and dialed control. "I need an ambulance to Cromwell Road. Got an..." "Hold on." Captain Scruffy had levered himself up onto his bum, wobbling there with blood pouring down his filthy face, eyes bloodshot and blinking out of phase with one another. Logan squatted down in front of him. "Are you okay?" An aura of rotting vegetables, BO, and baked-on urine spread out like a fog. It took a bit, but eventually that big hairy head swung around to squint at him. "Broke my bottle!" He clutched the carrier bag to his chest. Bits of broken glass stuck out through the plastic. "Broke my bottle!" The bottom lip trembled. Then tears sparked up in those pinky yellow eyes, tumbled down the filthy cheeks. "No!" "You're a bloody idiot, you know that, don't you?" Back to the phone. "We've got an IC1 male who's been hit by a car and assaulted." Logan nodded at him, trying not to breathe through his nose. "What's your name?" "My bottle! My lovely, lovely bottle!" He hauled in air, showing off a mouthful of twisted brown teeth. "Bastards! My bottle!" Yeah, it was definitely one of those days. 4. "Logan, we don't normally see you here during the day." Claire stuck her book down on the nurse's station desk and smiled at him, making 2 dimples in her smooth, round cheeks. "To what do we owe the honour?" Logan pointed over his shoulder, back along the corridor. "Got a road rage victim in A&E. Thought I'd pop past while they were stitching him up." Claire squeezed one eye shut. "It's not a hairy young gentleman with personal hygiene issues, is it? Only Donald from security was just in here moaning about being bitten." "Yeah, probably." "How's Samantha today? Getting up to all sorts of high jinks?" She stood and smoothed out the creases in her nurse's scrubs. "You got time for a cup of tea?" "Wouldn't say no." "Oh, and this came for you this morning." Claire reached into a drawer and pulled out a grey envelope. "Think it's from Sunny Glen." "Thanks." He took it and wandered down the corridor to Samantha's room. The blinds were drawn, shutting out most of the light, but it was still warm enough to make him yawn. He sank onto the edge of the bed, leaned in, and gave her a kiss on the cheek, cold and pale. "Hey, you." She didn't answer, but then she never did. Something about the gloom in her porcelain skin made the tattoo stand out even more than usual, jagged and dark, like something trying to crawl its way out of her body. He brushed a strand of brown hair from her face. "Got a reply from Sunny Glen." Logan held up the envelope. "What do you think?" No reply. "Yeah, me too." He ripped it open. "Dear Mr. McCrae, thank you for your application for specialist residential care on behalf of your girlfriend Samantha Mackey. As you know, our neurological care unit has a worldwide reputation for managing and treating those in long-term comas, blah, blah, blah." He turned the letter over. Oh, sodding hell. "Unfortunately, we do not have any spaces available at the current time." Could they not have said that in the first place? He crumpled the sheet of paper into a ball and lobbed it across the room at the bin. Missed. Slouched over and put it in properly. Place is probably rubbish anyway. And it's all the way up in the sodding coast. Not exactly convenient, is it? Traipsing all the way up there. You'd have hated it. Still felt as if someone had used his soul as cat litter, though. "Doesn't matter. We've got another 3 applications out there. Bound to be one who'll take a hellraiser like you." Nothing. A knock on the door, and Claire stuck her head into the room. "I even managed to find a couple of biscuits for you. So..." She frowned as Logan's phone launched into its anonymous ringtone. "How many times do we have to talk about this?" "Only be a minute." He pulled it out and hit the button. "McCrae!" A man's voice sounded out of breath. "You're the joker who brought in Gordon Taylor." Who the hell was Gordon Taylor? "Sorry? The homeless guy. Got hit by a car. Someone gave him a kicking." "Ah, right. That Gordon Taylor." "What about him?" "He's bitten 2 security guards and punched a nurse." "Wonderful." Another dollop added to the cat litter. "I'll be right down." He put his phone away, took the mug of tea from Claire, and kissed her on the cheek. "Don't let Samantha give you any trouble, okay? You know how feisty she gets." The elevator juddered to a halt, and Logan stepped out into the familiar, depressing, scuffed green corridors. No paintings on the walls here. No community art projects or murals, or anything to break the bleak industrial gloom. He followed the coloured lines set into the floor. Here and there, squares of duct tape held the peeling surface together, and everything smelled of disinfectant and over-boiled cauliflower. A porter bustled past, pushing a small child in a big bed. Drips and tubes and wires snaking from the little body to various bags and bits of equipment. Logan pulled out his phone and called Guthrie. "Any sign of Mrs. Skinner yet?" "Sorry, Gov. I've checked all the neighbours again, but no one's heard from her." "Okay." He stepped around the corner and stopped outside the doors to accident and emergency. "Get on to control and see if you can..." A frown. "Have you been round the house? Peered in all the windows? Just in case." "Yep. Even got her next door to let me through so I could climb the garden fence and have a squint in the back. She's not lying dead on the floor anywhere." At least that was something. Get control to dig up the grandparents. They might know where she is. Will do. A pause. Gov, did I ever tell you about what happened last time Snow White... Yes, and no more porn in the patrol car. Logan hung up, pushed the door open, and stepped inside. It wasn't difficult to find Gordon Taylor, not with all the shouting and swearing going on. He was in a cubicle at the far end. Crash! Bang! Wallop! A nurse squatted outside the curtains, head thrown back, a wad of tissues clamped against her nose stained bright red. Hold still, you little sod! Ow! Can someone hold his head so he won't bite? Ow! 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 Bloody hell! Logan slipped through the curtains and stared at the human octopus wrestling with itself on the hospital bed. Arms, legs, hands, feet, all struggling to keep the figure on the bottom from getting up. One of the nurses yanked her arm into the air. Ow! He bit me! Don't let go of his head! Logan reached into his pocket, pulled out the little canister of CS gas, and walked over to the bed. Let go of him. A doctor turned and glared. Are you off your head? Click. The safety cover flipped off the top of the gas canister. Then you probably want to cover your nose and mouth. Gordon Taylor's filthy, blood-caked face rose from between the medic's arms, teeth snapping. Logan jammed the CS gas canister right between his eyes. Raised his voice over the crashing and banging, the grunting and swearing. You've been gassed before, right, Gordon? Want to try it again? A blink. Then he froze. Good boy. Now you let these nice people examine you, or I'm going to gas you back to the Thatcher era, okay? Gordon Taylor went limp. The doctor bowed his head for a moment. Oh, thank God. Then straightened up. Right, we need blood tests and a sedative. Then get these filthy rags off him. The nurses bustled about with needles and scissors, faces contorted with disgust every time a new layer of clothes came off, revealing a new odour. Logan kept the CS gas where Taylor could see it. You're an idiot, you know that, don't you? Staggering about, blutered, abusing passers-by, falling into the road. Lucky you didn't kill yourself. Taylor didn't move, kept his eyes fixed on the gas canister. One of the nurses gagged, holding out a filthy shirt with her fingertips. Gordon Taylor's arms were knots of ropey muscles, stretched taut across two big bones. No fat on them, but the left one had a Gordon Highlander's tattoo, the ink barely visible beneath the filth. His torso was a mess of bruises, some fresh and red, some middle-aged purple and blue, some dying yellow and green. He jerked his chin up. She broke my bottle! The slur had gone from his voice, but his breath was enough to make Logan back off a couple of steps. You're a drunken, sodding menace to yourself and others, Gordon. What the hell were you thinking, staggering out into the road? What if a car swerves, trying to avoid your drunken backside, hits someone else and kills them? That what you want? A whole bottle of bells, that was. No wonder his breath was minging. His teeth looked like stubbed-out cigarettes. I've arrested the woman who assaulted you. She'll... Tell her I'll not press charges if she buys me a new bottle. Gordon Taylor's eyes widened. No, 2 bottles. Aye, and litre bottles, not tiny wee ones. Nothing like getting your priorities straight. That's not how it works, Gordon. She has to... Logan's phone burst into song in his pocket. Sodding hell. The doctor narrowed his eyes. You're not supposed to have your phone switched on in here. Police business. He pulled it out and hit the button, killing the noise. For God's sake, what now? There was a moment of silence. Then a deep voice rumbled out of the speakers. I think you mean, good afternoon, don't you, Acting Detective Inspector McRae? Oh, no. Not this. Not now. Logan closed his eyes. Superintendent Young, sorry, I'm kind of in the middle of... I think you and I need to have a chat about a complaint that's landed on my desk. Why don't we say my office? Any time in the next 15 minutes is good. Wonderful. 5. Superintendent Young was all dressed up in Nosferatu black T-shirt with epaulets, black police-issue trousers and black shoes. He sat back in his seat and tapped his pen against an A4 pad. Tap, tap, tap. Are you denying the allegations? The Professional Standards office was tombstone quiet. A wooden clock ticked away to itself on the wall beside Young's desk. The chair creaked beneath Logan's bum. A muffled, scuffing sound as someone tried to sneak past outside, scared to make a noise in case someone inside heard them and came hunting. And the sinister sods didn't burst into flame when exposed to sunlight or holy water, so you were never safe. Trophies made a little gilded plastic parade across the 2 filing cabinets in the corner, all the figures frozen in the execution of their chosen sport. Clay pigeon shooting, judo, boxing, 10-pin bowling, fly fishing, curling, a framed print of the Monarch of the Glen above the printer. Tick, tick, tick. 5:15. Should be in the pub by now, not sitting here. Logan dumped the letter of complaint back on Young's desk. With all due respect to anyone unfortunate enough to suffer from mental illness, Marion Black is a complete and utter sodding nutter. You didn't answer my question. Logan shifted in the creaky chair. Well, I do know a pornographer. He's never offered me a bribe. Young raised an eyebrow. You actually know someone who makes dirty movies? Helps us out from time to time cleaning up CCTV footage. Moved into mainstream film a couple of years ago. Ever see Witchfire? That was him. And he used to make porn? You should ask DCI Steele to show you. She's got the complete collection. A tilt of the head, as if Young was considering doing just that. What about drug dealers? Gov, Marion Black has accused nearly everyone in a 300-mile radius of corruption at some point. She's a menace. You know that. It doesn't matter how many complaints an individual makes, Logan. We have to take every one of them seriously. Logan poked the letter. It was a printout from a slightly blotchy inkjet. The words on the far left of the pages smudged. Densely packed type with no line breaks. I met her at 3:10 today and spoke to her on the phone a little after 4, and in that time she managed to write a 3-page letter of complaint and deliver it to you lot. She's probably got a dozen of them sitting on her computer ready to go at any time. Insert some poor sod's name here and off you go. Young swiveled his chair from side to side a couple of times. It's not going to work, you know. What isn't? This. Young spread his hands, taking in the whole room. You think the easiest way to get shot of Mrs. Black is to ignore her. You do nothing about her concerns, she makes a complaint about corruption, and you get to pass the nutter spoon of doom on to the next poor sod without having to do any work. Warmth prickled at the back of Logan's neck. He licked his lips. Nutter spoon of doom, Gov. I don't think I've ever heard of... Oh, don't be ridiculous. We know all about it. He sat forward. Let me make this abundantly clear, Acting Detective Inspector McCrae. You have the spoon, and you're going to personally deal with Mrs. Black whether you like it or not. A finger came up, pointing at the middle of Logan's chest. Not one of your minions, you. Logan threw his arms out, appealing to the ref. I met her today at 3 o'clock. I've got a suicide, a road rage incident, a spate of car vandalism, petty thefts, fire-raising, a shoplifting ring, 3 common assaults, and a bunch of other cases to deal with. When was I supposed to go visit her poo tree? Make time. I delegated the task to DC Andrews. I don't care. Young sat back again. And make sure you never speak to Mrs. Black without another officer present. Preferably someone who can film it on their body-worn video. Logan stared at the ceiling tiles for a moment. They were clean. New and pristine. I'm not even supposed to be holding the spoon. It's Wheezy Doug's turn. My heart bleeds. Superintendent Young prodded the complaint file. What about this man Mrs. Black complained about in the first place? Justin Robson. She claims to have seen him smoking cannabis in his garden 2 and a bit years ago. Says he's now festooning her cherry tree with what she calls dog mess. I see. Young narrowed his eyes, tapped his fingertips against his pursed lips. And how has CID investigated this unwelcomed act of garden embellishment? Logan shrugged. I told Wheezy Doug to go take a look this afternoon. Haven't had time to catch up with him yet. Silence. Young pursed and tapped. Logan just sat there. Tick, tick, tick. More pursing and tapping. Then, I think it's about time someone looked into Mrs. Black's neighbour. I want you to have a word with this Justin Robson. Ask him, politely, to diffuse his feud with Mrs. Black, and tell him to stop decorating her tree with dog shit, or at least wait until Christmas. It's only August. Wonderful. Make work. As if they didn't have enough to do. Gov, with all due respect, get cracking this evening. I'll authorise the overtime. Let's see if we can't at least look like we're taking her seriously. Sorry, Gov. Still no sign of Mrs. Skinner or the kids. Guthrie sniffed down the phone. You want me to hang on some more? Does she have her own car? Logan unbuckled his seatbelt as DC Wheezy Doug Andrews parked the pool car behind a Volvo estate. Pitmedden Court basked in the evening light. A long collection of grey, harled houses, some in terraces of 3 or 4, some semi-detached, some with tiny portico porches, some without. A nice road. Tidy gardens and knee-high garden walls. Speed bumps. Hello, Mrs. McGilvery. I hope your Jack's doing well today. Hold on. Yes, dark green Honda Jazz. Get a lookout request on the go, and make sure the automatic number plate recognition lot are keeping an eye out. Enough people filmed their husband jumping off the roof on their phones. I don't want the poor woman seeing him splattered across the cobbles on the evening news. Gov? What about the grandparents? Got an address in Portlethen and one in Stonywood. You want me to pack it in here and go speak to them? Or hang about in case she comes home? Logan checked his watch. 6:05. Abandoned ship. Better give his parents the death message first. Then see if either set knows where she is. And get onto the media office too. We need a blanket ban on anything that can ID John Skinner till we've spoken to the wife. Logan put his phone back in his pocket. Turned to Wheezy Doug. We ready? His bottom lip protruded an inch as he tugged the fluorescent yellow high-vis waistcoat on over his suit jacket. Feel like a right neep. It's what all the stylish young men about town are wearing this season. And if you'd looked into it when I sodding well told you to, we wouldn't be here now. A blush darkened Wheezy's cheeks. Sorry, Gov. He fiddled a BWV unit onto one of the clips that pimpled the waistcoat's front, like nipples on a cat. The body-worn video unit was about the same size and shape as a packet of cigarettes, with a white credit card-style front with the Police Scotland logo, a camera icon, and the words CCTV in operation on it. Don't see why you couldn't have got some spod from uniform to do this bit, though. Because she's filed complaints against all the spods from uniform. No more whinging. Logan climbed out into the sunshine. Come on. The street's twin rows of tidy gardens were alive with the sounds of lawns being mowed, gravel being raked, cars being washed, the screech and yell of little children playing, the bark of an overexcited dog, the smell of charcoal and grilling meat oozing its way in through the warm August air. Wheezy Doug sighed, then joined him, pulled out the keys and clipped the pool car's locks. That's the one over there. Wishing well, crappy cherry tree, and Leylandii hedge. The hedge was a proper spite job, at least 8 foot tall, casting thick, dark shadows across the neighbouring property's lawn. Logan puffed out a breath. Suppose we'd better do this. He marched across the road to the garden gate, stopped and looked up at the cherry tree. It was thick with shining green leaves, the swelling fruits drooping on wishbone stalks, and tied onto nearly every branch was a small blue plastic bag with something heavy and dark in it. There had to be at least 20 of them on there, maybe 30. Young was right. It did look inappropriately festive. Right. First up, Justin Robson. Logan walked along the front wall, past the thicket of spiteful hedge, and in through the gate next door. All nice and tidy, with rose bushes in lustrous shades of red and gold, and a sundial lawn ornament that was 2 hours out. Honeysuckle grew up one side of the front door and over the lintel, hanging with searing yellow flowers, scenting the air. Wheezy Doug stifled a cough. "Doesn't really look like a drug den, does it?" Then turned and nodded at the white BMW parked out front. Spoiler, alloys, low-profile tires. "The car, on the other hand, has drug dealer written all over it." A howch and a spit. He wiped the line of spittle from his chin. "Right, everyone in their best behaviour. It's candid camera time." He slid the white credit card cover down, setting the body-worn video recording. Cleared his throat. "Detective Constable Douglas Andrews, 20th August at 13 Pitmedden Court, Kincorth, Aberdeen. Present is D.I. McRae." A nod. "OK, Gov." Logan got as far as the first knock when the door swung open. A short man with trendy hair and a stripy apron stared up at them through smeared glasses. "Yes?" He held up his warrant card. "Detective Inspector McRae, CID. Are you Justin Robson?" "That was quick. I only called 2 minutes ago." He stepped back, wiping his hands on the green and white stripes, leaving dark red smears. Okay, that definitely looked like blood. "Mr. Robson?" Logan's right hand drifted inside his jacket, where the small canister of CS gas lurked. "Is everything okay, sir?" "No, it's not. Not by a long sodding chalk." Then he blinked a couple of times. "Sorry, where are my manners? Come in, come in." Reversing down the hallway and into the kitchen. Wheezy Doug's voice dropped to a whisper, a wee smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Was that blood? Maybe he's killed Mrs. Black and hacked her up." They should be so lucky. Logan gave it a beat, then followed Robson through into the kitchen. It was compact, but kitted out with a fancy-looking oven and induction hob, built-in deep-fat fryer, American-style double fridge freezer. A glass of white wine sat on the granite countertop, next to 2 racks of ribs on a chopping board. Wheezy Doug reached for his cuffs as Robson reached for a cleaver, pointed. "Oh, no you don't. Put the knife down and—" "Knife? Oh, this." He wiggled it a couple of times. "Sorry, but we've got friends coming round, and I need to get these ready." The cleaver's shiny blade slipped between the rib bones, slicing through flesh and cartilage as if they were yogurt. "I hope you're going to arrest her." "Nope. No idea." Logan let go of his CS gas. "Perhaps you should start from the beginning, sir. Make sure nothing's got lost in translation." "That," the cleaver thumped through the next chunk of flesh. "Bitch next door. I mean, look at them." He pointed the severed bone at a small pile of crumpled A4 sheets on the kitchen table. "That's slander. It's illegal. I know my rights." "Not another one." Wheezy Doug picked a sheet from the top of the pile, pulled a face. "Actually, sir, slander would be if she said this to someone. Once it's in writing, it's libel." He handed the bit of paper to Logan. A black and white photo of Justin Robson sat beneath the words, "Get this drug-dealing scum off our streets." Ah. Logan scanned the paragraph at the bottom of the page. This so-called man is dealing drugs in Kincorth. He does it from his home and various establishments around town. How will you feel when he starts selling them outside the school gates where your child goes to learn? Our corruption-ridden police force do nothing while he corrupts our children with poison. Robson hacked off another rib. "I mean, for God's sake, it's got my photo and my home address and my telephone number on it. And they're all over the place." Hack, thump, hack. "I want that woman locked up. She's a bloody menace." "I see." Logan took another look around the room. Wheezy Doug was right. It didn't really look like a drug dealer's house. Far too clean for that. Still, belt and braces. And are you selling drugs to school children, Mr. Robson? This isn't Breaking Bad. Hack. Thump. Hack. I don't deal drugs. I program distributed integration applications for the oil industry. That's quite enough excitement for me. He pulled over the second rack of ribs. You can search the place if you like. If it'll finally shut her up. A nod. We might take you up on that. Logan folded the notice and slipped it into a jacket pocket. Mr. Robson, Mrs. Black tells me that you've been putting dog mess in her cherry tree. Is that true? We checked, and the thing's covered in poop scoop bags. Hack. 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 I don't have a dog. Does this look like a house that has a dog? Nasty, smelly, dirty things. I didn't ask if you had a dog, Mr. Robson. I asked if you were responsible for putting dog waste in her tree. He stopped hacking and stared, face wrinkled on one side. Are you seriously suggesting that I prowl the streets of Aberdeen collecting other people's dog shit just so I can put it in her tree? Really? Hack. Thump. Hack. Everyone needs a hobby. Trust me, I've got better things to do with my spare time. The second rack of ribs ended up a lot less neat than the first. He dumped them all in a big glass bowl. All she ever does is cause trouble. Like she's so perfect, with her screaming and crying at all hours of the night. Her and her creepy husband. And her bloody, sodding... A deep breath. Then Robson slopped in some sort of sauce from a jug. Dug his hands in and mixed the whole lot up, squeezing the ribs like he was strangling them. Have you ever had to live next door to 300,000 nasty little parakeets? Squawking and screeching and flapping at all hours, not to mention the smell. And will the council do anything about it? No, of course they sodding won't. He thumped over to the sink and washed his hands. I swear to God, one of these days... Actually, Logan held up a hand. It might be an idea to remember there's 2 police officers in the room before you go making death threats. Robson's head slumped. Then he dried his hands. I'm sorry, that woman drives me insane. He opened the back door and took his bowl of glistening bones and meat out onto a small decking area where a kettle barbecue sat. The rich, earthy scent of wood smoke embraced them, not quite covering the bitter ammonia stink coming from the other side of another massive Leylandi hedge that blotted out the light. Squeaking and chirping prickled the air, partially muffled by the dense green foliage. Wheezy Doug stared up at the hedge, sniffed, then clicked the cover up on his body-worn video, stopping it recording. You know, I remember this one terrace where, well, let's call them Couple A put up a huge hedge to spite Couple B. So Couple B snuck out in the middle of the night and watered it with tree stump killer for a fortnight. Not that Police Scotland would advocate such behaviour, would we, Gov? Don't worry. Robson creaked up the lid of the barbecue and put down a double layer of tinfoil in the bars. That hedge is the only thing between me and those revolting birds. There's no way I'm sabotaging it. He laid out the ribs in careful, bony rows. Logan nodded back at the house. Sorry to be a pain, but can I use your toilet? Top of the stairs. More ribs joined their comrades. Won't be a minute. Back through the kitchen and into the hall. Quick left turn into the lounge. Well, Robson did say they could search the place if they liked. Fancy pattern wallpaper made up a single, swirly green and black graphic across one wall. A huge flat-screen television was hooked up to a PlayStation, an Xbox, and what looked like a very expensive surround sound system. Black leather couch. All spotless. Cupboard under the stairs. Hoover. Ironing board. Shelves with cleaning products arranged in neat rows. Upstairs. The master bedroom had a king-size bed against one wall, with a black duvet cover and 2 mini pillows. Both bedside cabinets were topped with a lamp and a clock radio. No clutter. The clothes in the wardrobe arranged by colour. The spare room was kitted out as a study. Shelves covered one wall, stuffed with programming manuals and reference books. Fancy desk. Big full-colour laser printer. Ergonomic chair. Framed qualification certificates above a beige filing cabinet. 2 big speakers rested against the adjoining wall, with their backs to the room, and their fronts against the plasterboard. Both were wired into an amplifier with an iPod plugged into the top. The perfect setup for blasting rap music through the bricks at your neighbours in the dead of night. So Justin Robson wasn't exactly the put-upon innocent he pretended to be. A quick check of the linen cupboard, just to be thorough, then through to the bathroom for a rummage in the medicine cabinet. Nothing out of the ordinary, well, except for 2 packs of antidepressants, but they had chemist's stickers on the outside with dosage instructions, Robson's name, and the prescribing doctor's details. All above board. Might as well play out the charade properly. Logan flushed the toilet, unused, and washed his hands, headed back downstairs. Well, thank you for your time, Mr. Robson. In case you're wondering, we'll be keeping an eye on Mrs. Black's tree from now on. I'd appreciate it if you'd help us make sure there are no more decorations on there. Next door, Wheezy Doug leaned on the doorbell. What do you think? Is Robson our phantom pooper scooper? The defecation decorator? A frown. Christmas tree crapper? Logan turned towards the thick barrier of Leylandi hedge, tall enough and thick enough to completely blot out all view of Justin Robson's house. He's a neat freak. The whole place is like a show home. Is someone that anal going to collect other people's dog shit to spite their neighbour? Don't know. Stranger things had happened. And then there were those 2 heavy-duty speakers up against the wall in the study. Possibly. Mrs. Black's garden wasn't nearly as tidy as her neighbour's. Dandelions and clover encroached on the lawn. More weeds in the borders. The cherry tree with its droopy blue plastic decorations. Even if you removed every single one of them, would you really want to eat the fruit that had grown between those dangling bags? Wheezy Doug sniffed, then stifled a cough. Can't really blame him, though, can you? Living next to the wicked twit of the West would drive anyone barmy. Another go on the bell. Maybe she's not in. One more try, and we're off. Superintendent Young could moan all he liked. They'd done their bit. Wasn't their fault Mrs. Black was out. The dring sounded again as Wheezy ground his thumb against the button. Then finally, a silhouette appeared in the rippled glass panels that took up the top half of the door. A thin, wobbly voice. Who is it? Logan poked Wheezy. You filming this? A quick fiddle with the BWV. No. Good. Logan leaned in close to the glass. Mrs. Black, it's the police. Can you open up, please? She didn't move. Mrs. Black? It's not convenient. We need to talk to you about a complaint. A breeze stirred the blue plastic poo bags, making them swing like filthy pendulums. Mrs. Black? There was a click, and the door pulled open a couple of inches. She peered out at them, her short grey hair flat on one side, crusts of yellow clinging to the corners of her baggy eyes, a flash of tartan pyjamas. Have you arrested him yet? Mrs. Black, have you been putting these up around town? Logan reached into his pocket and pulled out the folded flyer, held it up so she could see it. She stiffened. Her nose came up, and all trace of tremor in her voice was gone. The people here have a right to know. If you have proof that Mr. Robson is dealing drugs, why didn't you call us? He's a vile, revolting individual. He should be castrated and locked up where he can't hurt anyone any more. Logan put the flyer back in his pocket, closed his eyes and counted to 3. Mrs. Black, you can't go making accusations like that without proof. It's libelous. And Mr. Robson's made a formal complaint. Her face hardened. I should have known. Mrs. Black, can we come in, please? I've been complaining about him for years, and did you do anything about it? She bared her teeth. But as soon as he says anything, you're over here with your jackboots and your threats. Don't sigh. No one's threatening you, Mrs. Black. Do you have any proof that Mr. Robson is dealing drugs? Her finger jabbed over Logan's shoulder. He put dog mess in my tree! Do you have any proof? If you have proof, we'll look at it and... He deserves to die for what he's put me through. Wheezy Doug stepped forward, palms out. Mrs. Block, I need you to calm down, okay? He's scum! Her voice dropped to a hissing whisper. Sitting in there with his drugs and his pornography and his filthy rap music. I demand you arrest him! The sound of whirring lawnmowers. A child somewhere singing about popping caps in some gang-banger's ass. A motorbike purring past on the road. All as Mrs. Black stood there, trembling in her pyjamas, lips flecked with spittle. Logan kept his voice low and neutral. I need you to stop putting up these posters. And if you have any evidence that Mr. Robson is dealing drugs, I want you to call me. He pulled out a Police Scotland business card with the station number on it, held it out. She stared at the card in his hand, curled her lip, spat at her feet. You're all as corrupt as each other! Then stepped back and slammed the door. Not the result they'd hoped for, but no one could say they hadn't tried. So, Wheezy Doug dragged the toe of his shoe along the path. Pub? Logan popped the business card through the letterbox. Pub. 6. Sodding keyhole wouldn't hold still. The key skittered around the moving target, until finally it clicked into place. Hurrah! Logan picked up his fish supper again and pushed through into the flat. Floor was a bit shifty too. Deep breath. He eased the door closed and shushed the Yale lock as it clunked shut. Wouldn't do to wake the neighbours. They wouldn't like that. Got to be a good neighbour. Shh. Then he dumped his keys on the little table by the radiator. Cthulhu! Daddy's home! Silence. Little sod. Logan grabbed the salt, vinegar, mayonnaise, and a tin of Stella from the kitchen and escorted his supper through into the pristine living room. Whole place was unnaturally tidy, everything superfluous hidden away in various cupboards in the loft, leaving nothing behind but estate agent-approved set dressing, like the 2 glossy magazines lined up perfectly with the edge of the coffee table, or the line of candles on the windowsill. The photos in the wooden frames lined up where the books used to be, everything dusted and hoovered with OCD fervour. Also, some pair of picky sods could take a sniff around, then decide the flat wasn't big enough for them. Scumbags. He slumped into the couch, then clicked the ring pull off the Stella. Gulped down a mouthful. Stifled a burp. Why? Who the hell's going to complain about it? He took another swig, then let his diaphragm rattle. Better. The batter was a bit thick, but the fish was moist and meaty. The chips limp in a way that only chip shops could get away with. How come a chip shop couldn't get chips crispy? You'd think they'd be chip experts. Clues in the name. The light on the answering machine winked at him, like a malevolent rat with one glowing red eye. He stuck 2 fingers up at it and went back to his flaccid chips. Cthulhu finally deigned to put in an appearance, padding in on silent, fuzzy feet, tail held high. All grey and brown and black and stripy, with a huge white ruff and little white paws. She popped up onto the arm of the couch, then sat there, blinking slowly at him. Oh, you love me when there's food in it for you, don't you? But he blinked back and gave her a nugget of haddock anyway. Q purring and chewing. And still the answering machine glowered with its ratty eye. Tough. Whatever it was, it could wait till morning. Fish for Logan, fish for Cthulhu. The answering machine didn't care. He stuffed down a mouthful of chips, followed by a swig of Stella. It kept on glowering. Oh, for God's sake! He levered himself to his feet and lurched across the rolling deck, propped himself up with one hand on the shelf, pressed the button. You have 3 new messages. Message 1. Bleep. Logan, it's your mother. Why do I always... Gah. He poked the machine. Message deleted. Message 2. Bleep. Hello, Mr. McCrae. It's Marjorie from Wilkie and Oxford Solicitors. I know Mr. and Mrs. Moore said they weren't interested, But they've come back with an offer for the flat. It's 20,000 less than the valuation, though. Pair of wankers. Poke. Message deleted. Message 3. Bleep. Hello, Logan. It's Hamish. The voice was a gravelly, breathless mix of Aberdonian and public school, rattling at the edges where the cancer was eating him. I've been thinking about mortality. Yours. Mine. Reuben's. Everyone. Give me a call back and we can talk about it. The chip fat congealed at the back of Logan's throat, crept forward and lined his mouth, made his teeth itch. Wee Hamish Mowat. Not exactly the kind of message anyone wanted lying about on their answering machine where professional standards could find it. And tell me, Acting D.I. McRae, would you care to explain why Aberdeen's biggest crime lord is phoning you for a chat, like an old mate? No, Logan sodding wouldn't. Poke. Message deleted. You have no new messages. Mortality. With any luck, wee Hamish had decided to save everyone the bother and shot Reuben in the face. Yeah, well, probably not. But a boy could dream, couldn't he? Dearly beloved. 7. OK, let me know what you come up with, and for God's sake, someone give Guthrie a poke. The CID office had a full contingent of grey faces and wrinkly eyes. The 4 office chairs were lined up along 2 sides, turned towards the whiteboard for the morning briefing. Their occupants nursed tins of iron brew and greasy bacon butties. Well, all except for PC Guthrie, slumped so far back in his seat that any further and he'd be on the floor, gob open, head hanging to the side. D.S. Baird leaned over and gave him a poke. You're snoring! Blinking, Guthrie surfaced, mouth working like a drowning fish. Mwake! Logan folded his arms and leaned back against the filing cabinet. Are we boring you, Constable? Wheezy Doug rolled his eyes. He wasn't even in the pub last night. No excuse. Yeah. D.C. Stone took another bite of butty, talking with his mouth full. Should change your nickname from Sunshine to Lightweight. A little tuft of hair clung to the tip of Stoney's forehead, combed forward, backward and sideways, trying to hide a bald patch the size of a dinner plate. To be honest, Stoney's head was more bald patch than hair. As if trying to draw attention away from it, a huge moustache lurked beneath his nose like a hairy troll under a bridge. That right, Lightweight? Guthrie ran a hand over his face, scrubbing it out of shape. Just knackered from shagging your mum all night. That got him a collective, ooh. Logan thumped a hand against the filing cabinet, setting it booming. All right, that's enough. He pointed at the yawning constable. Where are we with Mrs. Skinner? A shudder. Then Guthrie yawned, pulled himself up in his seat. Still nothing from the lookout request, and she's not been back to the house since yesterday morning. So where is she? Shrug. Neither set of grandparents had any idea. But it's Sunday, right? Maybe she's gone to church, or she stayed over at a friend's house. Slumber party for the kids. Logan frowned out of the window. Early morning sunlight painted the side of Marshall College, making the cleaned granite glow. They'd done their best, waited for her, put out a lookout request, contacted the next of kin. Sort of. What else were they supposed to do? If Mrs. Skinner didn't want to be found, she didn't want to be found. Maybe she knew her husband was working up to jumping off a dirty big building and decided to get out of town before he hit. Better get onto the Mire, Tayside, Highland, Fife and Forth Valley. Tell him to keep an eye out for her and the kids. Him diving off the casino roof's going to make the news sooner or later. And... Logan closed his mouth. Guthrie was shaking his head. What? The constable stood and crossed to one of the ancient computers. I wasn't really shagging Stoney's mum all last night. I was checking the internet. He thumped away at the keyboard. 3 people loaded the footage up onto YouTube by midnight. I reported them, but it's already out there. See? The screen filled with shaky camera phone footage, looking up from Exchequer Row. The casino was 5 stories of darkened windows, separated by strips of grey cladding. A figure stood on the roof, too far away to make out any detail on his face, arms by his side, head down. Muffled voices crackled from the speakers. "Oh my God! Look at him! Is he going to jump? Where? What are we looking at? Oh my God! Is that a knife? Someone call the police! Oh my God!" The scene swirled left, capturing the crowd. Most of them had their phones out, cameras pointing up at John Skinner as he wobbled on the edge. Bloody vultures. Whatever happened to good Samaritans? "There's someone else up there! Oh my God!" A seasick lurch, and the screen filled with the casino again as Logan inched his way out onto the ledge. In real life, Logan pointed at the video. "I want this taken down!" "Oh my God!" A collective gasp as the green plastic bag from Marky's kamikaze down to the cobbles, a bomb of crisps and sandwiches that exploded on impact. "Someone has to call the police! Oh my God! This is so cool! Logan jabbed at the mouse, and the image froze. "Get it deleted off the internet." Guthrie screwed up one side of his face. "It's kinda gone viral, Gov. Copies popping up all over the place." "Then get out there and find me John Skinner's wife. Now!" "I see." Superintendent Young folded his hands behind his head and leaned back in the visitor's chair. He'd foregone his usual Police Scotland ninja outfit for a pair of blue jeans and chunky trainers, a red T-shirt with "Skeleton Bob is my co-pilot" on it under a grey hoodie, as if he was 14 instead of 40. 40-something. Probably nearer 50. "And is Justin Robson going to pursue this?" Logan shuffled a mess of paperwork into a stack and popped it in the out tray. "You didn't have to come in on your day off, Gov. I'm sure we can cope till Monday." "It's this, or clearing out the garage." A shrug. "Call me dedicated. So, Robson? Well, it's civil rather than criminal, so you'd have to take her to court. But he's got her banged to rights for defamation. Posters up all over the area saying he's a drug dealer. No way she'll wriggle out of it." Young stuck his legs out and crossed his ankles, head back, looking up at the stained ceiling. "On the one hand, if he does sue her, it'll serve her right. Maybe make her rethink her obsession. On the other hand, it could tip her off the deep end. Either way, she's going to end up a bigger pain in our backsides." "True." A shrug. "Anything else you need my help with? This suicide victim's missing wife thing?" Logan bared his teeth. "Thanks, Gov, but I think you've helped enough." "Ah, well, if you're sure." Young stood, stretched, slumped. "Suppose I'd better go clear out the garage. No rest for the saintly." He paused, with one hand on the door. "I hear you had a run-in with Gordy Taylor yesterday. Wants to drop the charges in exchange for 2 litres of whiskey. And so we support those brave souls who fight in our name." A sigh. "Right, well, drop me a text or something." Another pause. "You're sure there's nothing else?" Logan did his best to smile. "Not unless you want to buy a 1-bedroom flat." Logan licked his top lip, stared down at his mobile phone. Couldn't put it off any longer. Well, he could, but it probably wasn't a great idea. He dug his thumbs into the back panel and slid the cover off, prized out the battery and replaced the SIM card with a cheap pay-as-you-go from the supermarket checkout loaded up with a whole $5's worth of calls, clicked everything back into place. "Gov?" When he looked up, Wheezy Doug was standing in the doorway, clutching a manila folder to his chest. "Is it quick?" A nod, then a cough, then a gargly clearing of the throat. "Got a lookout request extended across all of Police Scotland, and the media office wants clearance on a press release and poster." He dug into the folder and came out with 2 sheets of paper. "You want to OK them?" Logan gave them a quick once-over, then handed both back. "If they can figure out how to spell Saturday properly, tell them to run it. Gov?" He put the sheets away. You hear they turfed Gordy Taylor out of the hospital last night, shouting and swearing and making an arse of himself. What a shock. Nothing broken when he got himself run over, then? Nah. Lurched out the door and found himself some more booze. Uniform got a dozen complaints from Harlaw Road about him staggering about, knocking over bins and doing pretty much the same thing he'd been doing up at the hospital. Wheezy sucked on his teeth for a bit, then shook his head. I knew his dad. Decent enough bloke. Bit racist, with a drink in him, but other than that... OK, let me know if anyone spots Mrs. Skinner. Gov? Soon as Wheezy was gone, Logan grabbed his phone and headed out. Sunlight sparkled back from the white granity mass of Marshall College, caught the wheeling seagulls and set them glowing against the blue sky. A taxi grumbled by, followed by a fat man on a bicycle wearing nowhere near enough lycra to keep everything under control. Logan nipped across the road, past the council headquarters and along Broad Street, kept going onto the Gallowgate, nice and casual, up the hill and right into the council car park in front of the squat DVLA building, nice and out of the way. He pulled out his phone and dialed wee Hamish's number, listened to it ring, and ring, and ring. That brittle, gravelly voice. Hello? Hamish, it's Logan McRae. Ah, Logan. Yes, good. And how are you? How's that young lady of yours? Still in a coma. Strange how it didn't hurt to say that anymore. Perhaps 4 years was long enough for it to scab over. What can I do for you, Hamish? Is she getting all the help she needs, do you think? Logan wandered across the car park. The doctors and nurses are very good. Oh, I've got nothing but admiration for the NHS, believe me. They were very kind to my Juliet those last few months. But maybe a private hospital would provide a more individual service, where there's not so much pressure to meet performance targets. A path ran along the back of the car park, bordered by a wall. Logan leaned on it, looking down the hill to the dual carriageway and the big Morrisons. We got knocked back from Sunny Glen. No places. A small laugh clawed its way out of his throat. Not that we can afford it. Anyway, it's too far away. I couldn't get all the way up to Banff to visit her every day. What's the point of that? I hear you're still trying to sell the flat. Any luck? Hamish, you said you wanted to talk about Reuben. Are you in financial difficulties, Logan? Because if you are, I'd be more than happy to lend... No, I'm fine. I just felt like selling the flat, that's all. I thought you loved it there. Nice central location, and it's very convenient for work. It's got memories I don't need. Down below, an ambulance skirled its way along the dual carriageway, all lights blazing. Time for a change. I understand. There was a small pause, filled with a hissing noise, as if wee Hamish was taking a hit from an aqualung. Would you like me to put in a word for you? There are a couple of neurology specialists I know who could help you find a place, somewhere Samantha can get the individual attention she deserves. Let me see what I can do. Logan tightened his grip on the phone, puffed out of breath. What about you? How are you feeling? I've been thinking about us a lot recently. You, me, and Reuben. When I'm gone, he'll come after you. You're too big a threat for him to ignore. I'm not a threat. I keep telling... It doesn't matter if you turn down the mantle or not, Logan. To Reuben, you'll always be a threat. Another hiss. Would you like me to kill him for you? All the moisture evaporated from Logan's mouth. What? It would pain me, of course. He's been my right-hand man for a long, long time. But sometimes you have to sacrifice a rook to keep the game going. Now hold on. Oh, it won't be until I'm gone. The least I can do is let him come to the funeral. But after that, before he's had time to move against you... Logan turned away from the road, squinted up at the DVLA's windows. No one looked back at him. Thank God. Hamish, I'm a police officer. I can't be part of a plot to murder someone. Not even Reuben. Are you sure? He's more dangerous than you think. This time, the hiss-filled pause stretched out into silence. Then, well, perhaps that would be best. After all, if you're taking over the company, the staff will respect you more if you get rid of him yourself. That's not what I meant. Don't leave it too long, Logan. When I die, the clock starts ticking. You okay, Gov? Guthrie lowered his pale eyebrows, making little wrinkles between them. Logan sank into one of the CID office chairs. I nearly fell off a roof yesterday. My suit smells of drunk tramp. I'm dealing with a tree festooned with dog turds. I can't sell my flat, and I had an early morning run-in with professional standards. I've had better days. A smile. Then I've got something that'll cheer you up. Is it midget porn again? Because I've told you about that already. Nope. He held up his notebook. One dark green Honda Jazz, parked on Newborough Road, Bridge of Dawn. It's Emma Skinner's. Logan stood. Well, what are you sitting there for? Get a pool car. Newborough Road was a twisting warren of identikit houses, buried away amongst all the other identikit housing developments on this side of the river. Some residents had added porches or garages, but the same bland, boxy stereotype shone through regardless. Guthrie pointed through the windscreen at the blocky back end of a dark green hatchback. Patrol car was out cruising for a pervert, been stealing knickers off washing lines, when the Honda pinged up on the ANPR. They parked behind it. Logan climbed out into the sun and did a slow 360. Nothing out of the ordinary. Just more beige architecture, the Harling greyed by weather. Any idea which house? Guthrie locked up. Thought we'd door-to-door it. Can't be that far, can it? Logan leaned back against a low garden wall and wiped a hand across his forehead. It came away damp. You sure that's her car? Guthrie took out his notebook and checked again. Number plate matches. Then where the sodding hell is she? Well, maybe 40 minutes. Wandering round like a pair of idiots, knocking on doors. The scent of charring meat oozed out from a garden somewhere near, making his stomach growl. Starving now. Guthrie gave a big theatrical shrug. I don't get it. It's not like it'd be hard to find a parking space here, is it? You dump your car right outside the person you're visiting, right? Unless you weren't supposed to be here. Didn't want people to see your car. Logan pushed off the wall. We keep looking. Okay, thanks anyway. As soon as the old manny in the faded Britain's Next Big Star t-shirt had closed the door, Logan stepped into the shade of a box hedge. He ran a hand across the nape of his neck and wiped it dry on his trousers. Checked his watch. That was an hour they'd been at it now, slogging their way along the road in the baking sun, knocking on doors, asking questions, showing people the photo of Emma Skinner that Guthrie had found on Facebook. A selfie of Emma and her two kids, grinning away like lunatics, the background blocked out by the three of them. She had her blonde hair pulled back from her face, a half-inch of brown roots showing, a silver ring in her left nostril, an easy smile, two children with chocolate smudges covering half of their faces. Logan loosened his tie. A whole hour of shoving the photo under people's noses, and still nothing. Maybe she hadn't been visiting someone here after all. Maybe this was simply a convenient place to dump the car. Somewhere to keep it hidden. Why? Why would she want to hide? Gov! One house over, Guthrie was backing away from the door, a hand scrabbling at the airwave clipped to his stab-proof vest. Gov! Logan hopped the low garden wall and hurried across a manicured lawn ringed with nasturtiums. Someone spotted her! Guthrie stopped in the middle of the path and pointed at the house. In there! Okay. He walked over to the front window. It was too bright outside, and too dark inside to see anything other than the reflected street scene. Logan cupped his hands either side of his eyes and pressed his forehead against the glass. A high-heeled shoe lay in front of a glass-topped coffee table. On its side. The foot it belonged to poked out from behind the couch. Skin pale, a thick line of purple running horizontal with the ground where the blood had settled. More blood on the oatmeal-coloured carpet, little dots and splashes, dozens of them. More streaking up the walls, making scarlet spatters across a print of the New York skyline. Definitely dead. 8. Got you a ham, cheese and mustard, and a tin of lilt. Guthrie held out a Tesco carrier bag. Sitting back against the pool car, Logan dipped into the bag. Crisps? Cheese and onion. Better than nothing. Thanks. A cordon of blue and white police tape cut across Newborough Road, keeping the scene secure, enclosing the house, a patrol car and the scene's examination branch's dirty transit van. At least someone had had the brains to scrub a hand through the filthier bits of finger graffiti. Guthrie got stuck into an egg and cress, making mayonnaise smears either side of his mouth. Starving! Logan clicked the ring pull off his fizzy juice and chased down a mouthful of sandwich, then wiggled the can towards the house. Looks like we're on. A pair of figures stepped out of the front door, both done up in full SOC Smurf outfits, blue booties, white Tyvek suit, blue nitrile gloves, face masks and eye goggles. Smurf 1 was tall and lanky, Smurf 2 shorter with an itchy bum. Smurf 2 dug and scratched away at its backside as the pair of them made their way across to the pool car. Logan took another bite, talking with his mouth full. Well? D.I. Steele peeled her suit's hood back, then pulled off the mask and let it dangle beneath her chin. Sodding roasting! Her face was a florid shade of red, the skin streaked with glistening lines of sweat. She stuck out her gloved hands, groping for Logan's lilt. Give! Then glugged away at it as Smurf 1 unfurled his suit and tied the arms around his waist. Detective Sergeant Simon Rennie puffed out his cheeks and sagged, wafted a hand in front of his flushed, shiny face. Being inside the hood had done something terrible to his hair, leaving the blonde mop sticking out at all angles, like a confused hedgehog. Gah! Logan tried again. Is it her? Steele gulped, puffed out a long breath, then burped. God, that's better! Rennie held out the picture Guthrie found on Facebook. It's her. Multiple stab wounds to the chest and abdomen, and I mean multiple. Has to be at least 40. He rubbed a forearm across his face, blotting away the sweat. Don't have another tin of juice, do you? Steele handed him whatever was left of Logan's. There's a naked bloke in the bedroom, too. Throat cut from ear to ear. Place looks like something out of a B-movie slasher. It's dripping from the ceiling and everything. A sigh escaped from Logan's chest. Let me guess, she's naked too. Nope, kinky bra with matching thong. Which explained why Emma Skinner had parked so far away. Didn't want anyone to see her visiting her lover. Mr. Suicide's voice trembled, not much more than a broken whisper. How could she do that? It explained that as well. The lover had to die, but the wife had to be punished. We've had the murder weapon since yesterday. Logan pointed towards the house. Anyone want to bet you'll find John Skinner's fingerprints all over the place? He follows her here, he catches her in the act, slits the lover's throat, then goes berserk with a knife. Can't live with what he's done, so he chucks himself off the casino roof, still clutching the knife. Aye, well done, Jonathan Creek. Steele snatched the lilt back from Rennie and tipped her head back. Frowned. Shook the can a couple of times. You greedy little sod! You didn't say I couldn't finish it. You don't glug back the last of someone else's drink. Everyone knows that. She unzipped her SOC suit. Idiot. Then snapped off her gloves. Got sweat trickling right down the crack of my... What about the kids? Logan nodded towards the picture in Rennie's hand. Those two chocolatey faces. Mrs. Skinner takes them to their school clubs. Saturday morning, drives over here to see her lover. Her husband follows her and kills the pair of them, then drives back into town and jumps off the casino roof. Where are the kids? Steele closed her eyes. Crap! She massaged her forehead for a moment, then straightened up. Right. Finding the kids is now everyone's number one priority. I want lookout requests, I want posters, I want media appeals. She frowned. What? Logan popped his half-eaten sandwich back in the packet. Already done it. Media office are holding off till you've delivered the death message, but other than that, they're ready to go. Oh. A sniff. In that case, Laz, you get started on the paperwork and I'll... Oh, no you don't. Logan held up a hand. You took the case over, remember? Turned up here all lights blazing and said it was too complicated for us thickies in CID. This was a job for the major investigation team. Remember that? She shuffled her feet, looked off into the distance. Yeah, well, I may have been a bit over-enthusiastic with do your own sodding paperwork. You're no still sulking, are you? Steele leaned against Logan's office doorway, arms folded, a world's greatest lesbian mug dangling from the fingers of one hand. He turned back to the duty roster, typing in the team's work plan for the next shift. Away and boil your head. You're going to have to learn to share, Laz. Share? He thumped away at the keyboard, making it suffer. You turn up, you tell us we're crap, then you take the case away, even though we've already solved it, and grab all the sodding credit. A sniff. Yeah, but I had to do all the paperwork. He stared at her. Did you really? Or did you get Rennie to do it? A little blush coloured her cheeks. I supervised. Back to the roster. Feel free to sod off any time you like. She did, but she was back 3 minutes later with a steaming mug in each hand, a packet of biscuits tucked under her arm, and a Jaffa cake poking out of her mouth. One of the mugs got placed on the desk in front of him. Then the biscuits. He scowled at them. What's this? Peace offering. She sank into one of the visitors' chairs. Between friends. What are you after? Me? Nothing. A shrug and a smile. Can't two old friends share a cuppa and a digestive biscuit or two? He picked up the mug and sniffed. It smelled like tea, but it looked like coffee. What happened to the Jaffa cakes? Yeah, they're all gone. She plonked her feet up on his desk. So, double murder solved in an hour and a half. Not bad going. Are you seriously sitting there gloating about solving a case that I solved for you? Moan, bitch, whinge. She crunched a bite out of her digestive, getting crumbs all down the front of her shirt. You're such a princess. I am not a sodding princess. Whatever you say, your majesty. More crumbs. Steele stared out of the window. Then her shoulders dropped a little. Still no sign of the kids. Early days yet. Got a press conference at 6:30. Going out live on the news. No exactly looking forward to that. Come Monday morning, going to be like a siege out there. She took a slurp of tea. Finished her biscuit. Offered him the packet. So, you busy Tuesday night? Here we go. Only it's Susan and me's anniversary, and if you're no too busy sitting at home like a sad sack, you could look after Jasmine for the night. Be nice for you to spend a bit more time with your daughter. Logan saved the file, then closed down the computer. How come you only think I need to spend more time with Jasmine when you need a free babysitter? Think of it. I'm going to week Susan off to a swanky hotel, get room service to deliver champagne and strawberries, put a bit of porn on the telly, then shag her brains out. Steele flicked biscuit crumbs out of her own cleavage. Very romantic. I'm busy Tuesday. No, you're no. Yes, I am. Doing what? I've got a viewing. Someone's coming round to look at the flat. No, they're no. You're going to be sitting at home watching The Little Mermaid in your pants with your cat, nipping off for a touch of onanism when singing along to Part of Your World gets you a bit horny. A knock on the door, and Wheezy Doug stuck his head in. Oh, thank God. Gov, it's Mrs. Block. Just called 999. Maybe not. Logan folded forwards until his forehead rested on the keyboard. It's home time. Yeah, but she says her neighbour's trying to kill her with a cleaver. The sirens shredded the early evening air as their pool car slewed around onto Pitmeaden Court. Steele latched onto the grab handle above the passenger door as the front wheels hit a speed bump, weaking them into the air like something off of the streets of San Francisco. Yee-haw! The car slammed down onto the tarmac again, with a grinding groan. Sitting in the back, Logan reached out and slapped Wheezy Doug over the back of the head. "What did I tell you? Sorry, Gov. Urgent threat to life and that." He kept his foot down. Mrs. Black's thick Leylandii hedge appeared in the middle distance, rushing up to meet them as Wheezy screeched the car to a halt, nose in to the curb. He grabbed a high-vis waistcoat and jumped out, struggling into the thing as he ran across the pavement. Logan scrambled after him, charging up the path to Mrs. Black's house as Wheezy slid the front down on his body-worn video, setting it recording. Bang! Justin Robson battered his bare foot into his neighbour's front door. "You bitch! You bloody vindictive bloody bitch!" His bagpuss sweatpants billowed as he drew back for another kick, camouflage t-shirt stained beneath the armpits. The same dirty big kitchen knife as last time, clutched in one hand. "Come out here!" Logan stopped, a good 6 foot shy of the huge blade. "Mr. Robson, I need you to calm down for me." Bang! Another kick. "I'll bloody kill you!" Wheezy dragged out a canister of CS gas, held the other hand out in front of him, palm out. "Mr. Robson, it's the police. Drop the knife. Now!" Robson turned, chest heaving, mouth a wet, wobbly line, glasses steamed up. "Did you see what that bitch did to my car? Did you?" Back to the house. "You rancid, vindictive, bloody bitch!" Wheezy raised the canister. "Ever been gassed, Mr. Robson? It's not nice. And you're going to find out what it feels like if you don't drop the bloody knife." He looked down at the cleaver, as if seeing it for the first time, then let go. Backed up a pace, hands up as it clattered on the paving slabs. Cleared his throat. Okay, there's no need for that. This is all a big Oh! Wheezy grabbed him by the camouflage and spun him into the closed front door, shoved his head against the UPVC, stuffed the canister of CS gas back where it came from as he whipped out the cuffs, snapped them on Robson's wrists, dragged him away down the path. "Get off me!" Robson shook his head left and right, like a dog with a rat. "It's her you should be arresting, not me! Look what she did to my car!" Logan pulled a blue nitrile glove from his pocket and snapped it on, bent and picked up the fallen knife, carried it out to the curb. "Look at my car!" Justin Robson's white BMW wasn't so white anymore. What looked like gloss paint Jackson Pollocked across the roof, windscreen and bonnet in bright splatters of pink and yellow and blue, running in rainbow tears down the wings. The words "drug dealer" were scratched into the bodywork, over and over again, gouged deep enough to crease the raw metal underneath. "Look at it!" The sound of someone sucking on a tube appeared at Logan's shoulder, followed by a puff of vapour. Steele did a slow circuit of the vandalised BMW. "No the colour I would have chosen, but it makes a statement." Logan took the knife around to the pool car's boot, unzipped the holdall in there, and pulled out a knife tube. He slipped the cleaver inside the clear plastic tube and sealed it. Marched back to where Wheezy held the sagging man. "Right, Justin Robson. I'm arresting you for breach of the peace, possession of a deadly weapon, attempted breaking and entering, attempted—" "We get it!" Steele worked her e-cigarette from one side of her mouth to the other. Nodded at Robson. "You, bagpuss. Tweedledum and Tweedledee here tell me you're on a feud with her next door. She's insane! Don't care." A yellowed finger pointed in Logan's direction. "Tweedledee, get this, wifey." He stared back at her. "Marion Black. Don't care. You get wifey Black out here and we'll see if St. Roberta of Steel can't pour some baby oil in these troubled waters. Amen and all that." He didn't even try to suppress the groan. "Seriously?" "Finger out, lads. Got bigger fish to fry than this pair of idiots." She checked her watch. "Got to be on telly in an hour. Chop chop." Fine. Wasn't as if they didn't have to take Mrs. Black's statement anyway. He turned and marched back up the path, gave the front door the policeman's knock. 3, loud and hard. "Mrs. Black!" A thin voice came from the other side of the door. "Who is it?" "It's the police." As if the pool car sitting out front with its blue lights flashing wasn't enough of a clue. "I need you to open up." "Not if he's still out there." "Is he still out there?" "Mr. Robson is in custody at the moment, so if—" The door sprang open. Mrs. Black stood on the threshold in her dressing gown and jammies, even though it couldn't have been much more than 5:20. She had a fire iron in both hands, clutched against her chest. "He's a menace! I told you he was dangerous!" She grinned up at Logan. The whites were visible all the way around her bulging eyes. "I told you, but you wouldn't listen! Said there wasn't any proof!" The words rolled out on a cloud of second-hand alcohol. She shifted from one slippered foot to the other. "Is this proof enough for you? Is it?" "I need you to come talk to the Detective Chief Inspector." At that, Mrs. Black pulled herself up straight, shoulders back. "About time I got to speak to someone in authority." She brushed past him, shuffling up the path, then froze as she reached the pavement and spotted DCI Steele. "Where is he, then, this Detective Chief Inspector?" Steele sniffed, howked, and spat into the gutter. "Bit sexist, isn't it?" Yeah, this was definitely going to end well. Robson glowered out from behind his squint glasses. "You vicious, scheming—" Wheezy must have done something painful to him, because his eyes screwed shut, and whatever word came next got replaced by a hiss. A nod. Then Mrs. Black's grin darkened. "See? He's dangerous! He's a drug dealer, and he tried to kill me, and now you've got to lock him up for the rest of his perverted, unnatural life, and— She planned this! Can't you see she planned it? It's all a setup. Prison. And that's where you belong, you— Vandalized my car! She knew I loved— A harsh, shrill whistle ripped the air, and everyone went quiet. A handful of neighbours had drifted into their front gardens, suddenly consumed by an overpowering need to trim their hedges or prune a rose bush, all of them frozen by the whistle. Steele took 2 fingers from her mouth and wiped them on her rumpled suit jacket. "Better!" She turned a shark smile on Mrs. Black. Did you know, trash this man's car?" The nose came up. "I did nothing of the sort." "So when I get my 2 colleagues here to search your property, they're no going to find any paint tins, white spirit, stained clothes or shoes." Mrs. Black's mouth pursed at that last one. She looked out across the gardens. "He tried to kill me." "Thought so. They never get rid of the shoes." Steele turned the smile on Robson. "And did you, Justin Robson, attempt to stab Mrs. Black to death?" Pink rushed up his cheeks. He stared down at his bare feet. "She trashed my car. I was only trying to— was carving the Sunday roast when I saw what she did." A shrug. "Forgot I was holding the knife." "And does anyone here present have any just reason why I shouldn't throw the book at you pair of silly sods and let the courts decide?" Steele made a gun out of her fingers and shot Mrs. Black in the face. "Criminal damage." Then did the same to Robson. "Aggravated assault. Minimum 8 months apiece. That what you want?" Neither of them said anything. "Because if I hear so much as a whisper that you've been sodding about like this again, I'm going to bury the great leather shoe of God in both your arses." Silence. She shot Robson again. "Do you understand?" He shifted his feet, turned his head to the side. "I do." Mrs. Black got another finger bullet. "You?" A pause. Then she lowered her eyes and nodded. "Yes, fine, no more fighting." Steele raised her arms, as if delivering a benediction. "Then by the powers vested in me by the High Hegians of Police Scotland, I hereby declare this feud over." They never get rid of the shoes. 9. Stoney eased into the room, a folder balanced on the palm of one hand acting as a tray for a mound of tin-foil wrapped packages. 3 bacon, 1 sausage, and 1 booby-trapped. Get them while they're hot. The rest of the team swarmed him, snatching up their butties, then retreating to their seats to unwrap them. The air filled with the meaty, smoky scents. Early morning light oozed through the dirty office window, turning it nearly opaque, hiding the pre-rush hour calm of a slowly waking Aberdeen. Logan checked his watch. 7:05. Time to get going. He ripped a bite of sausage butty and pointed at the whiteboard. Guthrie? At least he didn't look quite so much like an extra from Night of the Living Dead this morning. Mrs. Skinner's boyfriend was a Brian Williams, 22, engineer with Transwell Subsea Systems in Portlethen. Steele's MIT took over the investigation, but I still had to deliver the sodding death message to his fiancée. She wasn't too chuffed. Wheezy Doug picked at his teeth. There's a shock. Here's a bigger one. The MIT are taking all the credit. D.S. Baird frowned at the whiteboard for a moment, then wiped a smear of tomato sauce from her cheek. Got a good write-up in the paper, though. She picked a copy of the Aberdeen Examiner from her desk and held it up. The front page had a more formal photograph than the one Logan and Guthrie had been showing around yesterday. A posed family portrait with a marbly background. Everyone in their Sunday best. Hair combed, teeth shiny. Family fears for missing children. Baird cleared her throat and turned the paper back to face herself. It wasn't as if the Skinner family didn't have enough tragedy to deal with. On Saturday, John Skinner, 35, jumped to his death, and on Sunday, his wife of 8 years, Emma Skinner, 27, was found stabbed to death in a family home in the Bridge of Dawn. But what hurts most, say John and Emma's parents, is that Heidi, 7, and Toby, 6, are missing. Baird wrinkled her top lip. Why are the papers obsessed with how old people are? What's the point? Wheezy stuffed down another bite of butty, talking with his mouth full. They say anything about us? She skimmed the front page, lips moving silently as she went. Nope. Detective Chief Inspector Roberta Steele, see, they haven't got her age, told a press conference yesterday that Police Scotland was very concerned for the children's safety. We will leave no stone unturned in our quest to find Heidi and Toby. Blah, blah, blah. Nothing about you or the governor. Typical. A little yellow trail of yolk was making its way down Guthrie's chin. Gov, are you still interested in Geordie Taylor? Wasn't interested in him in the first place. Only the girl who gave him a kicking's up before the sheriff at 9:20. Pleading guilty. Blaming it on PMS and starting university. Baird shuddered. Hate women who do that. Oh, I can't act rationally, because I'm a weak and feeble woman at the mercy of my hormonal uterus. Puts the whole cause back 100 years. Logan held up his hand. Right, soon as everyone's finished their butty, I want... His phone blared out the anonymous ringtone that signalled an unknown caller. Give us a minute. He pulled it out and hit the button. D.I. McRae. Screaming battered out of the earpiece, and he flinched back. Then tried again. Hello? Who is this? The screaming broke into jagged words, roughened by sobs. He's killed them all! There! Look what he did! Look at them! Mrs. Black's trembling finger came up and pointed at the back fence. The back garden stank of ammonia. It turned every breath into a struggle, caught the back of the throat, made the air taste of sour vinegar and dirt. Logan blinked tears from his stinging eyes. Cages ran down one side of the long garden, backing onto the massive Leylandi hedge between this side and Justin Robson's house on the other. Wooden frames with metal mesh inserts, full of perches and floored with sawdust and droppings. Every single door hung open. But they weren't what Mrs. Black was pointing at. About 20 little bodies were frozen against the back fence, wings out. Most were blue with white faces, but some were green and yellow instead. And each one had a large nail hammered through its breast, pinning it to the wood, as if a butterfly collector had decided his hobby just wasn't creepy enough and it was time to upgrade to something bigger. Blood made spattered patterns on the fence behind and beneath them. Mrs. Black sobbed, tears coating her cheeks, gulping down air only to cry it out again. My babies! Okay, a nod. Is Mr. Black... Don't you dare mention that bastard's name! She ground the heel of her hand into her eye sockets. He walked out on me. On me! Packed his bags like I was the one being unreasonable. She threw her arms out. Look at it! Look what happened! The arms drooped by her sides. My babies! Logan puffed out a breath, then patted Wheezy Doug on the shoulder. Constable Andrews, maybe you should get Mrs. Black inside and make a cup of tea or something. I'm going next door. Justin Robson folded his arms and leaned back against the kitchen counter. Nope, nothing to do with me. His face was pale with greeny purple bags under the eyes, his breath stale and bitter, hair slicked back and wet, dark blue dressing gown. Behind him, the garden was in darkness, the early morning sunshine murdered by Mrs. Black's spiked hedge, a curl of smoke twisted up into the gloom. Logan pulled out his notebook. Come off it. She trashes your car, and you decide to turn the other cheek? Really? Wasn't even here. Out all night at a friend's house. You can check if you like. Oh, we will. The pen hovered over the pad. Name? Can do you better than that. Hold on, I'll call him. Robson picked the phone out of its cradle and fiddled with the buttons. The sound of ringing blared out of the speaker. Then, click. Hello? Bobby, it's Justin. Sorry to call so early, but can you tell this guy where I was last night? He held out the phone. What? Yeah, Justin came round about 6-ish. We watched a couple of films, had a bit too much wine and a moan about girls till about 3 a.m. Justin was so blutered he could barely stand. Cheeky sod, no I wasn't. Were. So I put him in the spare room, set the alarm, and went to bed. Logan wrote it all down. At least that explained the pallor and the smell. And he didn't leave the house. No way Justin could have got out without deactivating the alarm, and he doesn't know the code. Didn't go home till about half an hour ago, 45 minutes, something like that. Told him he should cop a sickie and crash here all morning, but blah blah, work, etc. A nice, tight alibi. Very convenient. Okay, I'm going to need your full name and address. Wheezy Doug snapped off his blue nitrile gloves and stuffed them into a carrier bag. What kind of dick does that to harmless wee birds? Logan nodded back towards the house with the decorated cherry tree. How is she? Mangled. Says that after her husband stormed out, she hit the vodka. Staggered off to bed about 11 after checking the birds were all fine. Gets up at 7 this morning and finds that. Wheezy puffed out his cheeks. Poor wee things. I had to lever them off the fence with a claw hammer. That's why some are a bit squashed. He pulled out a pen and printed the evidence label for 20 parakeets, all sharing a big evidence pouch, each one individually ziplocked into its own tiny plastic bag. What about Laughing Boy? Says he had nothing to do with it. Got himself an alibi. That's convenient. Wheezy closed the pool car's boot. Exactly what I thought. Logan led the way back to the house. Robson had moved through to the lounge, a bowl of Rice Krispies in his lap. Breakfast news burbled away on the widescreen telly as he tied a tie around his pale neck. He'd swapped the dressing gown for trainers, jeans, and a pale yellow shirt. Double murder in Aberdeen yesterday have been identified as Emma Skinner and Brian Williams. He straightened his tie, then dipped a spoon into his cereal. You forget something. Committed suicide on Saturday. The screen filled with amateur mobile phone video of John Skinner preparing to jump. Logan stepped between Robson and the TV as the anchor handed over to Carol for the weather. You do understand that we can take DNA from the parakeets, don't you? Whoever killed them will have left their DNA on their feathers. We'll get it from the nails too, and fingerprints. Isn't science marvellous? We can match contact traces of metal between the nail heads and a specific hammer. We can match the nails with ones from the same batch. Okay. He killed the TV, then put his breakfast on the coffee table. Tell you what, if you don't believe I was with Bobby all night, why don't you search the house again? Do the garden, too. You can even try the shed. Little sod was either innocent or arrogant enough to believe he could get away with it. Wheezy Doug tucked his hands into his pockets and nodded at Robson's feet. The trainers were bright white, without so much as a scuff on them. They're nice. Look new. Cool, aren't they? Fresh on today. Where are the old ones? He smiled. Yeah, they were getting all stinky and dirty. Plus, someone might have been sick on them last night, so I got rid of them. What a surprise. Nothing quite so incriminating as a pair of blood-stained Nikes. Logan took out his notebook. And where exactly are these sick-drenched shoes now? In the bin? Robson bared his top teeth in a rabbit grin. I burned them as soon as I got home. I was doing some garden rubbish anyway. He stood and walked through to the kitchen, pointed out through the window to a stainless steel bin hidden away in the shadows at the bottom of the garden. The thing had holes in its sides and a chimney lid. Coils of smoke drifted away into the morning sky. Never had one before, but it's really efficient. Burns everything. Definitely arrogant. And probably right. Robson frowned. You know, now I think about it, if I'd been nailing live parakeets to a fence, I'd be all covered with scratches and pecks, wouldn't I? He held up his hands. Not a single mark on them. I mean, they're going to put up a fight, aren't they? Logan stepped in close. This stops, and it stops here. No more. Understand? The smile didn't slip an inch. Nothing to do with me. You'd have to speak to the bitch next door. Yeah, there was no way this was over. We'll be watching you, Mr. Robson. Logan turned and marched from the room, down the hall and out the front door. Wheezy Doug hurried after him, unlocked the pool car and slipped in behind the wheel. He did it, didn't he? Of course he did. He doesn't have scratches on his hands because he wore gloves, and then he burned them. So no fingerprints on the nails or the birds, and odds on he'd wear a face mask too. So no DNA or good as. Bet he even burned the hammer. Logan stared back at the house. Robson was standing in the living room, smiling through the window. He gave them a wave. Logan didn't wave back. This is going to get worse before it gets better. Wheezy pulled away from the curb. And last time we were here, I distinctly remember DCI Steele making a big thing of how no one ever gets rid of their shoes. The wee turd listened and learned. Logan took his airwave handset from his jacket pocket. Should have arrested them both when we had probable cause. Too late for that now, though. It had been no crime. He pressed the talk button. DI McRae to control. I need a wildlife crime officer, or whatever it is we're calling them these days. 20 dead parakeets. Yeah, this was definitely going to get a lot worse. 10. Baird dipped into the big evidence bag and came out with a wee, individually wrapped dead parakeet. Wrinkled her nose. Poor thing. Logan's office was warmer than it had any right to be. He cracked open the window, letting in a waft of stale air tainted by cigarette smoke. Killed all 20 of them. She placed it back in the bag with the others. 20 dead little bodies. If you were Mrs. Black, what would you do? Me? Baird scrunched her lips into a duck pout. If I was a total nutjob, what would I do? Cut his knackers off. No, not cut. I'd hack them off. With a rusty spoon. Logan sank into his seat. That's what worries me. He pointed at the big bag. Get it off to the labs. I want anything they can get linking the birds to Justin Robson before this goes any further. At least if one of them's banged up, they can't kill each other. Gov? She picked it up. What about the Skinner kids? No idea. Seems a shame, doesn't it? Wasn't their fault their mum was screwing around? Never is. Logan pulled his keyboard over. If the lab gives you stick about analysing a bunch of parakeets, tell them I'll be round to insert a size 9 up their jacksie next time I've got a minute. It's... A knock on the door, and there was Guthrie, face all pink and shiny, out of breath as if he'd been running. Gov, it's... He folded over and grabbed his knees for a bit. Oh, God. Baird patted him on the back. That's what you get for eating so much cheese, sunshine. He shook her off and had another go. Gov, it's... Gordy Taylor. Logan groaned. What's he done now? Dead. Baird dumped the evidence bag back on Logan's desk. I'll get a pool car. Baird tucked her hair into the SOC suit's hood, then pulled the zip all the way to her chin. grabbed a handful of material around the waist and hoiked it up, setting the white Tyvek rustling. "You ready?" Behind her, a double line of blue and white police tape cut off a chunk of Harlaw Road, tied between trees on opposite sides of the street, casting a snaking shadow. A crime scene dappled with light falling through the leaves. The houses on the opposite side of the street didn't look all that fancy, detached granite bungalows with attic conversions and dormer windows, but they overlooked the green expanse of the playing fields, so probably cost an absolute fortune. Logan snapped a second set of blue nitrile gloves on over the first. Might as well. They ducked under the outer cordon and rustled their way across the tarmac to the inner boundary of yellow and black crime scene do not cross, where a spotty uniform with huge eyes demanded to see their ID, then wrote their names in the log before letting them past. 2 large council bins were lined up against the curb, and behind them someone in the full Smurf outfit was squatting beside the body. He had a bony wrist in one hand, turning it over, letting the attached filthy hand flop one way, then the other. Logan sank down next to him, blinking at the stench of alcohol and baked sewage. "Doc?" The figure looked up and nodded, more or less anonymous behind the face mask and safety goggles. "Well, it's official. This gentleman's definitely dead." He let go of the wrist and shuffled back, letting them get a proper look at the body. Gordon Taylor lay curled up on his side, knees drawn up to his chest, one arm thrown back, the hand dangling against his spine, the other reaching out in front. Head twisted back, mouth open. Eyes glazed. Beard and hair matted with twigs and vomit. A blue bottle landed on Gordon's cheek, and the duty doctor wafted it away. "Well, there's no sign of serious trauma. He's not been stabbed or bludgeoned to death. The only sign of blood is that." The doctor pointed at the grubby bandage wrapped around Gordon's right hand. It was stained with dark scarlet blobs. "You want to guess at time of death?" "Very roughly. Sometime between him getting chucked out of hospital and the bin men finding him here this morning." A shrug. "Anyone who gives you anything more precise is a liar." "Any sign of foul play?" "Doubt it. Your friend here choked on his own vomit. If you want my opinion, you're looking at what happens when you spend your life downing litred bottles of supermarket vodka, whiskey and gin. Sooner or later, it catches up with you." He straightened up with a groan and rubbed at the small of his back. "And with that, the brave duty doctor's work was done, and he could get back to treating hypochondriac morons who think they know better than him because they've looked leprosy up on the internet." The uniform with the spots held up the barrier tape, and the undertaker's plain grey van eased back out onto Harlaw Road. The driver nodded to Logan and drove off. Wheezy Doug was in conversation with a middle-aged man with a walking stick, 2 houses down. Stoney was at the far end of the street, nodding and taking notes as a mother of 2 waved her arms about, a pair of red-haired kids running screaming around her legs. D.S. Baird wandered up the road, hands in her pockets. She stopped beside Logan and nodded at the departing van. "That him off, then?" "You get anything?" "Far as we can tell, Gordon Taylor's been hanging around here for about a fortnight. I got control to pull anything relating to Harlaw Road and 3 streets either side. There's been an increase in breaking and enterings, low-level stuff, shed padlocks forced, meths and white spirit nicked kind of thing. 1 stolen handbag. Owner put it on the roof of her car while she unloaded the shopping. Came back. No handbag. Loads of complaints of antisocial behaviour." She pulled out her notebook and flipped it open at the marker. "And I quote, 'There's a smelly tramp staggering up and down the street at all hours, singing filthy rugby songs and rummaging through the bins.'" Baird turned the page. 8 counts of public urination. No one ever caught him at it, but in the morning people's doorways would smell of piddle. That lot. She pointed at a tiny house with an immaculate garden, where a little old lady was pruning a rose bush. Called the police 8 times in the last week. Well, the old dear wasn't so much pruning the bush as nipping tiny bits off the one branch, probably using it as an excuse to have a nosy. She wasn't the only one. At least 6 others were out, taking their time washing cars or raking the lawn, pretending not to snoop. A glazier's van sat outside the old lady's house. The driver and his mate were in the cab, stuffing down chocolate biscuits and pouring tea from a thermos, staring as if this was the most interesting thing to happen all day, an episode of Taggart playing out right there in front of them. Logan turned his back on the gawkers. So what happened? Baird shrugged. Patrol car did a drift by a couple of times, but you know what it's like. Don't have time to attend every moaning numpty. True, but if they'd actually done something about it, if they'd turned up and arrested him, Gordon Taylor would probably still be alive today. Hard to drink yourself to death in a police cell. Something heavy settled behind Logan's eyes, pulling his whole head down. And if he'd arrested Gordon Taylor on Saturday for being drunk and incapable, or done him for biting 2 security guards and a nurse, or for punching that other nurse on the nose... You okay, Gov? A one-shouldered shrug. Missed opportunities. He looked off down the road. Didn't really matter in the end, did it? Lock Gordon Taylor up for a night, or a week, and he'd still hit the bottle as soon as he got out. All it would have done was delay the inevitable. Sooner or later, he'd be in the undertaker's van on the way to the mortuary. Logan dragged in a deep breath, then let it out. Checked his watch. Might as well head back to the office and do something productive. Get Wheezy to deliver the death message. He knows Gordon Taylor's dad. Might be better if he finds out from a friend. There was only so much you could do. Logan spat the last cold dregs of coffee back into his mug and shuddered. Time for a fresh cup. He'd got as far as his office door when his mobile launched into its anonymous ringtone. Please let it be anyone other than Mrs. Sodding Black again. He hit the button. McRae? Mr. McRae, it's Marjorie from Wilkie and Oxford Solicitors. How are you doing? That's great. I've had Mr. and Mrs. Moore on the phone again, and they're prepared to go as far as 15,000 below the valuation. Then Mr. and Mrs. Moore can go screw themselves. A fake laugh came down the phone as Logan let himself out into the corridor, making for the stairwell. Well, I had to let you know anyway. I'll get back to the solicitor, and I wanted to know if you're available this afternoon. We've had a call from a young man interested in viewing the property. I'm on duty. Which part of serving police officer did she not understand? Right, yes. Well, not to worry. I can show him around. Nice to know she'd be doing something for her 1% cut of the price. He slid his phone back in its pocket and clumped up the stairs to the canteen. Froze in the doorway. DCI Steele sat at the table in front of the vending machine, working her way through a curly-whirly and a tin of Coke. A large parcel lay on the floor at her feet, wrapped in brown paper and about a mile of packing tape. She hadn't seen him yet, too busy chewing. All he had to do was back out of the door and, "Hoy, Laz! I'll have a hazelnut latte if you're buying." Sodding hell. Too late. He stepped into the canteen. Any luck tracking down John Skinner's kids? She took another bite of curly-whirly, chewing with her mouth open. Trust me, if there was, you'd have heard about it. I'd be running through the station bare-arse naked singing Henry the Horny Hedgehog at the top of my lungs. A shudder riffled its way across Logan's shoulders. Gah. Oh, like you're a sodding catwalk model. Least I'm getting some, unlike you. Surprised your right arm's no like Popeye's by now. Her teeth ripped a chunk off the twisted chocolate. And while we're on the subject, where the sodding hell have you been? Got missing kids to find, remember? He stared at her. It's your case. You took it over, remember? Don't be so... And for your information, we've got enough on our plate as it is. Spent half the morning dealing with a sudden death. He bared his teeth. So forgive me if I'm not available to run about after you all day. Steele leaned back in her chair and waved her curly-whirly at him. Oh, aye. I heard all about your sudden death. 2 missing kids trumps 1 dead tramp. The curly-whirly jabbed towards the canteen counter. Now backside in gear, and tell them no to skimp on the chocolate sprinkles this time. Typical. He got a coffee for himself, and Steele's hazelnut latte. Brought them both back to the table. I've spat in yours. No, you didn't. She took a sip. Sighed. Got 24 bodies manning the phones. Heidi and Toby Skinner have been spotted everywhere from Thurso to the Costa del Sol, via Peebles and Chipping Norton. The creases between her eyebrows deepened. Getting a bad feeling about this one, Laz. Just because we haven't found them yet, doesn't mean we won't. When are we ever that lucky? Steele sank back in her seat and scrubbed her face with her palms, pulling it about like pasty plasticine, then let her arms drop. In other news, tomorrow night, you and Jasmine, daddy-daughter time, with Despicable Me 1 and 2. No. You're no watching a Disney film, Laz. I know you get aroused by all those princesses and their pretty dresses. I'm not being your unpaid babysitter. Come on. It's our anniversary. Steele nudged the parcel with her toe. Got Susan the perfect gift. Want to know what it is? He glanced beneath the table. Large, rectangular, with a website address printed on the delivery label. Something you've ordered off the internet? Nah, I'd rather not know. It was bound to be something filthy. Probably battery-operated. You're no fun. She unwrapped the last inch of twirly toffee and jammed it in her mouth. Tell you what, 10 quid, cash, and a pizza. Can't say fairer than that. No. OK, 10 quid, a pizza, and a bottle of red. She narrowed her mouth to a little pale slit. Uh-ho. Crucifixes at the ready, Laz. Here comes Nosferatu Jr. Logan turned and peered over his shoulder. Superintendent Young was marching across the green terrazzo floor towards their table, dressed all in black, with a silver crown on each epaulette attached to his black t-shirt, the fabric stretched tight across his barrel chest. Steele hissed, then stared at the tabletop, keeping her voice low. Don't move. Don't make eye contact. Don't even breathe. He'll get confused and walk away. She took a deep breath. Young stopped at the head of the table. Inspector? Chief Inspector? She didn't move. Logan nodded. Superintendent? He pulled up a chair. Mrs. Black has made another complaint. What a surprise. Let me guess. Wheezy and I are corrupt because we didn't arrest Justin Robson this morning? Apparently he's bribed you with drugs and dirty magazines. A frown. Why is Chief Inspector Steele going purple? Because she's not right in the head. Logan took a sip of coffee. And for the record, there was nothing we could do. Robson killed Mrs. Black's parakeets, no doubt about that. But he burned all the evidence, even his shoes. I see. And is DCI Steele planning on holding her breath till she passes out? Probably. Look, we can't arrest Robson because we've got nothing on him that'll stand up in court. I've sent the dead parakeets off to the labs, but you know what the budget's like. Assuming we can even get past the backlog. But you're not hopeful, are... A sigh. Then Young leaned over and poked Steele hard in the ribs. Breathe, you idiot! Air exploded out of her. Then she grabbed the table and hauled in a deep, shuddering breath. I understand you could have arrested the pair of them last night, but didn't. Ooh, the world's gone all swimmy! Logan twisted the coffee cup in his hands. We felt it was more appropriate to try and diffuse the situation with a warning. But Mr. Robson didn't take it. Not so much. A shrug. Mrs. Black poured paint all over his car and carved drug dealer into the doors. Probably have to get it completely resprayed. Going to cost him, what, 3, maybe 4 grand? Steele blinked, shook her head. Wow! That's a hell of a lot cheaper than a bottle of Chardonnay. And in light of this morning's actions? Logan raised one hand and rocked it from side to side. The aggravated assault and vandalism got no crimed. I doubt the PF would let us go back and do the pair of them retrospectively. Going to try that again? Steele took another huge breath and scrunched her face up. Young frowned at her for a while. Has she always been this bad? No, she's getting worse. He poked her again. We've got 12 different news organisations camped outside the front door. Do you think you could try acting a bit more like a grown-up? She scowled at him. Doing everything we can, okay? She held up a hand, counting the points off on her fingers. National appeal in the media, whole team going through all Heidi and Toby's friends, posters up at every train station, bus station, airport and ferry terminal. We did 3 complete door-to-doors where they live, and... Steele wiggled the one remaining finger. This little piggy's being held in reserve in case of emergency. Piggies are toes. Whatever. She put her hand away. If you've got any helpful suggestions, I'll take them under consideration. Young shifted in his seat. Aye, didn't think so. He stood, slid his chair back into place, straightened his t-shirt, stuck a huge, warm, scarred hand on Logan's shoulder. "And make sure you're getting every encounter with Mrs. Black on video. I've got the nasty feeling this is going to blow up in our faces." D.S. Rennie popped his coiffured head around Logan's door, his mouth stretched out and down like someone had stolen his pony. "Gov, you got a minute?" Logan shoved the keyboard to one side. "If it's more interesting than budget projections for the next quarter, I've got dozens of them." "Cool." He stepped into the office and sank into a visitor's chair, unbuttoned his suit jacket, then pulled out his notebook. "I spoke to the janitor at Heidi and Toby Skinner's school, and—" "Going to stop you right there." Logan held up a hand. "Don't tell me, tell Steele. She's running the case." A shrug. "Yeah, but she's doing a press conference, and this was sitting on her desk." He held up a sheet of A4 with, "Off being a media tart. Anything comes up, tell D.I. McRae." Typical. Couldn't have given the reins to one of her minions, could she? No, of course not. Not when she could make Logan's life more difficult. "Anyway," Rennie went back to his notebook, "so I spoke to the janitor, the professor from Aberdeen Uni who runs the Saturday Maths Club, and a really camp Geordie who takes the ballet class. All say the same thing. John Skinner picked Heidi and Toby up at midday." "Damn it!" Logan frowned at the screen, ignoring the spreadsheet and its irritating little numbers. Skinner picked up the kids. Did he do it before or after he killed their mother? Did he make them watch? What about family and friends? Rennie flipped the page. Team's been going through them all morning, but no one's seen the kids. And John Skinner's car was still missing. "Okay, if you haven't already done it, get a lookout request on Skinner's BMW. Tell traffic and every patrol car team it's Category 1. I want it found. Might be something in there that'll tell us what he's done with Heidi and Toby. Make sure the SEB sample any dirt in the footwells. Get it off for soil analysis." He tapped his fingertips along the edge of the desk, frowning at those horrible little numbers. Maybe it's parked on a side street somewhere near where he dropped the kids. After all, that's how they'd found Emma Skinner. Not that it had done her any good. "Yes, Gov." Rennie stood. "So, you're in charge till Steele gets back?" Logan folded over and banged his head on the desk a couple of times. "Gov?" Of course he sodding was, because D.I. Steele had struck again. 11. "Okay, thanks, Denise." Rennie put the phone down. Logan looked at him. "Well?" "Sod all." The major inquiry team room was a lot grander than the manky hole CID had to work out of. New carpet tiles that were all the same colour, swanky new computers that probably didn't run on elastic bands and arthritic hamsters, electronic whiteboards, a colour printer, a fancy coffee machine that took little pods, and ceiling tiles that didn't look as if they'd spent 3 months on the floor of a dysentery ward. How the other half lived. A handful of officers were on the phones, talking in hushed voices and scribbling down notes. Logan picked up one of the interactive markers and drew a circle on the whiteboard. There was a small lag, then a red circle appeared on the map of Aberdeen that filled the screen, taking in a chunk of the city centre around the casino. John Skinner didn't park in the Chapel Street multi-storey and walk the length of Union Street to kill himself. He was clarted in blood. Someone would have noticed. DS Biohazard Bob crossed his arms and poked out his top lip, as if he was trying to sniff it. It wasn't a good look. With his sticky-out ears, bald patch, and single thick hairy eyebrow, he bore more than a passing resemblance to a chimpanzee at the best of times. "What about the NCP on Virginia Street? It's just round the corner." Rennie shook his head. "The one on Ship Row's closer." Pair of twits. It's the same car park. Logan drew a red X on the screen. "Doesn't matter. Logbook says it's been searched. No dark blue BMW M5. Biohazard had a scratch. There's a council one on Mearns Street. That's pretty close too. Or Union Square. Or..." Rennie pointed at the map. "What if he had a long coat on, like a Mac or something? Could cover up the bloodstains and no one would notice. Dump it when he gets onto the roof of the casino." "Nah." Biohazard shook his head. "We would have found it on the roof." "Not if the wind got hold of it. Could be in Norway by now. True. Logan took the pen and marked on all the public car parks within a 15-minute walk. Rennie, get down to the CCTV room and tell them to go over the footage from Saturday. Any route to the casino from any of these car parks. See if they can find John Skinner. Gov? Biohazard. Grab some bodies and work your way through the car parks. Find that BMW. Start with the closest, work your way out. Gov? The pair of them turned and marched off, leaving nothing but a cloying, eggy reek behind. Logan gagged, wafted a hand in front of his face. Biohazard! Giggling faded away down the corridor. That's us done Union Square. Got a dark blue Beamer, but it's not his. Hold on. Biohazard Bob's voice went all muffled, barely audible. I don't care. You should have gone before we left the station. Then he was back. Sorry, Gov, logistical problems. Logan drew a red cross on the whiteboard, eliminating Union Square. Might as well try College Street multi-story while you're there, then hit the Trinity Centre. Gov? The MIT office was nearly deserted. A handful of plainclothes officers were bent over phones, taking sightings from members of the public. A whiteboard by the fancy coffee machine bore a list of possible locations that now stretched from Lerwick to Naples. A woman with bouffant hair and pigeon toes put her phone down, shambled over, and added Port Isaac to the roll. She puffed out her cheeks, then turned to Logan. I know they're only trying to help, Gov, but why do they all have to be nutters? Oh, here we go. Her eyebrows climbed up her forehead, and she pointed over Logan's shoulder. Showtime. He turned, and there was Steele on one of the large flat-screen TVs. A media liaison officer sat on one side of her, fiddling with his notes and looking uncomfortable. On the other side, there were an elderly couple, a grey-haired woman and a bald man, both with dark circles beneath watery eyes. The lines in their faces had probably deepened an inch since Saturday. Officer Bouffant scuffed over to Logan, staring up at the screen. Both sets of grandparents wanted to do it, but the boss thought it'd be best to stick to the wife's side of the family. Might be harder to get sympathy with the murdering wee sod's mum and dad there. Logan grabbed the remote and turned the sound on. Thank you. The media officer shuffled his papers again, then held out a hand. Detective Chief Inspector Roberta Steele. It looked as if she'd had a bash at combing her hair, and failed. Heidi and Toby Skinner were picked up by their father from Balmoral Primary School at 12 o'clock on Saturday afternoon. At 1:45, John Skinner jumped from the roof of the Grosvenor G Casino on Exchequer Row. At some point between 12 o'clock and 1:45, Emma Skinner, Heidi and Toby's mother, was subjected to a brutal and fatal attack, along with her friend Brian Williams, at a house in Newborough Road. At that, the elderly couple sitting next to Steele quivered and wiped away tears. Officer Bouffant tilted her head. We're calling Williams her friend. Thought it'd be kinder. A copy of that morning's Daily Mail sat on the desk beside her. Mum and toy boy lover in bloodbath horror. How did that work out for you? She picked up the newspaper and dumped it in the bin. Shrugged. Well, it was worth a go. Appealing for any information that will help us locate Heidi and Toby. Did you see John Skinner's dark blue BMW M5? Then a sigh. Wasting our time, aren't we? Fiver says that gets us nothing but more phone calls from nutters. Yup. Extremely concerned for their well-being. Officer Bouffant curled into herself a bit, shoulders rounding. Do you know what? Being in the police would be a great job if we didn't have to deal with members of the sodding public. Thank you. The media officer had another shuffle, and now Mr. and Mrs. Pritchard would like to read a brief statement. The old man's voice was cracked and raw, trembling with each breath. We've already lost so much. Emma was the brightest, most wonderful human being you could ever meet. She lit up every room. Think they'll get custody of the kids? You know, assuming we find them. She folded her arms. I mean, the court won't give Heidi and Toby to Skinner's parents, will they? Not after what he did. Haven't you got phones to answer? Sigh. Yes, Gov. Bring our grandchildren home, safe and sound. Please, if you know anything, if you saw... Their father. The poor sod couldn't even bring himself to say John Skinner's name. If you know where our grandchildren are. He crumpled, both hands covering his face. His wife put her arm around him, tears shining on her cheeks. Mr. Media did some more shuffling. Thank you. We will now take questions. A forest of hands shot up. Yes? Carol Smith, Aberdeen Examiner. Why did John Skinner jump off the casino? Did he have a gambling problem? Steele shook her head. Not that we know of. The casino has no record of him ever being in the building before. As far as we... Logan killed the sound and left Steele chuntering away to herself in silence. It was all just for show anyway. The illusion of progress. Yes, someone might spot John Skinner's BMW, but it wasn't likely. The only way they were going to get Heidi and Toby back was by working their way through every parking spot in the city and hoping there was something in Skinner's car that would point the way. And hope even more that it didn't point to a pair of tiny, shallow graves. His phone buzzed deep inside his pocket, then launched into If I Only Had a Brain. That would be Rennie. Logan hit the button. What have you got? Gov? Think we've found him. There. The CCTV tech leaned forward and poked the screen. A figure was frozen in the lower left-hand corner, shoulders hunched, long blue raincoat on over what looked like a grey suit. John Skinner. Logan nodded. It's him. She spooled the footage backwards, and he reversed onto Union Street, disappearing around the corner of the Athenaeum pub. Took a while, but we managed to... Hoy! The door thumped open, and Steele stood on the threshold, with a mug in one hand and a rolled-up newspaper tucked under her arm. Who said you sods could start without me? And everything had been going so well. Thought you were off being a media tart. Did you see me on the telly? I was spectacular, like a young Helen Mirren. She thumped the newspaper against his chest. Page 4. Logan opened the Scottish Sun to a spread on Father of Two in Murder-Suicide Spree, complete with photos of John Skinner, his 2 victims, and his missing children. She poked the article. See? The community has been stunned by Skinner's terrible crimes, and now fears for Heidi, 7, and Toby, 6, are growing. A nod. Told you, missing kids trumps dead tramp. Think they're going to run a 2-page spread on Gordy Taylor choking on his own vomit? Course they're no. He dumped the paper in the bin. That doesn't mean we don't... blah, blah, blah. Steele leaned on the desk, close enough to brush the tech's hair with an errant boob. What are we looking at? John Skinner. She shuffled an inch sideways, getting away from Steele's chest. So we track him backwards from the casino. Her fingers clattered across the keyboard, and the scene jumped to the security camera at the junction of Union Street and Market Street. John Skinner reversed across the corner of the image, clipping the edge of the box junction before disappearing again. Can barely see the wee sod. Can you no follow him properly? The CCTV tech shook her head, flinching as her ear made contact. If something does something, and we're there, we can follow him from camera to camera, but we can't jump back in time and tilt and pan, can we? You're lucky we got anything at all. Logan's phone rang, deep in his pocket. Please don't be Mrs. Black. Please don't be Mrs. Black. But when he checked the display, it was only Marjorie from Wilkie in Oxford, useless solicitors and rubbish estate agents to the stars. Probably calling with another derisory offer from the Moors. Well, she could go to voicemail. Let it ring. Steele glowered at him. You answering that, or do I have to shove it up your bumhole? We're working here. Right. He pressed the button to reject the call. Sorry. Think so too. She eased a little closer to the CCTV tech. Come on then. Where now? Another rattle of keys. Marky's and the St. Nicholas Centre probably got him on their cameras, but the next time he shows up is here. A view across School Hill at the traffic lights. 3 cars and a bus stopped on one side, a motorcyclist and a transit van on the other. Skinner lurched backwards across the road and into a short granite canyon blocked off by metal bollards. He reversed past the bank and in through the line of glass doors leading into the Bon Accord Centre. Or more properly, out of it, given the way he'd been going in real life. She poked the screen as the doors shut, swallowing him. That's it. That's it. Doesn't appear on foot on any of the other CCTV cameras in the area. A smile put dimples in her cheeks. But I found this. The screen jumped to a view down Berry Street, where it made a T-junction with the Gallowgate. Bland granite flats on one side, and a bland granite office block on the other side. A dark blue BMW M5 came down the Gallowgate and paused in the middle of the junction, indicating right. The opposing traffic dribbled away, and it turned onto Berry Street. She hit pause. Number plate matches. Steele pressed in even closer. So what are we saying? Logan poked her in the shoulder. Get your boob out of the poor woman's ear. He pointed. Down there you've got John Lewis and the Lock Street car park. What about the CCTV camera at the corner of St Andrews Street and George Street? Nope. Far as I can tell, he dumps the car in the car park and walks through the Bonaccord Centre. Steele smacked her hand down on the desk. Saddle the horses, lads! We've got 2 wee kids to save! 12. The patrol car's sirens carved a path through the Monday rush hour. It was still excruciatingly slow, though, crawling along under 30 miles an hour till he got to the junction with Berry Street, where John Skinner had turned right. Then the traffic thinned out, and Rennie put his foot down, gunning the engine, throwing them hard around the corner, and eek! He locked his arms and stamped on the brakes as the back end of a Citroën Espace burst into its view. Its baby on board sticker loomed huge, getting huger. They slithered sideways in a juddering rumble of anti-lock brakes, coming to a halt half on the pavement. Steele leaned over from the passenger seat and scalped him round the ear. What have I told you about no getting me killed? That was close. Moron! The Espace pulled forward up the ramp, apparently unaware that they nearly had an extra 3 passengers in the back seat, complete with patrol car. Rennie backed off the pavement and followed them under the curved blue sign and into the concrete gloom. A wee queue of traffic led up to an automatic barrier, issuing tickets slower than tectonic plates move. Steele slumped in her seat. Gah! Would have been quicker sodding walking! Logan's mobile gave its anonymous ringtone. He pulled it out and checked the screen. Marjorie from the estate agents again. He stuck the phone back in his pocket, let it go to voicemail. Finally, Rennie grabbed a ticket from the geological machinery and pulled up onto the first level. Stopped, craning left and right. Which way? A forest of concrete pillars reached away into the distance, the space between them packed with cars, all washed in the grimy glow of strip lights. Steele jabbed a finger at the tarmac. Follow the arrows, nice and slow. Anyone spots a BMW, they shout. One more time? Rennie ran his fingers across the top of the steering wheel as their car emerged from the darkness into the evening sunshine. The ramp curled around to the right, then across a short flyover, suspended 3 stories above the street below, and they were back on the roof of John Lewis again. The last gasp of overflow parking was nearly empty. 6 huge, expensive-looking, shiny 4x4s stood sentry on the seagull-speckled tarmac, each one parked as far away from the others as possible, in case someone marred their showroom finish. Could pretty much guarantee that none of them had seen anything more off-road than the potholes on Anderson Drive. Steele checked her watch. Sodden hell! She sighed. He's no here, is he? Logan leaned forward and poked his head between the front seats. What if he looped round the back of the Bonaccord Centre and onto Harriet Street? Parked in there? Rennie shook his head. Nah, Harriet's one way. Ah. Still be a lot of wee places you could leave a car round here, though. Not legally, but if you just stabbed your wife and lover to death, you probably aren't too bothered about that. Steele covered her face with her hands and swore for a bit, then straightened up. One last time round the car park, then we try Crooked Lane, then Charlotte Street, and anywhere else we can think of. She kicked something in the footwell. Buggering hell! Your news, travel and weather at 7 with Jackie. Thanks, Jimmy. The trial of Professor Richard Marks enters its 3rd day today, with one prosecution witness claiming the psychiatrist sexually assaulted him on 18 separate occasions. Rennie swung the car around Mount Hooley roundabout. Where now? At Aberdeen University since 2010. The massive lump of earth and grass slid by the driver's side, easily big enough to hold its own housing scheme. Surprised no one had thought of that yet. Could make a fortune. Steele slumped against the passenger window. Back to the ranch. 23 counts. Next up, the grandparents of 2 missing local children issued an appeal today for information. Heidi and Toby Skinner have been missing since their father committed suicide on Saturday. Rennie took the next left, up the Gallowgate. Grey 3-storey flats on one side, grey 4-storey flats on the other. The grey, monolithic lump of Seamount Court towered over the surrounding buildings, with its 18 stories of concrete, narrow windows glittering in the sunlight. You, please, we just want our grandchildren back. The North East Scotland College building drifted past the driver's side, in yet more shades of grey. Logan shifted in his seat. Maybe he had an accomplice. Maybe he got out at the Bonaccord Centre and someone drove the kids away. Maybe. Steele raised one shoulder. Or maybe he decided the whole family would be better off dead. You know what these scumbags are like. She's shagging around on him, so everyone gets to die. She stared out of the window at the sea of grey buildings. You've really managed to cock this one up, haven't you? What? Logan reached forward and poked her on the shoulder. How have I cocked it up? Rennie kept his eyes on the road, mouth shut. You should have had a lookout request going on the kids soon as they scraped Skinner off the cobblestones. Really? Because I remember you saying it was all his own fault and Guthrie should head round and try to shag the widow. A sniff. A pause. Then Steele raised an eyebrow. To be fair, given what she'd been up to with Brian Williams, Sunshine might have been in with a chance, so... And I don't see you showering yourself in glory here. If it wasn't for me, we wouldn't even be searching the car parks. Steele's eyes narrowed. Nobody likes a smart-arse. Rennie knocked on Logan's doorframe. Thought you'd have gone home by now. His hair was back to its usual blonde quiffiness, the tie loosened and top button undone, bags under both eyes. Logan leaned back in his office chair. Could say the same for you. A small smile and a shrug. Got everyone we can out looking for Skinner's car. Might have to organise a mass search tomorrow. Half of Aberdeen rampaging through the streets shouting at blue BMWs. Fun, fun, fun. The joy of working for Detective Chief Inspector Steele. Tell me about it. Our Donna's less of a hassle, and she's only 6 months old. Still, at least we don't have to change Steele's nappies. Yet. Rennie curled his top lip. Shudder. Then he hooked a thumb over his shoulder, towards the corridor. Bunch of us are heading off to Blackfriars. You wanna? Logan shut down his computer. Tempting, but I've got to check on a nut job before I go home. Violent pink and orange caught the underside of the grey clouds as the sun sank towards the horizon. Logan tucked the pool car in behind a Mini on the other side of Pitmedden Court. Across the road, lights shone from Justin Robson's windows, but Mrs. Black's house was slipping into darkness. She was probably sitting in there, on her own, mourning her dead parakeets at the bottom of a vodka bottle, wondering where her life went so badly wrong. Maybe plotting revenge on her horrible next-door neighbour. Not that Justin Robson didn't deserve a good stiff kicking for what he'd done, and got away with. Still, at least they didn't seem to be at each other's throats this evening. That was something. But there was no way it would last. Sooner or later, one of them was going to open fire again. Logan pulled away from the curb, heading back towards divisional headquarters. Should have arrested the pair of them when they had the chance. Logan let himself into the flat. Cthulhu! Daddy's home! He clunked the door shut, hung up his jacket, grabbed the last tin of Stella from the fridge. Cthulhu! She was through in the lounge, stretching on the windowsill, paws out front, bum in the air, tail making a fluffy question mark. A couple of proops, a meep. Then she thunked down onto the laminate floor and padded over to bump her head against his shins. The answering machine was giving its familiar baleful wink again. Well, it could sodding wait. He squatted down and scooped Cthulhu up, turning her the wrong way up and blowing raspberries on her fuzzy tummy as she stretched and purred. Daddy's had a crappy day. More purring. The answering machine bided its time, glowering. Might as well get it over with. He carried Cthulhu over and pressed the button. You have 5 new messages. Message 1. Bleep. Mr. McRae, it's Dr. Beresford from Newton-Meyer Specialist Care Centre. We've got your application in for a bed for Samantha Mackey in our neurological ward. Normally there's a waiting list of about 6 months, but we've had a cancellation. Can you call me back, please? I'll be here till about 8. Thanks. He hit pause and checked his watch, making Cthulhu wriggle. 7:45. Still time. Cthulhu got placed on the arm of the chair while Logan dug out the paperwork from the coffee table's drawer, flipped through to Dr. Beresford's contact details, and punched the number into the phone. Listened to it ring. Newton-Meyer Specialist Care Centre, how can I help you this evening? Can I speak to Dr. Beresford, please? It's Logan McRae. One moment. He sank into the couch, then stood again, paced to the window and back. A deep, posh voice purred down the line. Ah, Mr. McRae, how are you? You've got an opening for Samantha. That's right. We were holding a bed for someone, but unfortunately they've passed away. That's great! Logan cleared his throat. Sorry, obviously it's not great for them. I just meant, it's okay, I understand. Now, there are a few things we'll need to sort out to make sure Miss Mackey can get the best care possible. You are aware of our fee structure. Right to the chase. Logan glanced down at the letter, with its columns of eye-watering figures. Yes. Excellent. Well, if you can organise the Phase 1 payment, we'll get the ball rolling. Phase 1 cost more than he made in a year. He forced his voice to stay level. When do you need it? Well, normally we'd say straight away. There is a waiting list, but if you need time to sort things out, I can probably extend that to 2 weeks. Any more than that, and I'll have to release the bed again. 2 weeks. Could probably get a second mortgage organised in the flat by then, couldn't he? Or he could take wee Hamish Mowat up on his offer. Borrow enough money to pay the care centre's fees till the mortgage came through. Sweat prickled the back of Logan's neck. Cross that line and there was no going back. No plausible deniability. He'd be in wee Hamish's pocket, and that would be that. Logan's eyes widened. Oh, crap. Wee Hamish. He'd taken an interest in Samantha's care. Said he'd put in a word. What if he'd done more than that? What if he'd made the opportunity? Mr. McRae? Hello? Sorry. Logan licked his lips. Dr. Beresford, the person who died, how did... Was it... Pneumonia. She was due to come up from Ninewells Hospital 3 weeks ago, but there were complications. A sigh. Is often the case with people in long-term unresponsive states. Chest infections are very difficult for them to deal with and, sadly, she was simply too weak to fight this one off. The breath whomphed out of Logan, leaving him with eyes closed, one hand clasped to his forehead. Thank God for that. At least wee Hamish didn't have her killed. I see. Right. 2 weeks. Let me know if that's not going to be possible, though. Okay. No, yes. Right. Thanks. He listened till the line went dead, then clicked the phone back in its charger. 2 weeks. Another deep breath. First thing tomorrow, get an appointment with the bank, see what they could do. 2 weeks. It was as if something huge and heavy was sitting on his chest. Logan pressed play on the answering machine again. Message 2. Bleep. Logan? What exactly is wrong with you? I'm your mother, and I deserve... You can sod off too. Poke. Message deleted. Message 3. Bleep. Gov. It's Rennie. We're in Archie's. Where are you? The sound of singing and cheering drowned him out for a moment. Buck naked. Anyway, we're having another couple here, then maybe grabbing a curry. Give us a call, okay? Message deleted. Message 4. Bleep. Aye, D.I. McRae. It's Alfie here from Control. Yon horrible wifey Mrs. Black's been on the phone about a dozen times, moaning about her neighbour. Are you... Message deleted. Message 5. Bleep. Mr. McRae, it's Marjorie from Wilkie and Oxford Solicitors again. Hello, I've been trying to get in touch about the young man who came round to view the property this afternoon. He loves the flat and he's made an offer. She left a dramatic pause. That was the trouble with people these days. Too much time spent watching Who Wants to Be a Millionaire and Celebrity MasterChef and Strictly Come Sodding Dancing. They couldn't just come out and say something. They had to build it into a big production number. Mr. Uckert wants to know if you'll take the property off the market for £20,000 over the valuation. Logan stared at the machine. How much? Anyway, it's nearly 5 o'clock, so if you want to give me a call back tomorrow morning, we can see how you'd like to proceed. OK, thanks. Bye. Bleep. How much? He pressed the button to play the message again. Mr. Uckert wants to know if you'll take the property off the market for £20,000 over the valuation. Damn right he would. He played the message 3 more times, then kissed Cthulhu on the head, popped her down on the couch, and toasted her with a tin of Stella. Daddy's sold the flat! God knew it was about time something went right. Every silver lining. 13. OK, any questions? Standing at the front of the MIT office, Steele clicked the remote, and the screen behind her filled with the photos of Heidi and Toby Skinner. A hand went up at the back. We still looking for live kids, or is it kids' bodies now? Steele scowled through the gathered ranks of uniform and plain-clothes officers. You looking for a shoe-leather suppository, McCarty? 'Cause I don't use lubricant. He lowered his hand. Only asking. Well, don't. She turned to the crowd again. Heidi is 7, Toby is 6. We're only we, and we are damn well going to find them while they're still alive. Am I clear? A muffled chorus rippled around the room. I said, am I sodding clear? This time the answer rattled the ceiling tiles. Gov, yes, Gov. Better. She straightened the hem of her skirt, pulling it down and increasing the amount of wrinkly cleavage on view by about an inch. Now our beloved divisional commander is going to say a few inspirational words. She jerked her head towards a big man with a baldy head and hands like a gorilla. Come on, Tony, fill your boots. While Big Tony Campbell was banging on about civic responsibility and the weight of the public's expectations, Logan flicked through the short stack of post-it notes that had been stuck to his monitor when he got in. All pretty much the same. Mrs. Black called at 21:05, complaining about the noise from next door, rap music. Mrs. Black called at 21:30, still complaining about the noise. Mrs. Black called at 22:05, complaining about rap music and swearing from next door, again. Sounded drunk. The next 6 were the same. Every 15 to 20 minutes she'd call up to moan about Justin Robson, apparently sounding more and more blutered each time. Suppose they'd have to go around there again and read them both the riot act. So much for the ceasefire. Big Tony Campbell still hadn't finished being motivational. The power to make a difference, serving the community, proving our detractors wrong, blah, blah, blah. Steele sidled her way around the outside of the room, till she was standing next to Logan. Keeping most of her mouth clamped shut, she hissed at him out of one side. Don't forget, you're on babysitting duty tonight. He kept his face front, expressionless. She sighed. OK, a tenner, a pizza, a bottle of red, and a tub of Mackies. Logan didn't move his mouth. What kind of pizza? Microwave. Get stuffed. Up at the front, Big Tony Campbell came to the end of his speech and held up his hands in blessing. Now get out there and find those children. I know you can do it. The younger members of the audience launched into a round of applause that petered out under the withering stares of the older hands. Some embarrassed clearing of throats and shuffling of feet. Then they started drifting out of the MIT office, heading off on their allotted tasks. Rennie appeared at Steele's shoulder, stifling a yawn. All set, Gov. Both sets of grandparents are on their way for the press conference at 8. She didn't look at him. I know when the press conference is. You knew when the last one was, and you were still 15 minutes late. Her lips pursed. wrinkles deepening at the corners as her eyes narrowed. "Coffee, milk and 2 sugars, and a bacon butty. Now, Sergeant!" Soon as he was gone, she tugged at her shirt again. Any further and there'd be brow on show. "Cheeky wee sod that he is!" Logan stuck his hands in his pockets. "Thought you weren't using John Skinner's parents." "United front, lads. We want them kids back. Our beloved divisional commander thinks if we stick both sets up there, the public's more likely to help hunt down John Skinner's Beamer." "OK. Well, have you got a team going door-to-door on Newborough Road, where we found the wife's car?" She closed one eye and squinted at him. "Do I look like a complete and utter numpty to you? Course I have." If someone saw John Skinner turn up to murder his wife, maybe they saw someone else in the car. An accomplice. "Yeah, I did actually think of that. It's no my first murder, thank you very much." A sniff. Then another shirt tug, revealing a line of black lace. "Tell you, lads, that nasty feeling of mine's getting worse." "You're not the only one. Sodding hell." His phone was going again, playing that same irritating, anonymous ringtone. "Sorry." He pulled it out and pressed the button. "Hello?" Nothing. "Hello?" A woman's voice, thin and trembling. Are you Sergeant McCrae? Can I help you?" "It's over." "OK." He took a couple of steps away and stuck a finger in his other ear. "Who am I talking to?" "It's over. It's finally over. I'm free." "That's great. Now, who am I speaking to?" The voice was kind of familiar, but not enough to put a name to it. Distorted and distant, as if whoever it was wasn't really there. "Hello?" "I'm free." Then nothing but silence. She'd hung up. Nutters. The world was full of nutters. He checked his call history. 01224 area code. Didn't help much. That covered nearly everything from Kingswells to Portlethen and all points in between, including the whole of Aberdeen. He dialed the number back, listened to it ring, and ring, and ring, and ring, more soup, and ring. "Hi, this is Justin's answering machine. I'm afraid he's too busy to come to the phone right now, but you know what to do when you hear the..." Followed by a long bleep. "Hello? Anyone there? Hello?" Nothing. "Hello?" Silence. Logan hung up, frowned down at his phone. Justin. But it had been a woman's voice he'd heard. "It's over. It's finally over. I'm free." Logan's eyes widened. "Justin!" Sodding hell! He ran for the door. Grey houses streaked by the pool car's windows. The siren wailed, lights flashing, parting the early morning traffic as Logan tore up Union Street doing 50. "Call control! Whoever's closest, I want a safe and well check on Justin Robson. Grade 1! Sitting in the passenger seat, Wheezy Doug dug out his mobile and dialed. Braced himself with his other hand as the pool car jinked around a bendy bus. "Control from Sierra Charlie 6. I need a safe and well check." The music hall flashed by on the right, pedestrians stopping on the pavement to gawp as the car screamed past. "Justin Robson! No, Robson! Romeo, Oscar, Bravo, Sierra, Oscar, November." "Yes, Robson!" Shops and traffic blurred past. Across the box junction by the old Capitol Cinema. "Don't care, Control, as long as they get there now. We're en route." A hard left onto Holborn Street. A van driver's eyes bulged as he wrenched his transit up onto the curb. Silly sod should have been on his own side of the road in the first place. The needle crept up to 60. "OK." Wheezy pinned the mobile to his chest, covering the mouthpiece. "Control want to know what are they sending a car into?" "Something horrible. Now tell them to get their backsides in gear." "Gov." And he was back on the phone again. The needle hit 65. Logan abandoned the Vauxhall sideways across the road, behind a patrol car, and bolted for Justin Robson's house. The front door was wide open, raised voices coming from inside. I don't care what they're doing. Tell the scenes examination branch to get their backsides over here. He battered into the hall. Hello? A uniformed officer appeared in the kitchen doorway, hair scraped back, tattoos poking out from the sleeves of her police-issue t-shirt. She had her airwave up to her ear. Okay, make sure they do. Then she twisted it back onto one of the clips on her stab-proof vest and nodded at him. Sir? Her mouth turned down at the edges. Sorry. Logan jogged to a halt. Is he... She jerked her head back and to the side. Through there. Then stood back to let Logan in. Justin Robson's immaculate kitchen wasn't immaculate anymore. Bright scarlet smeared the granite worktops. More on the big American fridge freezer. More on the walls. A few drops on the ceiling. Robson sat on the tiled floor, with his back against one of the units, legs at 25 to 4, one arm curled in his lap, palm up, fingers out, the other loose and twisted at his side. Head back, mouth open, eyes staring at the rack lighting, skin pale as skimmed milk. He was dressed for work, brand new trainers, blue jeans, shirt and tie. Everything between his neck and his knees was stained dark, dark crimson. One of his own huge and probably very expensive kitchen knives stuck out of his chest, buried at least halfway in. It wasn't the only wound. His torso was covered with them. The PC eased into the room and stood well back from the spatter marks with her arms folded, staring down at the body. He's still warm. I've called an ambulance. But look at him. Has to be stabbed at least 30, 40 times. No pulse. Logan cleared his throat. Where's Marion Black? She was in the living room, sitting on Justin Robson's couch. Red and brown streaks covered both arms, the black leather seat beside her clarty with more blood. Her tartan gym jams were frayed at the cuffs, the front spattered and smeared. Logan beckoned the PC over. Your body-worn video working? She tapped the credit card-style cover. Already running. Good, stay there. He stepped in front of Mrs. Black, where the BWV would catch them both. You phoned me. She looked up and smiled, slow and happy, peaceful, like her voice. Isn't it lovely and quiet? Her pupils were huge and dark, shiny as buttons. Mrs. Black, Justin Robson's dead. I know, isn't it wonderful? He's dead and gone, and it's all lovely and quiet. Her fingers made tacky, sticky noises on the leather couch. He killed my babies, and then... A frown. That horrible music at all hours, pounding away through the walls. Boom, boom, boom. Mrs. Black, what... I asked him to turn it down, and he laughed in my face. He killed my babies and laughed at me. Played that horrible music till I couldn't... She looked down at her blood-smeared fingers. The nails were almost black. And now he's dead, and it's lovely and quiet again. We can all live happily ever after. I'm going to need you to come with me. She waved a hand at the huge flat-screen TV and the games consoles. Why would a grown man need all this stuff? Marion Black, I am detaining you under Section 14 of the Criminal Procedures, Scotland Act 1995, because I suspect you of having committed an offence punishable by imprisonment, namely the murder by stabbing of Justin Robson. It's pathetic, isn't it? All this stuff, all that money, and what good did it do him? You're not obliged to say anything, but anything you do say will be noted down and may be used in evidence. Stand up, please. She unfolded herself from the couch, rubbed each thumb along the tips of her filthy fingers, caught, literally red-handed. A frown. I'm glad he's dead. Then the smile was back. Now I can sleep. 14. Steele stood on her tiptoes and peered over Logan's shoulder into the interview room. She copped to it. Yes and no. He eased the door closed, leaving Mrs. Black alone with D.S. Baird and the PC from the house. We've got her on BWV admitting she killed him, but in there, she can't remember. She's confused. And now she's decided she does want a lawyer after all. Gah. Steele's face soured. Want to bet whatever slimy git she gets will tell her to no comment all day, then aim for a diminished responsibility in court tomorrow morning. Steele went in for a dig at an underwire. No saying I wouldn't buy it, mind. She's off her sodding rocker. She's off her face, too. Had pupils the size of doorknobs when we picked her up, which was kind of ironic, given her obsession with Robson being a drug dealer. Odds on it's antidepressants. £5 says she cops a plea, gets 3 or 4 years in a secure psychiatric facility, out in 2. Ever wonder why we bother? He tucked the manila folder under his arm and started down the corridor. What's the news with Heidi and Toby Skinner? Search turn up anything? Maybe we could get someone to section her. Indefinitely detained in a nice squishy room with a cardy that buckles up the back. He must have parked that damn car somewhere. Steele gave up on the underwire and had a dig at the bit in the middle instead. Can't be hard getting a shrink to say she's a danger to herself and others, can it? No, with 3 pints of Justin Robson's blood caked under her fingernails. I was thinking, the big car parks have ANPR systems, don't they? In case you do a runner without paying, they can track you through your number plate. We could get your mate Golding to section her, assuming he's finished stuffing Professor Marks like a sock puppet. Perver wee sod that he is. Logan frowned. Golding or Marks? Bit of both. She blew out a breath and sagged against the corridor wall. You want to know what we've got on the hunt for Skinner's kids? Sod all, that's what. Even with a massive search, there's no sign of the car anywhere. No one's seen it or the kids. She covered her face with her hands, fingertips rubbing away at her temples. McCarty was right. They're dead, aren't they? Don't get them in the first 24 hours, they're dead. And it's been 3 days. We'll find them, and we'll find them alive. All we need's one... A clipped voice cut through the corridor. Ah, there you are. A cold smile followed the words, attached to an utter bastard in police ninja black. Chief Superintendent Napier. His brogues were polished to dark mirrors, 1 pip and a crown glowing on his epaulettes. His hair glowed too, a fiery ginger that caught the overhead lighting like a Tesla coil. Napier spread his hands. And if it isn't Acting Detective Inspector McCrae as well, just the officers I need to talk to. Oh, great. Steele took a deep breath and held it. Logan poked her. If it didn't work on the apprentice, it's not going to work on the Sith Lord, is it? A frown creased Napier's forehead. Sith? She puffed out the air. This about Justin Robson? The smile widened and chilled. Indeed it is, Chief Inspector. Tell you what, why don't we start with you and then move on to Acting Detective Inspector McCrae? Call it privilege of rank. Logan wasn't about to volunteer to go first. He backed away down the corridor. Right, I'd better get on with that investigation then. Nice and slow to the corner, then run for it. Logan wandered up the pavement, away from the knot of smokers kippering each other outside the Bonaccord Centre's George Street entrance. The ribbed, concrete 70s lump of John Lewis squatted in the sunlight like a big grey wart, facing off against a row of charity shops, a supermarket, and a pawnbroker's with ideas above its station. He stuck a finger in his other ear to shut out the wails of a passing toddler. You're sure? 20 grand? I know, it's marvellous, isn't it? He's starting a property portfolio and thinks your flat's an excellent rental prospect. And the offer's unconditional. He's paying cash. We don't even need to do another home report. Marjorie sounded as if she was about to pop the champagne. 18 months on the market, and it was going for 20,000 over the asking price. Wilkie in Oxford would probably give her a badge and a hat. So, shall I tell him? It's a deal. An extra 20 grand would make a huge amount of difference. Wonderful. I'll get the paperwork drawn up and pop it in the post. Actually, I can probably nip by and sign it, get the ball rolling, before Mr. Property Portfolio changed his mind, or sobered up. Even better. Should be ready for you by lunchtime. We can... Logan walked away a couple of paces and lowered his voice. What about the moving date? Well, standard terms are 4 weeks. But we can probably stretch that to a month and a half if you need time to... No, I mean, does it have to be that long? Can we make it a week or 10 days or something? 10 days. It'd be cutting it close, but at least he'd be able to afford the Phase 1 payment for Samantha's place at the care centre. Well, it's unusual, but I can try. Please. Logan waited till she'd hung up, then had a quick look around to make sure no one was watching before doing a little happy dance, straightened his tie, wandered back to the entrance and nodded at D.S. Baird. We good? She had one last sook on her cigarette, then nipped the end out and dumped it in the bin. Ah, I needed that. Logan pointed over her shoulder. Let me guess. Wheezy. Wheezy Doug paced the pavement in front of John Lewis, on his phone, head down, brow furrowed. Not this time. She shook her head, then dug in a pocket for a packet of mints. Police Constable Alan Sunshine Guthrie. Got stuck with him for 3 hours this morning. I swear to God, Gov, if I hear the story of how he had a threesome with the cast of Snow White one more time, I'm going to kill him. Understandable. Baird shuddered. I mean, can you imagine it? Rather not. Wheezy Doug got to the end of the curb and stopped. Head bowed over his phone, eyes screwed up. Then there was swearing and coughing. A gobbet of phlegm hit the gutter. Baird shook her head. It's a miracle he's not been invalided out yet. Logan stuck his hands in his pockets. Steele thinks the kids are dead. We're looking for bodies. Probably. You know what these selfish wee gits are like. Kills the wife, kills the kids, kills himself. If he's going to die, the rest of them have to too. Her top lip curled. How could they possibly live without him? Wheezy stuffed his phone back in his pocket and lurched over, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, eyebrows down, shoulders hunched, hands curled into fists. Sodding goat buggering hell! Baird grinned at him. Good news. Post-mortem result in Gordy Taylor. Pathologist says he'd scoofed down about a litre of rough whiskey before he died. Stomach was sloshing with it. Official cause of death is asphyxia caused by aspiration of regurgitated particles. Choked in his own vomit. We knew that yesterday. Logan folded his arms. So why all the swearing? Lab's got a new piece of kit in, so they rushed through the tox report as an excuse to play with it. Gordy's blood was full of sleeping pills, painkillers, and... He checked his notebook, then took his time pronouncing the words in little chunks. Bromadiolone. What's that when it's at home? It's a fancy way of saying rat poison. The smile died on Baird's face. Poor Gordy. According to the labs, it was probably soaked into whole grain wheat. You know, the stuff they sell in tubs coloured bright blue. You use it to bait traps. Only Gordy didn't have any wheat in his stomach, or in the puddle of vomit he was lying in. That's all we need. Logan let his head fall back and stared at the sky for a beat. A breath hissed out of him. The other stuff, the drugs, that was easy enough to explain. Gordy breaks into someone's house, raids their medicine cupboard, decides he fancies getting high on whatever he finds. It doesn't react well with the booze. He throws up and dies. But rat poison. And what had Logan done when the poor sod had been hit by a car and assaulted? Blamed him for being a drunken idiot. Told him it was basically his own fault. Wonderful. More guilt. Logan squeezed it down with all the rest. Any ideas? Wheezy spluttered a bit, then spat. Lab says if you dump the rat bait in milk, water, or alcohol, you could leach the bromadiolone out of the poisoned wheat. Annis's stomach was full of whiskey, so he drinks a bottle of supermarket McTurpentine laced with rat poison and dies. Nope. Apparently it takes a day and a half for the bromadiolone to kick in. It thins the blood and causes internal bleeding. He'd have popped like a water balloon during the post-mortem. Baird nodded. So whoever did it didn't know it'd take 36 hours. I mean, it's not suicide, is it? You don't kill yourself with rat poison. You kill other people. Doesn't matter if he choked in his own vomit or not. He would have been dead by Wednesday anyway. Wheezy's shoulders slumped an inch. Suppose it's not my problem anymore, then. Have to hand it over to the major investigation team. Logan patted him on the shoulder. Welcome to Police Scotland. Sod Police Scotland. I miss Grampian Police. Better head back to the ranch and get the paperwork started. A sigh. Gov. Then Wheezy slouched off. Baird screwed up one side of her face. Rat poison. Not our problem anymore. Logan pushed through into the shopping centre. Yeah, but still. It's a CID case. We should be the ones chasing it down. They marched past the juice bar and into one of the atrium spaces, queuing for the escalator behind a group of school kids in squint uniforms. That's the way things work now. Fighting it will get you nothing but ulcers, then possibly a reprimand. So, Logan's phone launched into the Imperial March as they glided slowly upwards. That would be Steele, calling up to whinge about Napier. Baird raised an eyebrow and tilted her head at his pocket. You going to answer that? Nope. What if it's important? Maybe they found Skinner's kids. As if they could be that lucky. But maybe Baird was right. He pulled the phone out and hit the button as they hit the top of the escalator. What? Steele's voice was low and whispery. I need you to set off the fire alarm. Typical. I'm not setting off the fire alarm. Logan followed Baird past a couple of shops, then through a bland grey door marked Staff Only. Don't be a dick. Had to fake a dose of the squit so I could get away and phone you. Napier's lurking outside the ladies, making sure I don't do a runner. How untrusting is that? I'm in the Bonaccord Centre. His voice echoed back from the corridor walls. Doubt that setting off the fire alarm here is going to help you any. You rotten sod! This is no time to do your shopping. Get your puckered rectum back here and rescue me! A handful of doors sat at the end of the corridor. Baird knocked on the one with security on it. I can't come back. I'm busy. Busy, my sharny arse. If you don't get back here right now, I'm... Logan made a grating, hissing noise. Hello? Hello? More hissing. And you hear me? Hello? How thick do you think I am? Ah, well, it'd have been worth a try. Look, I can't come back and rescue you because I'm trying to find your missing kids. Where... There was a clunk. The security door opened an inch, and a little old lady in a brown peaked cap peered out. Can I help you? Got to go. Logan hung up and produced his warrant card. Police Scotland. We need to see Saturday's ANPR data for the Loch Street car park. Oh. She squinted at Logan's ID, then nodded. Better come in, then. She opened the door wide, revealing a turd-brown uniform with sweet corn-coloured buttons and piping. You looking for anything specific? The room was small, lined with television monitors showing multiple views of the shopping centre. People going about their shoppy business, dragging stroppy toddlers and stroppier boyfriends behind them. Baird took out her notebook. Dark blue BMW M5, parked here sometime before 2. She rattled off the registration number as the old lady sank into a swivel chair and pulled a keyboard over. Grey fingers flew across the keys. Of course, I should really be asking to see a warrant, data protection and all that, but it's my last day on Friday, so sod it. A line of letters popped up on the screen. Here you go. Got it coming in at 12:03. Logan leaned on the desk. When did it leave? More lightning keystrokes. That's odd. A frown. Then she leaned forward and peered at the screen. Another frown. Then she put her glasses on. Oh no, here we go. Left at 3:22. Over an hour and a half after John Skinner did his Olympic diving routine onto the cobblestones. Baird wrote the details down in her notebook. We were right. He had an accomplice. Logan hooked a thumb at the bank of screens. Can you bring up the car park CCTV footage for then? The old lady's fingers clattered across the keys again, and half of the monitors filled with concrete, pillars and cars. There you go. He flicked from screen to screen. Anyone see Skinner's car? Gov? Baird tapped one in the top left corner of the display. That not it there? A dark blue BMW was heading down the ramp to the exit, only it wasn't doing it under its own steam. It was being towed by a truck with Abertow Vehicle Services parking enforcement stencilled along the side. You wee beauty. Baird? I'm on it. She pulled out her phone, poked at the screen, then held it to her ear as she pushed out of the room. Control, I need the number for a local company. The door swung shut, leaving Logan alone with the security guard. She spooled the footage backwards, following the tow truck from camera to camera. So what's this bloke supposed to have done? Killed himself. Poor wee soul. But he killed his wife and kids first. The old lady pouted for a moment, then nodded. Well, in that case, however he committed suicide, I hope it bloody well hurt. 15. Logan marched across the tarmac, mobile to his ear. I don't care if she's got an audience with the Queen's proctologist. Get her on the phone. Now. Oh dear. A deep breath from PC Guthrie. Then there was a thunk. A scuffing noise, and the crackle of feet hurrying downstairs. Aberto's vehicle impound yard sat on the edge of the industrial estate in Alton's. Rows of confiscated vehicles sat behind high chain-link fencing. Razor wire curled in glinting coils along the top. Big yellow warning signs hung every dozen feet or so, boasting about dirty big dogs patrolling the place. Should have been one about the seagulls, too. They screeched and crawled in wheeling hordes, a couple of them squabbling across the top of a Nissan Micra that had been liberally spattered a stinking grey. Yep, some people just couldn't give a toss. The large man in the orange overalls tucked his hands into his pockets, the added strain threatening to burst the outfit apart at the groin. He pulled his huge round shoulders up towards his ears. Sunlight sparkled off his shaved head. It wasn't really parked, more like abandoned, right in front of the emergency exit too. What if there'd been a fire? A sniff. Doesn't bear thinking about, does it? Another thunk from the phone, then 3 knocks. Guthrie was barely audible. He's going to kill me. What sounded like a door opening, then a cold voice, slightly muffled by distance. This better be important, Constable. Napier. Baird snapped on a pair of blue nitrile gloves, then ripped open the evidence bag with John Skinner's keys in it. The plastic fob for the BMW was cracked and stained with blobs of cherry red. Guthrie cleared his throat. Sorry, sir, but I need to get a message to the Chief Inspector. Ma'am? It's D.I. McRae. It says it's urgent. Baird pointed the fob at the car and pressed the button. Nothing happened. Napier didn't sound impressed. Constable, I think you'll find... Sunshine! Steele's smoky growl got louder. I take back nearly everything I said about that lumpy, misshapen head of yours. That for me? Come on then, give! A crackle as the phone was handed over. Baird shook the keys and tried again. Still nothing. Detective Chief Inspector, I must insist. Don't think I'm no enjoying our wee chat, sir, but operational priorities and all that. Baird gave up on the fob and stuck the key in the lock instead. Clunk. The central locking kicked in. And Steele was full volume. Who dares interrupt my meeting with the glorious head of professional standards? It's... What's that? It's an emergency. Dear God! No, don't worry. I'll be right there. A sigh. Then the sound became muffled as she was holding the phone against her chest. Sorry, sir. Much though I'd love to stay and chat. I gotta go. But we'll always have Paris. The sound of Steele's boots clacking up the corridor reverberated out of the phone, making good her escape. Laz, what the hell took you so long? We found John Skinner's car. He dumped it in the Loch Street car park and it got towed Saturday afternoon. It got towed? Some swearing rattled down the line. You tell those automatic number plate recognition idiots I'm going to bury my boot in their bumholes right up to the laces. They were supposed to check. Baird ducked into the car and had a rummage in the BMW's footwells. Not their fault. The ANPR camera in George Street only gets traffic coming toward it. The tow truck was in the way. Sod. Any clue where he dumped the kids? Searching the car now. We need to get the SEB up here. See if they can pull fingerprints, or fibres, or something. Maybe get some soil off the floor mats and week it off to Dr. Frampton for analysis. See if she can ID where it came from. Gah. A click, then a sucking sound. Going to cost a fortune, but it's 2 wee kids we're talking about. If the boss wants to moan about budgets, he can pucker up and smooch my bumhole. Baird stood upright, shook her head. Sorry, Gov. Loads of bloodstains and empty sweetie wrappers in there, but nothing obvious. Back to the phone. You hear that? I'll scramble the Smurfs and... Gov? A crease appeared between Baird's eyebrows. She pointed at the boot. You to make sure everyone keeps stum. I don't want... Logan squatted down and peered at the boot lid. A scattering of dark red fingerprints marked the paintwork beneath the dust. A palm print in the middle, where you'd lean on it to slam it shut. He held his hand out. Give me the keys. Keys? What keys? What are you talking about? Baird pulled off one of her gloves and turned it inside out over the BMW's fob, sealing it away, then handed it over. Laz, what's going on? Shut up a minute. He placed his phone on the ground and put the key into the boot lock. Or tried to. There was something in the slot already. A wedge of metal, the end matte and ragged, as if someone had snapped a key off in there, making sure it couldn't be opened. Oh, sodding hell. He looked up at Baird and tried to keep his voice level. There'll be a boot release in the car. Hit it. She stared at the boot, then at him, then the boot again. You don't think... Baird grimaced, then scrambled around to the driver's side and ducked in. A dull clunk came from the mechanism, but the boot remained firmly shut. Anything? Try again. Come on, you little... Clunk, clunk, clunk. Still nothing. The big guy in the too tight overalls sniffed. Got a crowbar if you need it. Thanks. Logan picked up the phone as the yard supervisor lumbered off towards a bright yellow porter-cabin festooned with the Aberto logo. There's something in the boot. What? If I knew that, I would have said. Don't you get snippy with me, you wee... Here. Mr. Overalls was back, carrying a long black crowbar covered in scars. He offered it to Baird, then hesitated, hand still wrapped around it. Here, do I need to see a warrant or something? You know, if you damage the guy's car. He can sue me. Baird pulled the crowbar out of Mr. Overall's hand. Might want to stand back, Gov. On the other end of the phone, Steele was shouting at someone to get the scene's examination branch up to Alton's ASAP, followed by various invasive rectal threats involving her boot, fist, and a filing cabinet. Baird wedged the curved end of the crowbar in under the lip of the boot. 1, 2, 3. She humphed her weight down on the end. Creak. Groan. A squeal of buckling metal. Then pop, and the boot lid sprang open. The crowbar clattered to the tarmac. Everyone stepped forward and stared down into the boot. Then the smell hit. Rancid, cloying, sharp. It dug its hooks into the back of Logan's throat, clenched his stomach, curdled in his lungs. Oh, God! Mr. Overall slapped a hand over his nose and mouth, staggered off a dozen paces, and threw up all over a Peugeot's bonnet. 2 small bodies lay curled on their sides in the BMW's boot. A little boy and a little girl. Heidi and Toby Skinner, barely recognizable. Sunken cheeks, cracked lips, electric cable wrapped around their wrists and ankles, faces smeared with blood, still and pale. Baird chewed on her bottom lip, looked away. You shouldn't have let him jump, Gov. You should have dragged that bastard down from the ledge so we could all kick the living shite out of him. Poor little sods. Baird was right. Logan let out a long, shuddering breath, stood upright, squared his shoulders, snapped on a pair of blue nitrile gloves, cleared his throat. Denise, I need you to get on to the Procurator Fiscal, and we'll need the pathologist. Better get the duty doctor out too. A nod, but she didn't turn around. Gov. 2 little kids. How could any father do that? Logan reached into the boot, brushed the hair from little Heidi Skinner's face. 7 years old. Gov, you shouldn't touch them. The SEB need to take photos. A flicker. There. That was definitely a flicker. You wee beauty. Logan scooped Heidi out of the boot. "Gov?" Baird grabbed his sleeve, voice low and hard. "Have you lost your bloody marbles? The PF—" "Get the car! Get the sodding car, now!" 16. Logan pulled on his jacket, then poked his head into the CID office. Wheezy Doug was hunched over the photocopier, jabbing at the buttons as if the machine had suggested his mother was romantically intimate with donkeys on a regular basis. No sign of Stoney, but DS Baird was on the phone, elbows on the desk, one hand pressed to her forehead. "Uh-huh. Yeah. Okay. Well, let me know." She put the phone back in its cradle and looked up. "Hospital says Heidi Skinner's responding well to the IV fluids. Just woke up." "What about Toby?" "Heidi's freaking out. 3 days, locked in a boot with your brother, in a car parked in the sunshine. I'd be freaking out too." "Denise, what about Toby?" She puffed out her cheeks, stared down at the phone. "He was only 6, Gov." Sodding hell. Something heavy grabbed hold of Logan's ribcage and tried to drag him down to the grubby carpet tiles. A deep breath. Then another one. "I should have checked the car park's ANPR sooner. I should have done it soon as we found out the car was missing. I should have—" He mashed his teeth together, clenched his fists, glowered at the filing cabinet, then took 2 quick steps towards it and slammed his boot into the bottom drawer, hard enough to rattle the mugs and kettle balanced on top, hard enough to dent the metal, hard enough to really regret it 5 seconds later as burning glass rippled through his foot. Ow! 3 days. Baird slumped further down in her seat. It's a miracle she's alive at all. Doctor said any longer and her internal organs would have started shutting down. Wheezy jabbed away at the photocopier again. "Don't know about anyone else, but I'm going to the pub tonight and getting sodding wasted." Baird nodded. "I'm in. Gov?" Logan turned and limped back towards the door. "I'll see you there. Got something to sort out first." Marjorie stood up and held a hand across her desk for shaking. Her smile looked about as real as the potted plant in the corner. "Mr. McCrae, I was beginning to think you'd change your mind." 3 walls of the office were covered with racks of schedules, complete with photographs of various bungalows, flats and semi-detached rabbit hutches in Dainston and Kincorth. Logan settled into the chair on the other side of the desk. "Been a rough day." "Well, not to worry. There's still time." She dug into a tray on her desk and came out with a chunk of paperwork, passed it across to him. "As you'll see, there are no demands or conditions. They asked for a 4-week entry date, but I went back to them with your proposal for 10 days, and they accepted." The fake smile intensified. "Now, if you need help finding a new property in a hurry, we'd be delighted to help you with that. We've got a lot of excellent homes on—" "I've got something sorted, thanks." Even if it was a static caravan, equidistant from Aberdeen's worst roundabout, a sewage treatment plant and a cemetery, at least the chicken factory had moved somewhere else. That was something. And 10 days from now, Samantha would be getting the specialised care she needed. Everything else was just noise. "Oh, well, I'm sure you know best." Marjorie handed him a pen. "If you sign where I put the stickers, we'll get everything faxed over to Mr. Uckert's solicitors, and that's that." Logan skimmed the contract, then scrawled his signature where the big pink stickers indicated. "Excellent." She took the paperwork back. "Congratulations, Mr. McCrae. You sold your flat." It should have been a moment of joy, an excuse to celebrate for a change. But after what happened to poor wee Toby Skinner... Logan scraped back his chair and stood. Time to go to the pub, meet up with the team, and try to drink away the horror of 2 little bodies locked in a car boot. The celebration could wait. Boxes, bins, and dead little bodies. 17. Gah! Steele pulled the e-cigarette from her mouth and made a face like a ruptured frog. "Look at it! Could you not have picked a better day to move?" Rain rattled against the kitchen window. Wind howled across the extractor fan outlet, mourning the end of an era. Logan wrapped a strip of brown parcel tape around the last box. "Don't know what you're moaning about." He printed "books" across the top in big black marker pen letters, then put it with the other two by the front door. "Not as if you've actually been helping." "Supervising's helping. Not the way you do it." Logan stuck the marker back in the pocket of his jeans. His footsteps echoed from the laminate floor to the bare walls and back again as he checked the bedroom for the final time. Empty. Then the living room. Empty. Then the kitchen. Empty. And the bathroom. Every trace of him was gone, packed away over the last 10 days and carted out to the removal van. Nothing but echoes and 3 packing boxes left to show he was ever there at all. Steele slouched along behind him. "You've got OCD, you know that, don't you? Place is cleared out." The front door clunked open and Duncan was back. Rain had darkened the shoulders of his brown boiler suit, plastered his curly fringe to his forehead. A smile. "Nearly done." He stacked 2 of the last boxes, hefted them up with a grunt, then headed back down the stairs again. Logan turned on the spot. One last slow 360. No point being sentimental about it. It was only a flat, a container to live in, somewhere to sleep and brood and occasionally drink too much. Still. Steele sniffed, dug her hands into her pockets, stared off down the corridor. "Susan says you can always come stay with us for a bit, if you like. Don't have to be trailer trash down by the Jobby farm." Logan grabbed the final box. "It's a lovely offer, but can you imagine you and me living together? In the same house? Really? No, without killing each other." He pulled a thin smile. "Thanks, though. Means a lot." She thumped him on the arm. "Soppy git." Then sniffed. "Well, I suppose I'd better get back to it. Got a rapist to catch." Logan followed her out onto the landing, then pulled the door shut with his foot. The Yale lock clunked. And that was it. No more flat. Steele thumped down the stairs. Look on the bright side. At least now he could pay for Samantha's care. Deep breath. He nodded, then followed her. "Any closer to catching the scumbag who killed Gordy Taylor?" "Pfft, I wish. No exactly doing my crime figures any good. Nearly a fortnight, and sod all progress." They got to the bottom, and she held the building's front door open, then screwed up one side of her face. "Sodding hell. Gonna get soaked." Rain bounced back from the grey pavement, darkened the granite tenement walls of Marshall Street, ran in a river down the steep hill, fed by the overflowing gutters. The removal van was parked right outside, the back door open as Duncan strapped the fridge freezer to the wall. Steele stayed where she was, on the threshold just out of the rain, pulled a face, then dug into her coat and pulled out a copy of that morning's Aberdeen Examiner. A picture took up half of the front page, a smart young man, standing to attention, with medals on his chest and a beret on his head. "War hero let down by police," say grieving parents. She gave it a wee shake as raindrops sank into the newsprint. "Apparently it's our fault he ended up dead behind the bins. Well, us and those shiftless sods in social services. Oh, and the NHS. Don't want to be greedy and claim all the guilt for ourselves." What were we supposed to do? Every morning it's like waking up and going for a sodding smear test. She produced her phone and poked at the screen with a thumb. "I've had 2 reviews, 3 consultancy sessions with a smug git from Tully Allen, supervisory oversight from Finney and Big Tony Campbell, and we're no closer than we were when Gordy turned up dead behind the bins. Rennie's latest theory is we've got a serial killer stalking the streets, knocking off tramps." Well, a frown. He could be right, I suppose. Maybe. "After a heavy night on the Guinness, with a dodgy kebab, a box of licorice all sorts, and a bag of dried prunes, I'd still trust a fart before I'd trust one of Rennie's theories. My bet? Gordy fell out with one of his mates and they poisoned him." She hiked up her trousers. "That or the silly sod thought rat poison would be a great way to get high." Steele frowned at her phone. "Buggering hell." She held it out. "Speaking of DS useless, look at that." "Gov, we got another victim for you at Cults. You coming over? Want me to send you a car?" I swear his spelling's getting worse. She thumbed out a reply. You sure you don't want me to transfer him back to CID? Be a valuable addition to your team. Bye. Logan squeezed past her into the rain, hurried around to the back of the removal van and handed the box of books up to Duncan. That's the lot. We're done. Good stuff. He put it with the others, strapped it into place, then hopped down to the ground and hauled the rolling door shut. Right. See you over there. Logan stepped back onto the pavement, gave the van a quick wave as it pulled away from the curb and grumbled its way up the hill. Rain seeped into the shoulders of his sweatshirt. Well, that was that then. 14 years in the same flat. A stone's throw from divisional headquarters, 2 bakers, 3 chip shops, and loads of good pubs. And now he'd have to fight his way around the sodding Hud-again roundabout at least twice a day. Oh, joy of joys. It was, Mr. McCrae? He turned, and there was Marjorie from the solicitors, sheltering beneath a golf umbrella with the firm's name plastered around the outside. Logan dug into his pocket and came out with the flat's keys. Was on my way up to see you. She smiled her fake smile. That's very kind, but at Wilkie and Oxford, we want to make everything as easy as possible for you. She held out her hand, palm up. 14 years. He passed her the keys. Excellent, thank you. She turned and waved at an Audi TT, parked a little bit up the hill. I'll give these to Mr. Uckert, and we're all done. Congratulations, Mr. McCrae. I hope you'll be very happy in your new home. And if you ever decide to sell it, I do hope you'll think of Wilkie and Oxford. One last go on the smile. Then she marched up to the Audi. The driver buzzed open the window and she bent down, had a brief chat, handed over the keys, shook his hand, then marched off towards Union Street. Ah well, might as well head over to the caravan and get unpacking. He unlocked his manky old Renault Clio. Pot plants and picture frames filled the back, but a large cat carrier sat on the passenger seat, the seatbelt threaded through the handle on the top, bungee cords securing the whole thing into place. Cthulhu pressed up against the carrier's door and yowled, a pitiful wailing noise that sank its claws in his chest. Her fur poked out through the bars in grey and brown tufts, one paw scratching at the hinge. I know. Shh. We'll be in our new home soon, I promise. He slipped a finger between the bars and stroked her on the head. Shh, it's okay. Daddy's here. There was a brief honk, and Logan peered out through the rain-rippled windscreen. The Audi had pulled into the space where the removal van used to be. Its driver grinned and waved at him. The guy looked familiar. No idea why, though. Logan gave Cthulhu another stroke. Wait here, Daddy will only be a minute. He climbed back out into the rain and closed the door on her tortured wails. Mr. Audi stepped out and popped a collapsible brolly up above his head. Expensive-looking black suit, lemon shirt open at the neck, neat brown hair, flashy stainless steel watch. Couldn't have been much more than 25 tops. Little pockmarks covered both cheeks, the ghosts of acne past. He stuck out his hand. Mr. McCrae, no seen you for ages, yeah? Okay. Logan took the proffered hand and shook it, tilted his head to one side. Nope, still no idea. Mr. Uckert. He grinned again, showing off small white teeth separated by little gaps. It's the hair, isn't it? Finally grew out of dyeing it green. You like the suit? He did a little catwalk two-step. Got it made special, like. Green hair? No. Couldn't be. Logan squinted at him. Wait a minute. Uckert. Johnny Uckert. Bingo! He stuck a thumb up. Oh, sodding hell. No. You bought my flat? Yeah. He glanced up at the building. Cool, isn't it? Starting my own property empire. Mr. Mowat says a man's got to put down proper business roots in the community. Christ. What if professional standards found out? What if Napier found out he'd sold his flat to someone who worked for wee Hamish Mowat, Aberdeen's biggest bloody crime lord? And if that wasn't bad enough, that they'd paid £20,000 over the asking price. 20,000 sodding pounds. Logan took a couple of steps away, then back again. You can't buy my flat! What the hell were you thinking? Johnny Uckert's eyebrows went up. Steady on. It's win-win, right? Win-win. Win-win! He threw his arms out. Do you have any idea how this looks? Don't worry, the money's clean. Laundered to a crisp and shiny white. He placed a hand against his chest, fingers spread, as if he was about to pledge allegiance to something. Mr. Mowat gives me a bonus for my loyal service. You get your flat sold, and your girlfriend gets to go to a nice private hospital with excellent facilities. Win-win-win! Oh, God. He was screwed. Completely and utterly screwed. 18. First would come the investigation. Then the accusations. Then the recriminations, prosecution, and 8 to 12 years in Glen Oakle prison with all the other bribe-taking, dodgy police officers. Oh, God. Logan closed his eyes and let his head fall back against the wall. Brilliant. He gave it a little thump, then a harder one. Sodding, bloody, brilliant, banging his head with every word. Samantha's static caravan had developed its familiar, peppery soil and dust scent again. The smell of mildew and neglect. Served him right for not coming down here and airing it out more often. Boxes filled the living room and the bedroom. More piled up in the tiny galley kitchen, with the mouse droppings. Green-brown slime growing in the shower cabinet and across the bathroom tiles. A lovely view across the river to the sewage treatment plant. Welcome home. But it was better than a cell. Cthulhu clearly didn't agree. Her cat carrier sat on the couch, amongst the pot plants, and she glowered out from its depths, refusing to come out. Logan let out a long, rattling breath. Might be a good idea to head over to the B&Q in Bridge of Dawn and see if they had any anti-mildew paint, maybe a dehumidifier, and something to take away the smell, and maybe just enough rope to hang himself. Because we've got hundreds of bargains, bargains, bargains! Whoever was on the store's PA system, they needed battering over the head with a lump hammer, then stuffed in a sack with a couple of breeze blocks and dumped in the River Don. There's massive savings on tiles and laminate in our flooring department, right now. Logan drifted along the aisle, hunched over his trolley, phone to his ear, staring down at the 3 pots of paint, set of brushes, roller and paint tray in there. There's no way. You're sure? 100% positive. On the other end, Marjorie sighed again. Mr. McCrae, we've been over this. Missives have been exchanged, money's changed hands, you signed the contract, you've handed over the keys, that's it done. But there has to be a loophole, or something. People wriggle out of contracts all the time. He turned the corner, slouching his trolley past burglar alarms and home CCTV systems. I checked with my bank. The cash hasn't come through yet, so he hasn't... Mr. Uckert paid cash. It's in our account, and as we're your legal representatives, the minute that money hits our bank account, it's deemed to be paid to you. There's nothing you can do. A sigh. Now, I'm really going to have to go. The money will be in your account, less our fee, as soon as your bank clears our cheque. Goodbye, Mr. McCrae. And she hung up on him. Unbelievable. The CCTV systems gave way to locks and bolts, then padlocks, then chains and ropes, for all your wholesale bondage dungeon needs. Napier was bound to find out. Then Logan would be screwed, and probably in for a spanking. He stopped, stared at the paint, swore. It'd take at least 3 days for the solicitor's cheque to clear, plus the 10 days they'd already taken. Oh, sodding hell. And it was Friday, so the useless, greedy sods at the bank wouldn't do anything about it till Monday, which would be 15 days in total since Dr. Beresford at Newton Myers Specialist Care Centre said he'd keep Samantha's bed open for 2 weeks. Sodding, buggering, bloody hell. He pulled out his phone and called directory inquiries. Got them to put him through to the centre. Maybe Dr. Beresford would give him a little leeway. He only needed a day. 24 hours. Surely they could do that. The phone rang. Logan pushed his trolley around the corner into an aisle lined on either side with hardware, hammers, pliers, screwdrivers. Still ringing. A chirpy voice. Newton Meyer Specialist Care Centre, how can I help you today? I need to speak to Dr. Beresford. It's Logan McRae. Oh, I'm sorry, but Dr. Beresford has gone home for the weekend. Would you like to leave a message? Yes, tell him... Logan stared at the claw hammers. Tell him I'll put the cheque for Phase 1 in the post tomorrow. You should get it on Monday. After all, it would take their bank 3 days to clear it as well, wouldn't it? That's lovely. You have a good weekend, Mr. McRae. You too. He hung up. Oh, thank God. They'd take the cheque. Samantha could go into the care centre. Everything would be fine. All that panic, and there was nothing to worry about. Clunk. Logan's trolley jerked in his hand as someone collided into it. He looked up to apologise, even though he'd been standing perfectly still, and froze. The man was huge, tall and wide, hands like bear paws wrapped around his trolley's handle, face a mixture of scar tissue and fat, stitched together by a patchy beard, a nose that was little more than a gristly stump. He pulled on a piranha smile. Well, well, well. Look who the cat coughed up. Logan swallowed, stood up straight, shoulders back. Reuben. He'd lost a bit of weight since last time, but not enough to shrink that massive frame, and ditched his usual grubby overalls for a dark grey suit, blood-red shirt, no tie. Fancy running into you here. What are the chances, eh? Logan didn't move. Aye, well, maybe no such a coincidence after all. He reached out and plucked a crowbar from the rack beside him, shifted his grip, then smacked the chunk of metal down into the palm of his other hand. What with me following you and everything? Why? See, I don't need to worry about you, do I? Smack. Don't need to worry about you at all. Smack. Don't back off. Don't stare at the crowbar. Really? Reuben's trolley was stacked with rubble sacks, duct tape, a bow saw, a hand axe, a box of compost accelerant, and a shovel. The smile graduated from piranha to great white. See, if you try to move against me, smack. Try to take what's mine, smack. I'm no gonna bother ripping your arms and legs off, smack. No gonna haul out your teeth and cut off your tongue, smack. Gouge out your eyes, nah. Don't have to do any of that. There was something worse. Reuben winked. All I've got to do is clipe. Something dark spread its claws through Logan's chest. Clipe? Oh, aye. He placed the crowbar in his trolley. What, you think Johnny came up with the idea to buy your flat all on his own? A laugh barked out of that scar-ringed mouth. Nah. See, some people think I'm thick. Think I'm all about the violence and know so much of the brain power, the planning. Nah. Oh, sodding hell. Sodding, buggering hell. The claws dug in deeper. See, McRae, I own you. Get in my way and I'll squash you like a baby's skull. When Mr. Mowat passes, I'm stepping up. And then we can talk about what kind of favours you're going to do me to stay out of jail. One last wink, then Reuben walked his trolley past, whistling the Dam Busters theme. Something happened to Logan's knees. They didn't want to hold him upright anymore. Reuben knew. Reuben. No, no, no. Oh, God. He rested his chest against the trolley's handlebar, let it take the weight for a bit, closed his eyes. Ugh. Think. There had to be a way out of this. Okay, so he couldn't break the contract. At least there was a chance of proving that he'd tried to. Get Marjorie from Wilkie in Oxford up on the stand and question her under oath. Yes, Mr. McRae tried to weasel his way out of the contract. That would help, wouldn't it? Might cut a year or two off his sentence. Oh, God. Why did it have to be Reuben? He was completely and utterly screwed. A woman's voice. "Are you okay?" Deep breath. Logan blinked a couple of times, straightened up. "Sorry, having a bit of a day." She was tiny, with long red hair and round freckled cheeks. According to the name badge pinned to her bright orange apron, this was Stacy. Stacy smiled at him. "Anything I can help you with?" He sighed, pulled out the envelope he'd jotted everything down on, and frowned at it. Mildew, damp stuff, paint, mice, and something to clean grout with. He held the list out. "Right, okay. Well, we can cross out paint. Is your damp coming through a wall, or is it condensation?" "Condensation. Probably. Maybe. Right, follow me then." She led the way, down to the end of the aisles, then over another 2. Maybe he should take wee Hamish up on his offer after all. If Reuben was face down in a shallow grave, he couldn't tell anyone, could he? Or better yet, fed to the pigs. They wouldn't care how ugly he was. They'd chomp through flesh and bone, leaving nothing but Reuben's teeth behind. Stacy came to a halt and swept a hand up. "Here we go." The shelves were filled with bottles, jars, sprays and tubs, beneath a sign marked Damp, Mold and Mildew Control. She scanned the rows of products. "You're going to need some of this." She hefted a 10-litre pot of anti-mold paint into the trolley. Added a second one. "Just in case. Nothing worse than getting halfway through a job and having to come back." Mind you, might be a better idea to go DIY with Reuben too. The more people who knew, the more chance of getting caught. Wee Hamish wasn't going to kill his right-hand man himself, was he? In the old days, maybe. But now, lying on his back, wired up to drips and monitors, being devoured by cancer, he'd have to farm it out. Stacy grabbed half a dozen plastic tubs containing silica gel that promised to suck moisture out of the atmosphere. "You want to keep these in the cupboards where the mildew is." She checked the list again. "Right, grout cleaner." Maybe he should head back and pick up a crowbar of his own, or a lump hammer, something to crack Reuben's head open with. Too risky trying to get his hands on a gun. Who was he trying to kid? He couldn't kill Reuben. Couldn't. That hollowed him out, left him standing there in the middle of B&Q, with a hole in his chest the size of a watermelon. He was going to prison. Oh, God. Stacy teetered down the aisle a bit and plucked a spray bottle from a shelf. "That should help. So I think that leaves mice, right? You want to keep them as pets or get rid of them?" "Rid." Then again, why bother? Why do up a manky static caravan when he was going to spend the next 8 years in a cell anyway? "Follow me." 2 aisles along she stopped and pointed. "We've got humane traps, normal traps, and inhumane traps." She picked up a couple of plastic things that looked as if they could take a finger off. "These are pretty much instant death, so the mouse won't suffer much." Lucky mouse. A quick and painless death. Might not be a bad idea. He could jump off something tall, like John Skinner. 10 stories, straight down. Goodbye, cruel world. Splat. "These are the humane ones." She held up what looked like a small, bent, rectangular telescope. "They get stuck inside and can't get out. Then you drive at least 4 miles away and release them into the wild." Her mouth turned down at the ends. "Or you could go inhumane and poison them." She poked a box marked Bait Station Bravo with a finger. Sitting next to it was a tub with a red lid and a warning sticker across the top and bromadiolone, treated whole wheat, down the side. Rat poison. Logan picked it off the shelf, turned it over in his hands. The contents hissed against the plastic innards. "My bet, Gordy fell out with one of his mates and they poisoned him." No chance. What, someone living on the streets marched into B&Q, bought themselves a 30-quid tub of this stuff, then a litre of whiskey, mixed them together and let them sit till the poison was all leached out, put it back in the bottle, and gave it to Gordy Taylor as a gift? Why not drink the whiskey yourself and batter his head in with the empty bottle? Why go to all that trouble? Rennie's latest theory is we've got a serial killer stalking the streets, knocking off tramps. Yeah, but Rennie was an idiot. But there was something a lot more likely. What if... "Hello? Excuse me?" Stacey was tugging at his sleeve. Logan blinked at her. "Sorry, miles away." She shook her head. "You've got a cat, haven't you? I can tell by the hairs all over your jeans." Stacey looked up at him, still holding on to his arm. "If it was me, if I had a cat, I wouldn't want poisoned mice staggering around the house looking to get caught and eaten. Would you?" "Ah." He slid the tub back onto the shelf. "No." Then stopped, fingertips just touching the label. Poisoned mice staggering around. All you have to do is put the stuff where they can find it. They eat it, because it's in their nature to eat whatever they can get their paws on. It's what mice do. Make the poison tasty enough, and they'll do all the hard work for you. Stacey tugged at his sleeve again. "Are you sure you're okay?" Logan grabbed 4 of the finger snappers. "Thanks for your help. Gotta go." Then marched the trolley away to the tills. "Gov?" Wheezy paused for a cough. "Thought you were having a day off." The Clio crawled along the parkway, around the back of Daneston in the rain. Fields on one side, identikit houses on the other, with a long, slow-moving clot of rush-hour traffic in between. It was only 4:35. All these sods should still have been at work instead of clogging up the bloody roads. Logan switched the phone to his other ear and put the car in gear again, easing forward another 6 feet as the windscreen wipers groaned across the glass. "When we did the door-to-doors on Harlaw Road, did you check everyone's alibis?" "Gov, when Gordy Taylor died, we questioned all the residents. Did someone chase up the alibis? Was everyone where they said they were?" A gap had opened up in front of the Nissan he was grinding along behind. Had to be at least 3 car lengths, and the silly sod in front still hadn't moved. Logan leaned on the horn. "Come on, Grandad!" "But—" "Not you, Wheezy. This pillock in front. It wasn't a murder when we were in charge. It was a sudden death. There wasn't any reason to check. Then the MIT took it over." The Nissan finally got its bum in gear, and they all inched forward a bit. "What about Steele's team, then? Did they check alibis?" Hold on." There was some clunking and rattling. The cars drifted forward another 2 lengths. Rustling. A thump. Then the sound of fingers punishing a keyboard, and Wheezy was back. "Right. According to the system, pretty much everyone was home that night. A couple families were at the cinema, 2 went to the theatre, and 1 guy was on a works night out. Looks like the MIT followed up and everything checked out. Why?" "Thinking." Logan tapped the fingers of his free hand along the top of the steering wheel. What if DCI Steele's right, and Gordy did poison himself? Just not on purpose. He thinks his ship's come in, a whole litre of whiskey, all to himself. So he crawls off behind the bins and swigs it down. But he doesn't know it's laced with bromediolone. Someone behind leaned on their horn, and Logan looked up to see a 4-car length gap between himself and the Nissan in front. Another bleep! Impatient git. Logan eased forward into the space. "Did you get any prints off the bottle?" "What bottle?" "The bottle of whiskey Gordy drank. Did you get any fingerprints?" "There wasn't one. Don't think so, anyway." The rattle of fingers on a keyboard sounded in the background. "Nothing got signed into evidence." They'd finally reached the corner where the parkway turned downhill towards the Pursley roundabout. The traffic snaked away in a solid ribbon ahead, trapped single file by the double white lines protecting the overtaking lane on the other side of the road. And once he'd managed to fight his way through all this, there would be the HUD again, an Anderson Drive to traverse. At rush hour. It would take hours. Maybe not, though. A patrol car was coming the other way, up the hill. He flashed his lights at it, leaned on his horn, but they drove right past. Didn't even clock him on his mobile phone. Lazy sods. "Wheezy, I need you to get onto control. Tell them—" Blue lights flickered in his rearview mirror. The patrol car was doing a 3-point turn. "Gov? Never mind. Meet me where they found the body, and make sure you bring some photos of Gordy Taylor with you." The patrol car pulled up alongside, lights flickering. The officer in the passenger seat wound down his window. "Sir, do you know it's an offence to use your mobile phone while—" "Murder inquiry." Logan flashed his warrant card. "Get the blues and twos on. You're escorting me to Harlaw Road. Nothing happened. Now, constable! The officer blinked a couple of times. Yes, Gov. And they were off, siren roaring, lights blazing, carving a path through the oncoming traffic with Logan's manky old Clio puttering along behind. 19. And they searched all round here. Logan pointed at the bushes behind and on either side of the council's communal bins. Wheezy nodded, rain drumming on the skin of his black umbrella. Far as I know, got a couple of condoms and some litter, but that was it. No empty whiskey bottle. Harlaw Road huddled beneath the slate-grey sky, all the colours muted by the downpour. The patrol car sat at the curb, blue and white spinning. A few of the residents stood in their front rooms, ogling out at the spectacle, but none felt the need to step out into the wet to satisfy their curiosity. Logan brushed his hands on his jeans. You've got the photos? Wheezy held them up. We already did this, Gov. Then we're doing it again, aren't we? He led the way up the path to the house directly opposite where they'd found Gordy Taylor's body, leaned on the bell. A tall woman, stooped forward by a rounding between her shoulder blades, peered out at them with sharp features. Yes? Wheezy showed her 2 photos, one from way back, when Gordy was still in the army, a confident young man with a broad smile and shiny eyes, sitting on the bonnet of a military Land Rover. The other photo was from the ID database, the one they used to make books to show witnesses with a height chart in the background, long greasy hair and an unkempt beard, the shiny eyes turned narrow and suspicious, sunken into dark bags. You seen this man? She barely glanced at the pictures, stared at the patrol car instead. Do you have any idea what this is doing to property prices round here? Dead bodies, policemen, journalists? The last word was pronounced as if it smelled of raw sewage. Wheezy tried again. Have you seen him? Yes, I recognise him. He was the dead tramp they found over there. His face was in the papers. Now, if there's nothing else, I've got to get the dinner on. Logan stepped a bit closer. The porch was tiny, but it kept some rain off his head. Take another look. She shook her head, setting a severe brown bob wobbling. Don't need to. It was horrible. I mean, the smell, and the shouting, and oh my God, the singing. Well, if you could call that singing. I certainly couldn't. It was like someone drowning parrots in the bath. It really was. And the language. Don't speak to me about the language he used. She sniffed, snuck a glance at the patrol car, lowered her voice. I know we're not supposed to speak ill of the dead, but he made life unbearable for everyone. I mean, there are people here with small children. Well, it's not wholesome, is it? The man in the suit frowned at the photos in Wheezy's hand for a bit, then nodded. It's that poor sod, isn't it? The one who drank himself to death behind the bins. A tut. A wee voice sounded in the hallway behind him. Daddy, you're missing Peppa Pig! He turned. I'll be there in a minute, darling. Daddy's speaking to the nice policeman right now. And back to Logan. It's a terrible thing, isn't it? Of course, I blame society. These people don't need care in the community. They need proper medical help. The woman blinked a couple of times, brushed a strand of grey hair away from her face, then pulled on her glasses and had a good squint at the photographs, deepening the lines around her eyes. Oh dear, he was such a wholesome-looking young man. She took off her glasses and let them dangle on the chain around her neck, then stared back at Logan. I'm so sorry, I really am. She didn't glance over his shoulder at the patrol car with its spinning lights, kept her eyes on Logan instead. He tilted his head to one side. Why did she look familiar? Right. She was the nosy old bat pretending to prune her rosebush the first time he was there. The one with the double glazing van parked outside. The one who'd called the police to complain about Gordy Taylor 3 times in 1 week. You weren't very happy about him being here, were you, Mrs. Please, call me Olivia. A blink. And no, I wasn't really. Would you be? Logan pulled on his brightest smile. Sorry to bother you, Olivia, but is there any chance my detective constable could use your toilet? Standing out in the rain, You know how it is. She moved to block the door, then pursed her lips, and pulled on a smile of her own. No, of course not. Do come in. She backed away, top lip curling slightly as Logan and Wheezy Doug stepped over the threshold and dripped on the polished floorboards. First on the right. The hallway was beige, with a smattering of photographs and a framed poster advertising a railway journey from the 50s. Panel doors, a dado rail. Wheezy excused himself and squeezed past, into the downstairs loo. Logan gave it a pause, then clapped his hands together. Don't suppose there's any chance of a cup of tea as well? The smile brittled. Of course. Where are my manners? She led him through to an immaculate kitchen, more beige. A large, stripy ginger cat lay full length along the radiator, tail twitching. The cat turned and peered at him with emerald eyes. Logan closed the kitchen door. Lovely home you have here. Thank you. The kettle went on, and 3 china mugs appeared from a cupboard. My Ronald was in the building trade for years, so we were able to get a lot of things done. A creak from outside, in the corridor. That would be Wheezy going for a poke about. Logan raised his voice a bit to cover the noise. I like the patio doors. Very stylish. The white PVC monstrosities overlooked a perfect lawn, lined with perfect bushes, and perfect apple trees groaning with fruit. A nice little seating area with a wrought iron table, 4 chairs and a barbecue. They're French doors, not patio. She dumped tea bags in the mugs. Patio doors slide. French doors are hinged. My mistake. He tried the handle. They weren't locked, so he pulled the door open, letting in the hiss of rain through the leaves. Very swish. Look brand new. Yes, well. She curled her lip again. We had to get them replaced. Ah, right. The only thing not perfect about the lawn was the pigeon staggering along the fence line, one wing flapping, head lolling. I saw the glazier's van. Was it an accident? The kettle's rumble hit its crescendo, then click. It fell silent. Olivia brought her chin up. Someone tried to break in. I see. He stepped over to the ginger cat and ran a hand along its tail. The tail went straight up. Then the cat hopped down from its radiator and sauntered towards the open French doors. Paused to stretch with its bum in the air. Did you report anything? Any stolen property? Oh, I don't know. Sleeping pills, painkillers, big bottle of whiskey, that kind of thing? Her back stiffened. I don't think I like your tone. Logan nodded towards the mugs. Just milk for me, thank you. Detective Constable Andrews is milk and 3. He's got a sweet tooth. She put the kettle back on its base unit. I think I'd like you to go now. What did you do with the empty whiskey bottle? He narrowed his eyes. No, let me guess. It went out with the recycling. The ginger cat slipped out into the rain and padded across the lawn, making straight for the struggling pigeon. Colour rushed up Olivia's cheeks. Now look what you've done! She rushed past him, through the patio doors, sandals slapping on the wet paving slabs. Paddington! You come back here this instant, young man! The cat didn't seem to care. It hunkered down on its front legs, bum wiggling in the air, then pounced. No! Olivia lunged, but she was too slow to grab Paddington before he crashed his orange, stripy weight down on top of the pigeon. Don't you dare eat that! Logan stepped out into the garden as she wrestled the pigeon away from her cat. Dirty! Bad Paddington! An outraged meow. Then Paddington turned and stalked off to lurk under the bench by the back wall. The pigeon may have been half dead to begin with, but it was all the way dead now. It dangled in Olivia's hands, head swaying on the end of its neck like a soggy pendulum. Honestly, she glowered after the cat, you know these make you sick. Then Olivia yanked the lid off the dustbin and dumped the dead little body inside, clanged the lid shut again. Logan stared at the bin. Stacey looked up at him, still holding on to his arm. If it was me, if I had a cat, I wouldn't want poisoned mice staggering around the house looking to get caught and eaten, would you? The pigeons make him sick. Olivia pulled her shoulders back. "That's why I don't let Paddington eat them. They're foul little things. Who knows where they've been?" She sniffed. "Why those idiots next door insist on feeding them is beyond me. They don't even like pigeons." The idiots next door. Mr. Sensitive, with his Peppa Pig-obsessed little girl. Logan crossed to the fence and peered into the adjoining garden. The bird table poked out of the lawn. Not your standard wee house on a stick. This was a fancy wrought iron thing with different levels, all suspended around a central pole. One layer had a wide, round base and a pitched roof over it to keep the bird feed dry. Whole wheat birdseed, from the look of it. Whole wheat and bright blue. He turned and hurried back into the house, banged his hand on the kitchen door as he barreled through it. "Wheezy, we've got the wrong house!" 20. Logan leaned on the bell again while Wheezy dragged the two officers from the patrol car, one blinking and scrubbing at her face as if she'd been catching a nap in the passenger seat. The door popped open as they started up the path. Mr. Sensitive pulled on his smile. "Can I help you?" Logan wedged his foot in the open door, stopping it from closing. Stared back. "We know." The smile slipped, then fell. Mr. Sensitive licked his lips. "Really? That's—" He cleared his throat. "I have no idea what you're talking about." "Rat poison in whiskey." A breath huffed out of him. Then he clicked his mouth shut, blinked at the police officers looming in front of his house, swallowed. The same little voice sounded in the hall behind him. "Daddy, you're missing it!" Fingers trembled across his lips. "Oh, God." "Daddy!" "I think you'd better come with us, don't you, sir?" He closed his eyes and swore. Mark Cameron stared down at his hands, coiled into claws on the interview room table, the skin nearly as pale as the white formica top. "Does my daughter have to know?" Logan shrugged. "Probably. It's going to be in the papers, on the news. Someone will say something." A shudder. "I don't want her to know." The camera lens stared down at them, the red light glaring in judgment. "Are you sure you don't want a lawyer, Mark?" A nod. "For the record, Mr. Cameron is nodding his head." A deep breath, then he spread his claws. "That man was hanging out on the street for days, going through the bins, shouting, swearing, singing. Then one day he pushed Jenny off her bike. Probably didn't do it on purpose, probably too drunk to know what he was doing, but he did it." Logan folded his arms. "Is that why you killed him, Mark? Because he hurt Jenny?" Cameron shook his head. "I was—" He blinked, wiped the back of one hand across his eyes. "We were asleep. Must have been about 2 a.m, when there's this crashing noise, and Angie's convinced someone's in the house." The digital recorder whirred away to itself. Outside in the corridor, someone laughed. A car drove by. Then Mark Cameron licked his lips. "So I got up, and it was him. Broke one of the conservatory windows and got into our house." Mark looked away. "He was outside Jenny's room when I found him, and I lost it. I punched him and kicked him and kicked him and stamped on his filthy head." A shuddering breath. "I wanted to kill him, but I couldn't. Not like that. Not like an animal." What was probably meant to be a smile twisted Cameron's face. "So I apologised. I begged him not to report me to the police, and I gave him something for the pain. Stuff Angie gets for her migraines." This time the pause didn't last for nearly as long. Only that wasn't enough, was it? Next day he came back demanding more painkillers and booze. The day after that too. And the next. Every evening, there he'd be with his hand out. Mark Cameron closed his eyes. "I couldn't kill him like an animal, because he wasn't an animal. He was vermin, and we all know what you use to kill vermin." "Well?" DCI Steele was waiting outside interview room number 3, one hand jammed into her armpit, an e-cigarette poking out the corner of her mouth. Logan closed the interview room door, shutting out the sobbing, then started down the corridor. Didn't have to burst him, he burst himself. He definitely killed Gordy Taylor. Got it all on tape. "You beauty!" She slammed a hand into Logan's back. "Well done, that man. I'm impressed." "I'm going home. Get some unpacking done." "Don't be daft." Steele linked her arm through his, gave it a little squeeze. "You've got to celebrate. Big win like this calls for something special, like a bit of quality daddy-daughter time." A wink. "Susan's taking me out to see a film. Don't know when we'll be back, but don't wait up, eh? Might get lucky in the back seat of the cinema." Logan stopped in the middle of the corridor, stared up at the ceiling and swore. "I just moved house. I need to unpack." And to sit in the dark for a bit, drinking whiskey and trying to figure out what the hell he was going to do about Reuben. "Nah, what you need's a pizza, a tenner, a bottle of red wine, and to babysit your daughter." She gave his arm another squeeze. "You ever watched Peppa Pig?" Oh, God. D.I. Steele's Bad Air Day. December 23rd. Sod! D.I. Steele stood on one leg in the doorway, nose wrinkled up on one side. "Thought I smelt something." She ground her left foot into the blue-grey carpet, then dragged it along the floor behind her as she lurched into the briefing room, a hunchless, wrinkly Igor in a stain-speckled grey trouser suit. Today, her hair looked like she'd borrowed it from an angry hedgehog. D.C. Alan Guthrie chucked another spoon of coffee in a mug and drowned it with almost boiled water, topped it up with milk, and chucked in a couple of sugars. No point asking if she wanted one. "Gov?" She stopped, mid-scrape, standing completely still, not looking at him. 4:30 and the CID room was quiet. Everyone off dealing with Christmas shoplifters and snow-related car crashes, leaving the little maze of chest-high cubicles and beach formica desks almost deserted. The whole place smelled of feet and cinnamon. Alan dumped the teaspoon on the draining board. D.I. Steele just stood there, like one of those idiots who appeared every summer outside the St. Nicholas Centre, spray-painting themselves silver and pretending to be statues. "Gov, is everything okay?" Someone's phone rang. Alan cleared his throat. She still hadn't moved. "Gov?" Not so much as a twitch. "Gov, are you all right?" "If I stay really still, you can't see me." Mad as a fish. "Okay." He held out the mug. 2 and a coup. She sighed, shoulders drooping, arms dangling at her sides. "See, this is what I get for no bunking off home after the Christmas shopping, accosted by chunky wee police constables." "I'm not chunky." "It's a medical condition." "It's pies." She took the coffee, sniffed it, then scowled up at him. "I just stood in something that smells better than this." He pulled the envelope from his pocket, a thick, ivory, self-sealing job with the DI's name in spidery script on the front. "Courier dropped it off about 10. "Don't care." She snatched a roll of sticky tape from the nearest desk, turned on her heel, jammed her shoe down again, and lurched back towards the door. 2 hours of fighting grumpy old wifies for the last pair of kinky knickers and markies has left me all tired and emotional. Soon as I've finished pinching everyone's sellotape, I'm off ski. Taking the wee one to the panto tonight, and there's no way in hell I'm going sober." Alan waggled the envelope at her. "Looks kind of important." She stuck her fingers in her ears, singing as she scraped her shoe across the carpet tiles. "Jingle bells, Finny smells, Rennie's hair is gay." Detective Constable Rennie stuck his head up above his purple-walled cubicle, blonde mop gelled into spikes, eyebrows pinched together in a frown. "Hey, I heard that!" Steele disappeared down the corridor, still doing her Quasimodo impersonation. Then came the slam of an office door. Then silence. Woman was an absolute nightmare. Alan slipped the envelope back in his pocket. Just have to try again tomorrow when she was in a better mood. That was the thing about detective inspectors. You had to manage them like little children, or they stormed off in a huff and spent the rest of the day thinking up ways to make your life miserable. A thump echoed out from the other side of the CID door. Then an angry voice. "Oh, for... Who made Sharney skid marks all over the carpet?" December 24th, Christmas Eve. D.I. Steele's office looked like Santa's grotto, assuming Santa worked in a manky wee room with greying ceiling tiles, a carpet covered in little round burn marks, and a desk festooned with teetering stacks of forms and folders. The 3 filing cabinets lined up along one wall were topped with stacks of presents, all wrapped in brightly coloured paper by someone who obviously favoured enthusiasm and sticky tape over skill. The inspector was behind her desk, fighting with a roll of dancing penguin paper in a big cardboard box. Alan knocked on the doorframe. "Gov?" She peeled an inch-long strip of sellotape from the corner of her desk and forced down a flap of wrinkly penguins. "I'm no in." "Got a memo from the boss." He pulled it out of the folder and held it up. Another strip of tape. "Well, don't just stand there looking like a baked tatty. Read it." Alan did. She scowled at him. "Out loud, you idiot." "Oh, right. To all members of staff, the cleaners have lodged a complaint about the state of the carpets in the CID wing. If I catch whoever it was that wiped dog... Blah, blah, blah. Anything else? Only I'm up to my ears in urgent police work here." She tore off another length of tape. "Yeah, you've got a missing person." Alan dumped the Miss Per form on the inspector's desk, next to a bright yellow Tonka tipper truck. "Mrs. Griffith says her husband..." "Give it to Biohazard or Laz." She gave the box another lashing of sticky tape. "Better yet, palm it off on those shiftless layabouts in GED. No like they've got anything better to do, is it?" She stuck out a hand. "Pass us the scissors." Alan did. "DS McCrae and Marshall aren't in today. Firearms refresher. In General Inquiries Division's already passed. They say it's a CID case." "Typical." Steele's tongue poked out of the corner of her mouth as she snipped a raggedy line through the wrapping paper, disemboweling 6 penguins in the process. "How come I'm the only one round here who ever does any work?" Alan just stared at her. She narrowed her eyes. Cheeky sod. The parcel went on the floor. Then Steele dug into a green and white plastic bag and produced a set of something lacy and skimpy. More paper. More sticky tape. He pulled out the thick ivory envelope with its spidery script. "There's this, too." Steele held out her hand. "Give!" She grabbed it off him, ripped it open, and squinted at the contents, moving the letter back and forward, as if that was going to help. "You want to borrow my glasses?" "I don't need glasses. How come no one can write properly anymore? It's like a spider got bluted on tequila and threw up green ink everywhere." "So what do you want to do with this missing person?" "You know what kind of person uses green ink? Nutters, that's who. Nutters, freaks, and weirdos." She chucked the letter across the desk at him. "Read." The whole thing was packed with almost impenetrable legalese, but it was just about understandable. "It's from a law firm on Carden Place. Says you've been left a chunk of cash in someone's will." The inspector sat upright, a smile rearranging the wrinkles on her face. "How much?" "Doesn't say. They want you to go into the office and discuss it." "Well, whoever snuffed it, they better be rich." She picked up her phone. "Give us the number." Alan read it out and she dialed, swivelling back and forth in her seat, singing, "I'm in the money," while it rang. Then stopped, licked her lips. "Aye, hello. This is Detective Inspector Roberta Steele. You sent me a..." "Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah, terrible tragedy. How much?" Silence. Her eyes widened. "Really?" The smile turned into a grin. "Oh, yes, aye. Couldn't agree more." "Uh-huh. Yeah, one thing, though. Who is it? Who died?" And the grin turned into a scowl. "I see. Excuse me a moment." Then she slammed the phone down and embarked on a marathon swearing session, threw her sellotape across the room, banged her fist on the desk, swore and swore and swore. Alan fiddled with the folder and waited for her to finish. "Good news?" "Don't you start." She snatched the letter back, crumpled it up into a ball, and hurled it into the bin, then spat on it. So, missing person? All right. Missing person. Honestly, you're worse than Susan. Nag. Go get a car. We'll pay Mrs. Guilford? Griffith. Right, get a car and we'll pay Mrs. Griffith a visit. Steele thumped back in her chair, face all pinched, jaw moving like she was chewing on something bitter. Maybe stop off for a few messages on the way. Alan sat in the driver's seat, hands wrapped around the steering wheel, gritting his teeth every time someone blared their horn at him. They'd made it as far as the Trinity Centre before Steele had slammed her hand on the dashboard and told him to pull in for a minute. That was half an hour ago. The car's hazard lights blinked and clicked, digging orange knives into his forehead. A loud beep sounded behind him. Then again. And again. Then a bus grumbled past, sending up a spray of grey-brown slush to spatter against the pool car's windows. A couple of the passengers gave him the two-finger salute on the way past. Like traffic on Union Street wasn't bad enough at the best of times. A thick rind of dirty white was piled up at the edge of the curb, the road covered in a mix of compacted snow, ice, and filthy water. Pedestrians slithered by on the pavement, bundled up in thick coats, scarves, and woolly hats, fresh snow coating their shoulders like frozen dandruff. Every now and then someone would stop and stare into the car, as if it was his fault he was stuck here, holding up the rotten traffic. Soon as Steele got back, he was going to give her a piece of his mind. Put her in her place. Let her know this wasn't acceptable. He hadn't joined the force just so she could go on shopping expeditions. Clunk. The passenger door swung open and an avalanche of plastic bags clattered into his lap. Steele clambered in, pulled the door shut and shuddered. Oh, bleeding heck. Brass monkeys out there. She frowned. How come you've no got the heating on? Alan glowered at her. With all due respect, Inspector, you... Don't be a prawn or you'll no get your present. Present? That was more like it. He turned the key in the ignition and cranked up the heater. Is it good? Course it's good. Has your Auntie Roberta ever let you down? She dug into one of the plastic bags and came out with something bright red with white furry bits. Here. He turned it over in his hands, the smile dying on his lips. Oh. It was one of those cheap Santa hats they flogged in the Christmas market on Belmont Street. Well, put it on then. It's not... With the uniform and everything. Steele poked his black stab-proof vest with a red-painted fingernail. Put it on. Brilliant. Alan hauled the hat on over his head, the bauble on the end dangling against his cheek, like he was being teabagged by a muppet. She peered at him for a bit. It's missing something. Then she leaned over and grabbed him by the lapel, hauling him towards her. Oh, God. She wasn't going to kiss him, was she? But there wasn't so much as a sprig of mistletoe in the car. It wasn't fair. You couldn't just go about kissing people. You had to give them fair warning about stuff like that. It was sexual harassment. Run. Get out of the car and run. Run! She grabbed the bauble on the end of his Santa hat, and something inside went click. Little coloured lights winked on and off inside the fur, like it wasn't undignified enough in the first place. Then again, given the alternative... Steele nodded. Much better. A deafening honk belted through the air behind them, and a massive 18-wheeler loomed in the rear-view mirror, lights flashing. She peered over her shoulder. Well, don't just sit there. You're holding up traffic. Mrs. Griffith scrubbed a soggy hanky under her plump red nose, getting rid of the twin lines of silver. She sat on the couch in an over-warm living room, her pale pink twin-set in pearls looking all rumpled and out of kilter, as if she'd got dressed in the dark then fallen down the stairs a couple of times. Her chocolate-brown hair was starting to go grey at the roots, watery eyes blinking behind Dame Edna glasses, a big woman who wobbled when she sniffed. A Christmas tree sat in the corner of the room, decorated with scarlet bows, gold dangly things and white lights, very tasteful. A mound of presents sat on the floor, beneath a thin layer of fallen pine needles, much more professionally wrapped than the Frankenstein's monsters in D.I. Steele's office. The mantelpiece was covered in cards, and so were the sideboard and the display cabinet by the large bay windows. Popular couple. Alan underlined the words, "missing since last night," in his notebook. "And your husband's never gone off like this before?" She blinked and shook her head, not looking at him. Couldn't really blame her. When you call the police to help find your missing husband, you probably don't expect a uniformed PC to turn up wearing a flashing Santa bobble hat. And he didn't mention anything that was bothering him. Mrs. Griffith sniffed again, blinked, then stared up at the ceiling as the sound of a toilet flushing came from the floor above. Nice house. Fancy. 3 bathrooms, 4 bedrooms, 1 ensuite, dining room, living room, drawing room, kitchen bigger than Alan's whole flat, conservatory, dirty big garden hidden under a thick blanket of snow. Had to be at least knee-deep out there. "Well, it's early days yet. Might just have got stuck in the snow or something. Did you try his work?" Mrs. Griffith stared down at the crumpled hanky in her thick fingers. I phoned the hospital all night just in case he'd, with the icy roads, an accident." A single drip swelled on the tip of her nose, clear and glistening in the lights from the tree. "Then I tried his work first thing this morning." It was the most she'd said in one go since they'd got there. "I see." Alan made a note in his book. "And where does your husband work?" She tortured her hanky for a bit. "He doesn't." The drip dropped, splashing down on the sleeve of her cardigan. "The man I spoke to, Brian, he was Charles's boss. He said Charles was made redundant 3 months ago. Said they couldn't keep everyone on with the economic downturn." She gave a little moan in the back of her throat. "Why didn't Charles tell me?" Clump, clump, clump on the stairs. Then the living room door opened and D.I. Steele shambled into the room, hauling up her trousers with one hand. "Sorry. Went to the panto last night. Too many sweeties always go right through me. You know what they say, you don't buy chocolate buttons, you just rent them." She collapsed down on the other end of the sofa, then patted Mrs. Griffith on a chunky knee. "Went for a rummage through your bedroom while I was upstairs. Knew you'd no mind." Mrs. Griffith opened her mouth, as if she was about to disagree, then closed it again. "What am I going to tell the children?" Steele wrinkled her lips and raised one shoulder in a lopsided shrug. "You sure there's nothing missing? Clothes, toothbrush, razor, stuff like that." "He wouldn't just run out on Jeremy and Cameron and me. He dotes on those boys. Nothing's too good for them." Her eyes flicked towards the pile of presents under the tree. "Something must have happened. Something terrible." "Found this stuffed under the mattress." The inspector produced a big clear plastic envelope thing with "Ho, ho, ho, happy Santa suit" printed in red and white on a bit of card. The hanger was stuffed inside, but there was no sign of the costume. "Your Charlie liked to dress up for a bit of kinky fun." Mrs. Griffith sank back in her seat, eyes wide, one chubby hand pressing that soggy hanky to her trembling lips. "No! Charles would never do anything like that." "Shame. Partial to a bit of the old naughty nun myself." Steele patted her on the knee again. "Any chance of a cuppa? Digging through other people's drawers always gives us a terrible drouth." A bit of flustering, then Mrs. Griffith hauled herself up from the couch and lumbered off to the kitchen, sniffing and wobbling. Alan waited till the kitchen door clunked shut before leaning forward. "You'll never guess. The husband was made redundant." 3 months ago, aye, I know." "How did—" "Found a P45 in his bedside cabinet, along with 2 Playboys, 1 big and juicy, and a stack of receipts." "Oh." Alan stuck his notepad back in his pocket. "Something a wee bitty more interesting, too." She produced a slip of yellow paper and waggled it at him. "It's—" The door thumped open again, and Mrs. Griffith backed in, carrying a tray loaded down with china cups, saucers, and an ornately painted teapot. Steele smiled. "That was quick. Don't suppose there's any chance of—" She peered into the tray as Mrs. Griffith lowered it onto the coffee table. "Chocolate biscuits. Perfect." "I didn't know if you'd want— What with—" Pink rushed up Griffith's cheeks, clashing with her twin-set. "Your digestive problems." The inspector helped herself, talking with her mouth full. "I'll risk it." Chomp, chomp, chomp. "Your husband ever mentioned someone called Matthew McPhee?" Crumbs going everywhere. She fussed with the teapot, eyes down, the pink in her cheeks getting darker. "I don't think so." Steele nodded. "Well, probably not important anyway." Alan eased the car out onto the main road, the front wheels vrring and slithering through the thick white snow, blowers going full pelt. "So who's this Matthew McPhee?" "You've no heard of Matt McPhee? Wee Free McPhee?" Steele slouched in the passenger seat, fiddling with her bra strap. "Pin back your lugs and learn something for a change. Matthew McPhee's what you might call an unregulated personal finance facilitator." "Ah. Loan shark. I remember there was this one woman, single mother, got into a bit of trouble with her council tax, borrowed 300 quid from Wee Free McPhee, couldn't pay it back. The interest was crippling, literally. He broke both her legs, then did the same to her wee boy. Gave her 2 weeks to come up with the cash, or he's coming back to do their arms." Steele breathed on the passenger window, making it all misty, then drew an unhappy face with her fingertip. "Poor cow was too scared to press charges, so soon as she gets out of the hospital, that's it." Alan slowed down to let a bus out. "Did a runner. Locked herself and the kid in a car, hosepipe from the exhaust." Steele gave her left breast one last hoik, then pointed at the windshield. "Crown Street. I fancy spreading some Christmas cheer." Matthew Wee Free McPhee stood in the doorway, arms folded. He wasn't a tall man, but he was wide, like he'd been squashed. Cold little eyes, a squint nose, and a ridiculous Magnum PI moustache. He was wearing an ugly jumper with a couple of deformed reindeer knitted into the pattern. "No, you can't come in." Steele stomped her feet, hands jammed deep into her armpits, voice streaming out on a cloud of white as thick flakes of snow spiraled down from the pale grey sky. "Charles Griffith." "Never heard of him. Now, if you don't mind—" McPhee tried to close the door, but the inspector jammed her foot into the gap. He looked down. "You're dripping in my hall." Inside, the house must have been huge. A big chunk of grey granite, halfway down Crown Street. Iron railings out front, fencing off a little sunken courtyard with patio furniture just visible under a thick crust of snow. Alan stood on his tiptoes and peered over McPhee's head into the hallway. Antique furniture, hunting prints on the walls. Looked nice and warm in there, too. Steele pulled out the slip of yellow paper again. "That's funny, 'cause right here it says Charles Griffith owes you $4,000. A shrug. "Overcommitted himself for Christmas, didn't he? I offered to help him out, seeing how it's the season of goodwill and that. Didn't want to see his kiddies going without. $4,000 down. What's he owe you now, after you've stuck your usual extortionate interest rates on it?" McPhee folded his arms. "Extortionate interest rate? Nah, that'd be illegal. It was just Christian charity, wasn't it? He can pay me back when he's on his feet again." McPhee smiled. It was all little pointy teeth, small yellow pegs set in pale pink gums. "No problems." Steele leaned forward. "Listen up, sunshine. Charles Griffith's gone missing. And I don't mean he's done a bunk. I mean he's disappeared. See if he turns up dead in a ditch. I'm coming right back here, hauling your hairy backside down the station and pinning everything I can on you. We clear?" "You're letting all the heat out." She stepped back onto the pavement and McPhee slammed the door. Alan cupped his hands and blew into them, making a little personal fog bank. Didn't make his fingers any warmer, though. "Back to the ranch? Or we could go and see the solicitors, if you like. About your inheritance?" She just scowled at him. "Well, it's obvious, isn't it?" Alan dropped a gear, the engine growling and complaining as it struggled to haul the pool car around the Denburn roundabout, wheels shimmying through the slush. "You see that pile of stuff under the Christmas tree? Griffith probably spent a fortune kidding on he's not been fired. Borrows $4,000 to keep up appearances. Can't pay it back. Steele just scowled out of the passenger window. Then last night, McPhee turns up on Griffith's doorstep, roughs him up a bit. Griffith drops everything and limps off into the sunset before McPhee comes back with a pair of pliers. He'll be halfway to Barbados by now. Well, not if he's flying out of Heathrow, but you know what I mean. Silence. They were only doing 15 miles an hour, but the car still fish-tailed its way onto the Gallowgate. Steele thunked her head against the glass. Sighed. Alan feathered the clutch, finally getting the thing under control. How come you're so bent out of shape about someone leaving you loads of cash? None of your business. I mean, if someone wanted to give me a dirty big handout, you wouldn't catch me complaining. Bet Charles Griffith wouldn't say no either. Steele hauled out a packet of Benson and Hedges and a lighter, the wheel making scratching noises against the flint as she quested for fire. Lit up. Puffed out a lungful of smoke. Then the grumble of traffic oozed into the car, riding a breath of frigid air as she buzzed the window down. Get a photo and description out to all the hospitals in Scotland. If Charlie Boy has done a bunk after a visit from McPhee, he's going to need a doctor, if he's no already in the mortuary. I mean, who couldn't do with some more cash? A cloud of smoke broke against Alan's cheek. I'm not taking money from that. She puckered her lips. Just shut up and drive. The solicitor's receptionist was making eyes at him. Or maybe she was making eyes at the pot plant in the corner. It was kind of hard to tell, the way that they both pointed off in different directions like that. Long, curly blonde hair, little chin, heart-shaped face, scarlet lips. Cute, in a sort of Marty Feldman meets Christina Aguilera kind of way. She pulled off her glasses and polished them on the hem of her skirt, flashing an inch of milk-bottle white thigh in the top of a hold-up stocking. A smile, squint like her eyes. I'm sure they won't be long. Would you like another cup of tea? It was an old-fashioned kind of room, with wooden panelling and dark red carpets, the walls covered in framed watercolours and certificates. Alan shifted in his green leather armchair. No thanks, I'm good. Tea and coffee were just reaching right through him today. Must be the cold. So, have you worked for Emerson and McPhail long? Okay, not the smoothest of lines, but slightly better than do you come here often. 2 months. Mostly it's just answering the phones and making tea. She bit her bottom lip, one eye lingering its way up his body, while the other went off for a wander on its own, coming to rest on the flashing Santa bobble hat at the very top. We don't usually get anyone as exciting as the police in here. Are you working on a case? Actually, he scooted forward, lowering his voice. The office door banged open, and the inspector stormed out, arms going in all directions. Don't you sodding tell me to calm down, you patronising, sanctimonious, hairy-eared old... But Mrs. Steele... A baldy-headed man shuffled out after her, the front of his white shirt soaked through with what looked like tea. You have to understand, we're talking about a considerable sum of money here. At least think about it. She marched straight through the reception area and out the main door, slamming it hard enough to make a wall full of pictures shudder. Oh dear. He ran a hand across his forehead, then stood there, dripping on the carpet. She really is quite excitable. Alan stood, pointed at the door. I'd better, probably... Constable, can you do your inspector a favour? The solicitor pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and dabbed at his damp face. Tell her the time limit contained in the behest is very precise. Mr. Macduff will be cremated at 3 o'clock on the 27th, whether she's there to deliver the eulogy or not. And considering how much is at stake, well, it would certainly be in her best interests. Exactly how much are we talking about? I really don't think it would be appropriate for me to discuss that. He turned to the receptionist. Daphne, can you be a dear and fetch a towel? I appear to have had an accident. December 27th. 9:30, and Alan was in the canteen, piling foil-wrapped bacon butties onto a brown plastic tray. Good job he wasn't one of those evangelical vegetarians, or he'd be spitting in every one. CID were just a bunch of lazy sods. Should be getting their own damn butties. Whatever happened to goodwill to all men? He squeezed in half a dozen assorted coffees at the other end and carried the lot down to the CID wing. Really, it was just a handful of rooms lurking at the end of a smelly corridor they still hadn't managed to scrub the brown streaks out of, but that didn't sound quite as impressive. D.I. Steele was lurking in her office, scowling at the phone and drumming her nails on the desktop. "Took your time?" Alan dumped a butty in a big wax paper cup beside her in tray. "You're welcome." "Don't start." She unwrapped the floury roll and sank her teeth into it. Today's the 27th. Stunning powers of observation there, Constable Guthrie. You'll go far. What I mean is, it's the funeral today. Of your mate, Macduff. Desperate Doug Macduff's no sodding mate of mine. Another mouthful, washed down with a scoop of coffee. Get a car. How much? Alan turned to stare at her. Watch the road. He snapped back just in time to see the back end of a bus, slammed on the brakes. The pedal juddered under his foot, the ABS twitching as the car slid into the curb. So much for the weather getting better after Christmas. The roads were like glass, and everyone drove like an idiot. Stupid bus driver. Alan wrangled the car back out onto the road. 54,000 quid, and all you have to do is deliver the guy's eulogy. It's no as simple as that. I'd have to be nice about him, and if his greasy lawyer thought I'd no been enthusiastic enough, I'd get sod all. Enthusiastic? About desperate Doug Macduff? She stared out of the window, mouth a narrow, pinched line. Man worked as an enforcer for the MacLeods, wee Hamish Mowat, and Malk the Knife. Killed at least 6 people we know of. Probably a hell of a lot more. Then there's the beatings, abductions, rape. So lie. 54 grand. Say he was a great guy, a credit to his family, loved by women, admired by men. Take the money and run. Who cares if he was a complete scumbag? I care. No answer. Alan stuffed his hands back in his pockets. Try it again. The Griffith Street was like Dr. Zhivago land, everything covered in rounded mounds of white. Cars, hedges, trees, the lot. Icicles made glass fangs from the guttering, twinkling in the morning light. Sky so blue it was almost painful to look at. He leant on the doorbell again, and a deep brrring sounded somewhere inside. Maybe she's gone out. Steele shook her head. Look at the drive. Someone had dug it clear, all the way to the slippery road. A snow-blanketed Range Rover was parked in front of the garage, one of those big ugly Porsche Cayennes blocking it in. The paintwork frost-free and glistening. She's got visitors. Once more with feeling. Alan ground his thumb into the brass bell, keeping the noise going. You know, there's still plenty time to head out to the creme. I'm no telling you again. Just saying. 54 grand goes a long way when you've got a wee kid to bring up. Good nursery, maybe a private school, couple of nice holidays. Otherwise, what, the taxman gets it? What the hairy hell is... Steele screwed her eyes up, peering through the glass panel beside the door. Here we go. A muffled voice. Who is it? The inspector stepped forward and slammed her palm into the wood. Police! Open up! Oh, but I... Now! A clunk and rattle. Then the door creaked open a crack, and a big pink face stared out at them. Have you found Charles? Is he all right? Her cheeks were all flushed, a pale fringe of hair sticking to her glistening forehead. Steele smiled. Can we come in? Well, It's not really convenient, right? The inspector placed a hand against the door and pushed, forcing her back into the hall. Won't take long. Alan followed Steele inside, clunking the door closed behind him, shutting out the cold. Mrs. Griffith stood in the hallway, one hand clutching the front of her silk kimono, keeping everything hidden. Thank God. Look, can't this wait till... Where is he? The pink on her cheeks darkened. I don't know. That's why I called you. He's missing and I'm very upset. Oh, aye, but no upset enough to put you off a wee bit of the old mid-morning delight, eh? Steele wandered over to the foot of the stairs, leaning on the polished wooden banister. Mrs. Griffith stuck her nose in the air, stretching out the folds in her neck. "I think you should go. Come out, wherever you are. Game's a bogey, the man's in the lobby." "I must protest, you shouldn't—" Steele cupped her hands into a makeshift megaphone. "Come on, McPhee, I know you're in here. I recognise your car. Let's be having you." Silence. Then a voice echoed down from upstairs. I'm a little tied up at the moment. Well, handcuffed, technically." The inspector grinned. "Bingo!" She bounded up the stairs 2 at a time, Mrs. Griffith lumbering after her, making little groaning noises. "It's not what you think, really." Alan followed them up to a plush bedroom that could have come straight from the pages of a swanky magazine. Oatmeal carpet, red velvet curtains, polished oak units, and a big 4-poster bed with a naked man manacled to it. Wee Free McPhee, wearing nothing but a smile and a couple of crocodile clips in a very sensitive location. OK, so the magazine would have to be Better Homes and Perverts, but it was the thought that counted. McPhee tried a shrug. "I'd get up, but, you know." Alan winced. "Does that not hurt?" Steele plonked herself down on the edge of the bed. "No interrupting anything, am I?" "What do you think?" Mrs. Griffith grabbed the duvet and hauled it up, covering McPhee's wee hairy body. "I really don't see how this is any of your business." "What's the deal? She paying off her husband's debt in naughty favours. That it?" "Actually," Mrs. Griffith put a hand on his chest, "Matthew and I are deeply in love. We have been for nearly a year. When Charles gets back, I'm going to ask him for a divorce." "Divorce?" The inspector bounced up and down a couple of times, making the springs creak. "Tell you what I think. I think the pair of you decided you couldn't be bothered with a long, drawn-out legal battle, so you killed him, dumped the body somewhere, and reported him missing. Cooked up the receipt for $4,000 so we'd think he'd done a bunk to get out of paying his debt." She smiled. "How am I doing so far?" McPhee looked at her for a minute, then burst out laughing. "We're going to get married. You any idea how hard it'd be for Mags to get a divorce if Charles is missing? Couldn't even have him declared dead for, 7, 8 years? No way we're waiting that long. Nice quickie divorce, and we can all get on with our lives." He winked. "Might even send you an invitation." "Pull over." Steele scowled out of the windscreen, arms folded across her chest, jaw jutting. "You sure? It's 2:30. You don't want to be—" "I swear to God, Constable, if you don't pull over right now, I'm going to take my boot and I'm going to jam it right up your—" Okay. Pulling over." Talk about a bear with a sore bum. The car crunched and bumped over a moonscape of compacted snow, coming to a halt outside a wee corner shop on Queen's Road. A little billboard thing was screwed to the wall. Aberdeen Examiner, end in sight for winter chaos. Aye, right. Steele unclipped her seatbelt and clambered out onto the crusty pavement, slipped, grabbed the door, wobbled for a bit, then straightened up. "No a word." "I didn't say anything." She slammed the door and picked her way into the shop. How could someone be that miserable about inheriting $54,000? Steele was back 5 minutes later with a white carrier bag clutched to her chest. Buckled herself in, then pulled out a half bottle of famous grouse. The top came off with a single twist, then she stared at the bottle for a moment, before knocking back a mouthful. Closed her eyes and shuddered. Took another sip. "What are you looking at?" "Just thought it was kind of, on duty and—" He swallowed. She was glowering at him. "Drive!" She was about a third of the way down the bottle by the time they reached the rutted driveway to the crematorium. The memorial gardens were covered in a thick layer of white, stealing the sharp edges from everything. According to the car's temperature display, it was -4 out there. Alan crept along the road, making for the bulky building at the end. The place was a collection of grey and brown rectangles, bolted together into a single, unappealing, ugly lump, as if just being a crematorium wasn't depressing enough. There was only one other vehicle in the car park, A frost-rimmed 4x4. Alan parked a couple of spaces along and checked the clock. 2:58. Doesn't look like he was all that popular. Steele took another slug of grouse. I was 19. Only been on the beat for a couple of weeks. Was doing door-to-doors for this abduction case. Woman, mother of 2. Snatched outside the bookie she worked at. Steele screwed the top back on the bottle. One eye half shut, like it wouldn't stay in focus. And then I chapped on desperate Doug McDuff's door. Silence. Gov, you want me to come in with you? Going to go in there and tell the truth. Let everyone know what he was really like. Give that manky old git a piece of my mind. Who needs his filthy money? She climbed out into the snow, breath streaming around her head. Slipped the half bottle of whiskey into her pocket. You wait here. Might need to make a quick getaway. December 31st. Hogmanay. Gov? Alan peered around the edge of the door into D.I. Steele's office. She was slouched in her seat, feet up on the desk, cigarette dangling from the corner of her mouth. The smoke curled out through the open window, letting in the constant drip, drip, drip of melting snow. A cup of coffee was growing a wrinkly skin, sitting next to a cardboard box with "Fragile this way up" stenciled on the side. Gov? Steele blinked, then swung around. What? Just got a call from Mrs. Griffith's next-door neighbour. Think we've found the missing husband. Steele turned and stared back towards the road. You sure you locked the car? Yes, I locked the car. Snow scrunched and squelched under Alan's boots as he picked his way along the edge of the next-door neighbour's garden. It was horrible out here, cold and wet and soggy as the thaw ate its way through the drifts. The neighbour was standing by a 6-foot wooden fence, clutching an umbrella, meltwater from the roof drumming on the black and white fabric. She bounced a little on her feet as they got nearer, green eyes shining, big smile on her face, iron brew hair curling out from the fringes of a woolly hat. He's over there. She pointed through a gap in the fence. Saw him when I was trying to defrost the garden hose, and I was certain it was a body, and then I thought, I can't leave it. What if it disappears like in North by Northwest and nobody believes me? Or was that 10 little Indians? I don't suppose it matters really, but it was something like that. So I ran inside and grabbed my mobile and came back out and it was still there, which is great. All delivered machine gun style in one big breath. Alan peered between 2 of the boards that made up the fence. There was a pair of legs sticking out of a drift of glistening snow. Black boots, red trousers trimmed with white fur. An electrical cable was wrapped around one leg, studded with large multicoloured light bulbs. Ouch. You think he's... Steele hit him. Course he's dead. Been lying upside down in a snowdrift for a week. It's not like he's hibernating in there, is it? The end of a ladder was just visible on the other side of the mound. On the bright side, at least he's not missing any more. Steele sat in the passenger seat, clutching that fragile cardboard box to her chest. Alan turned up the heater, then peered through the windscreen up at the house. Mrs. Griffith was standing in the bay window of the lounge, staring as the duty undertakers wrestled her husband's remains into the back of their unmarked grey van. It wasn't easy. He'd frozen in a pretty awkward shape, like a Santa Claus-themed swastika. Wee Free McPhee had his arms wrapped nearly all the way around her shoulders, holding her tight as she sobbed. Alan sniffed. Still think they did it? The lovebirds? Nah. Silly sod was clambering about on the roof practising his Father Christmas in the snow. Deserved all he got. The funeral directors finally forced the last bits of Charles Griffith into the van, then slammed the doors shut and slithered off into the defrosting afternoon. Alan put the pool car in gear. Back to the ranch? Nope. You can drop me off at home. I'm copping a sickie. Steele opened the top of the cardboard box and hauled out a brass urn that looked like a cross between a cocktail shaker and a thermos flask. A plaque was stuck to the dark wooden base. Douglas Kennedy McDuff, in loving memory. She opened the top and peered inside. Hello again, Doug, you rancid wee scumbag. Your mate the solicitor says I've got to give you a dignified farewell. Something befitting your standing in the community. 54 grand. Knew you'd see sense. Alan eased the car out onto the road. So where are you going to scatter him? Pataudry? North Sea? Maybe out Tirebagger or something? Litter tray. Steele grinned and screwed the top back on. If we just use a little bit at a time, he should last for months. Stramash. Stramash. Noun. An uproar. A disturbance. A row. A brawl. Strong drink having been taken, the police were called to break up the stramash outside the pub. Sodding hell! Logan peered out through the rain-slicked glass of what passed for a passenger lounge, a bus-stop-style shelter squeezed in at the side of the car deck. Just big enough for Logan, his wheelie case, and a stack of vegetables in wooden boxes, their paper labels bloated and peeling off in the downpour. The dock looked as if it had been hacked out of a quarry, a bowl of slate-grey rock with a couple of dented pickup trucks huddling together for warmth. No sign of an MX-5. Typical. The tiny ferry shook and rattled, lurched, then clanged against the concrete slipway. Another gust of frigid water rattled the glass. She was late. You bloody promised! The ramp groaned down, and a dripping wee man in a high-vis jacket waved at the rust-flecked blue transit van, taking up most of the car deck. It spluttered into life and inched forwards. Logan stuck out his thumb and smiled at the driver. He looked familiar. That was good, right? Made him more likely to give Logan a lift. But the rotten sod didn't even glance at him. Just drove off the Port Ascaig ferry and away onto Jura. Logan yanked out the wheelie case's handle. Thanks, mate. Thanks a bloody heap. And stomped off into the rain. The minibus bounced through yet another minefield of potholes, then purred to a halt on the grass at the side of the track. Here we go. Inverlusa. The driver coughed, peering out through the windscreen as the wipers squealed across the glass. Are you sure? No, not even vaguely. The sea was a heaving mass of granite-coloured water, white spray sparking like fireworks in the wind. A thin curve of yellow-brown sand separated the crashing waves from the land. A wee house squatted on the other side of a bridge over a river, the hills rising behind it, dark and glistening. The minibus rocked and whistled with each gale-force blast. A small table sat on the sliver of grass, overhanging the beach, with a couple of chairs facing out to sea. Someone was sitting in one of them, bundled up in a heavy red padded jacket, a blue bobble hat pulled down low over their ears, a yellow Rupert the Bear scarf whipping out behind them. Logan hauled his case out into the storm, dragging the thing through the wet grass towards the table. The rain had faded to a stinging drizzle, and the air had that salt and iron smell of the sea, the dirty iodine whiff of churned seaweed. Christ, it was cold, leaching through his damp trousers, making his legs ache. He stopped at the table, loomed over the sod responsible. D.I. Steele sniffed. "'Bout time you got here." She was only visible from the nose up, the bottom half of her face wrapped in the scarf, wrinkles making eagle's feet around her narrow eyes, grey hair poking out from beneath her woolly hat. "Park your arse." Logan stared down at her, put on a throaty cigarette growl. "Don't worry, lads. I'll pick you up at the ferry terminal." She shrugged. "Someone got out of bed on the wrong side." "Wrong side of the... I had to sleep in the bloody car last night." A figure in bright orange waterproofs lurched along the path towards them, carrying a tray of tea things, struggling to keep it level in the wind. Logan dumped his case under the table. "Took me 6 bastarding hours to drive to Tarbert yesterday. All the hotels and B&Bs were full. You got any idea what it's like sleeping in a car in the middle of a bloody hurricane? Bloody freezing, that's what it's like." "Oh, don't be so wet." The figure in the waterproofs leaned into a gust of wind, took 2 steps to the side, then made a final dash for the table. She smiled at them from beneath the dripping brim of her sou'wester. She couldn't have been much over 18. "Right, That's a pot of tea for two, 1 lemon drizzle cake. She placed them on the tabletop. And a toffee brownie. If you want a refill. She pointed at a little walkie-talkie in a clear Tupperware box. Just give me a buzz. Ta! Steele poured herself a china mug of tea from the stainless steel teapot as the girl headed back towards the house in sanity. Logan looked out at the bay. The howling wind, the breakers, the heaving dark sea, the heavy clouds. You've gone mental, that's it, isn't it? You've finally gone stark. Just park your ass and have some cake. He lowered himself into the folding wooden chair, clenched his knees together, hunched his shoulders up around his ears, stuck his dead fish hands into his armpits. Bloody freezing. Steele clunked a mug down in front of him, steam whipping off the bay's surface. You bring that fancy fingerprint stuff. Catch my death. And then what? Sitting out here in the wind and the rain like a pair of idiots. Moan, moan, bloody moan. She sipped her tea, had a bite of cake, crumbs going down the same way as the steam. Now, where's my fingerprint stuff? Not till you tell me why I drove all the way across the bloody country, slept in a car, took 2 ferries, tromped half a mile in the hammering rain, then sat in a bus for half an hour to watch you stuff your face with tea and cake. He grabbed the brownie and ripped a bite out of it, chewing and scowling. I'm cold, I'm wet, and I'm pissed off. Jasmine doesn't moan this much, and she's no even 2 yet. Another bite of lemon drizzle. We're sitting here in a howling gale because we're watching someone. She pointed out into the storm, where a small white fishing boat with a red wheelhouse roller-coastered up and down and side to side on the angry water. Wouldn't have been so bad if I could have got the car on the Islay ferry, but every idiot in the whole... Can you no give it a rest for 5 minutes? Look! Logan wrapped his hands around the mug, leeching the heat. At what? Sigh. Her voice took on the kind of high-pitched sing-song tone usually reserved for small children. At the wee fishing boat, bobbity-bobbing on the ocean blue. I was right. You are mental. It's a fishing boat, that's what they do. Can we go inside now before I catch bloody pneumonia? She hit him on the arm. Don't be a dick. Then passed him a pair of heavy black binoculars. Less whinging, more looking. The eyepieces were cold against his skin, the focusing knob rough beneath his fingertips as he unblurred the little boat. The wheelhouse was just big enough for a grown man to stand up in, but whoever was in charge of the boat was hunched over, wearing one of those waistcoat-style life jackets, holding a spar carrier bag to their mouth, shoulders heaving in time with the sea. Finally the man straightened and wiped a hand across his purple slash of a mouth. His skin was pale, tinged with yellow and green. Sticky-out ears, woolly hat, pug nose, puffed-out cheeks, and he was vomiting again. Not exactly the best sailor in the world. If you spent more time reading our beloved leader's interforce memos and less time moaning about everything, you'd know that was Jimmy Weasdale. Logan squinted through the binoculars again. Jimmy the Weasel? Thought he retired to the Costa del Sol. Did a runner when Strathclyde CID fingered him for cutting Barney McGlashan into bite-sized chunks. More squinting. You sure it's him? What do you think the fingerprint stuff's for? Saw him in the hotel bar last night drinking with this hairy wee bastard wearing a number 7 Dundee United football shirt. Logan lowered the binoculars, leaving Jimmy to puke in peace. Not Badger McLean. The very man. Jimmy the Weasel and Badger the Tadger. Together again. No exactly Mother Nature's finest hour. So where's Badger? Squeezed himself into a rubber dry suit half an hour ago. Thought he was going to get his kinky on, but nope. Scuba gear. He's down there now. Logan went back to the binoculars. What are they after? A gust of wind rattled the stainless steel teapot on the little table. Steele made slurping noises. Tell you what, I'll activate my X-ray vision and take a peek below the waves, shall I? Then we can all sod off down the pub for a game of Twister and some chocolate cake. She hit him again. How the hell am I supposed to know? That's why we're here. Watching. 15 minutes later, an ungainly, deformed seal surfaced next to the fishing boat, It thrashed its arms for a moment, before a hump of charcoal-coloured water slammed it into the hull. More thrashing. Logan shifted his grip on the binoculars. Silly sod's going to get himself killed. Jimmy the Weasel lurched out of the wheelhouse and threw a line to the diver. More thrashing. Then some hauling, and what looked through the binoculars like swearing. And finally the seal was dragged over the boat's railing, bum in the air, little legs kicking out, then gone, hidden from sight by the bulwark. Steele poked Logan in the shoulder. "What's happening? He drowned!" "Almost." A couple of minutes passed, then a cloud of exhaust fumes burst from the back end of the boat before being torn away by the wind. The tiny vessel swung around and puttered away into the heaving sea, leaving behind a bright orange buoy bobbing in the angry water. Logan passed the binoculars back to Steele. "Before you ask, no, I am not going to swim out there and find out what they've been up to." She puffed out her cheeks, then tipped the dregs of tea from her mug. "Fancy a wee walk down by the beach?" "No." "That's the spirit." Steele stood, stuck her hands in her pockets and lurch staggered through the storm along the edge of the grass verge. A quick shove, and she probably wouldn't wash ashore till she reached Ireland. Logan sighed, swallowed the last of his tea, and hurried after her, shivering as the gale snatched away the little body heat he had left. Hypothermia was bloody overrated. By the time he'd caught up, she was standing beside a large rock, frowning down at a knot of licorice-coloured seaweed, the kind that looked as if it had boils. Steele nudged it with her toe. "What's that look like to you?" "Seaweed. Can we just—" Something was tangled up in the glistening coils. Something rectangular, about the size of a house brick, only wrapped in clear plastic and brown parcel tape. He squatted down, damp trousers clinging to his legs, and levered the package out of the seaweed. About 1 kilo. There was another one, 3 or 4 feet further down the thin strip of sand, and another just past it. Bloody hell. She patted him on the shoulder. "Don't know about you, but I'm gasping for a pint." D.I. Steele froze in the doorway, her eyes bugged, mouth pinched into a chicken's bum pout as she stomped towards Logan. "I told you to wait outside!" The Jura Hotel's bar was a sort of elongated bay window shape. A handful of people sat around small circular tables, eating crisps and drinking beer, while an old woman in a grey twinset hustled her grandson at pool. Logan paid for his pint of 80 shilling. "It's raining." "Go!" She grabbed him by the arm and pulled him towards the exit. "Out! Before Susan sees you!" "I've ordered food. I don't care if you've ordered 3 strippers and a tub of cottage cheese. If Susan sees you, she'll chew me a new hole. Aye, and no in a good way. Supposed to be here on a jolly, no police business." She gave him a shove. "Out, out! Go sit in the car. I'm bloody freezing and there's— Laz, it's her work's team building, okay? She thinks I'm off reading books and scratching my bumhole in quiet contemplation of nature's island splendour. You want to upset her? That what you want? You want to ruin the only time we've had off together since Jasmine was born? You dragged me all the way across the bloody country. I'm cold, I'm wet, I'm hungry, and I'm having my bloody lunch inside in the warm, whether you like it or not." D.I. Steele knocked on the steamed-up car window. Logan scowled at her from the passenger seat, then took a mouthful of 80 from his half-empty glass. The MX-5's cloth roof buckled and groaned, rain bouncing off the bonnet, making a noise like 1,000 angry ants playing 1,000 angry drums, fighting against the background drone of the engine and the roar of the blow heaters. Craighouse was a tiny village, strung out along a single-track road. A mini stone-walled harbour, a community hall, a restaurant, a wee spar shop, and an old-fashioned red telephone box. A collection of whitewashed buildings loomed in the rain, opposite the hotel. Isle of Jura painted in big black letters on the distillery wall. Steele's MX-5 sat in a roped-off car park marked "Staff Only." She clambered in behind the wheel and handed Logan a plate piled high with langoustines, some salad, and little curled red things that looked worryingly like oversized boiled woodlice. He poked one of them. "I ordered the steak pie. Seafood platter, good for the brain. And don't get fishy fingerprints all over my car. She turned off the engine and the heaters went quiet. Hey! I'm no made of bloody petrol. Logan twisted the tail off a langoustine and clicked it out of its pale pink carapace, dipped it in the mayonnaise. Did you get me a room? Course I did. Got you one right next door to Susan and me. That way you can bump into her and let her know I'm hunting down villains when I'm supposed to be on holiday. Steele pulled out a glass tumbler wrapped in a paper napkin. The smoky scent of malt whiskey curled through the car. Badger and Weasel are in there playing pool like good little woodland animals, so I nabbed the bugger's glass. Where's the fingerprint thing? Don't you think Susan might just notice something's up when she tries to get her bags back in the car and finds the boot full of drugs? Oh. Steele's eyebrows drooped, taking the corners of her mouth with them. Sod. Well, fine. We solve everything today. You bugger off back to Aberdeen with our druggy friends, and Susan never needs to know. A nod. Right. That's officially the plan. Steele pointed at the tumbler. So come on, fingerprints. The beer slipped down, cool and dark. Don't nag. You know, if it really is Jimmy Weasdale, then we've just caught Scotland's 8th most wanted man, and turned up a massive stash of drugs. They'll probably want to give me an OBE. Logan soaked his fingers clean, dug the plastic case from his pocket, and dumped it in her lap. The eyeprint kit was about the same size as a paperback book. Steele cracked it open as Logan broke his way into one of the woodlice. She sniffed. You got any idea how to work it? Instructions are inside. He held up a little curl of white meat. What is this exactly? God's sake! Who wrote these instructions? Sodding handwriting's appalling. Put your glasses on. I don't need glasses. And it's a squat lobster. Eat it. It's good for you. She laid the contents of the kit out along the dashboard. A scratched iPhone, a length of curly black cable, a plastic thing, like a matchbox with a metal strip down the middle, a soft bristled blusher brush, a little plastic tub of aluminium powder, and one of Amido black. Steele squinted at the sheet of paper for a while. Nah, it's no good. You'll have to do it. I'm eating. Aye, and while you're out there stuffing your face, there's a murderer in there, playing pool and... She stared out of the driver's window, then scrubbed at it with her sleeve, clearing away the fog. Him! There! Look, look, look! I can't even have lunch, can I? Okay, I'll do your bloody fingerprints. Logan wiped his hands on a napkin, then reached into his jacket for a pair of nitrile gloves. No, you divvy! Look! She tapped at the window. Big bloke, tartan bunnet, park in the van. Couldn't keep her mind on one thing for more than 2 minutes. Logan leaned across the car and peered through the clean patch. It was the rusty transit van from the ferry this morning, driven by the same rotten sod who wouldn't give him a lift. The man clambered out into the rain. He was wearing orange overalls, stained brown and black around the cuffs and knees, clunky work boots, big, broad, hands like dinner plates. He pulled the tartan cap firmly down over his ears as another gust of wind shook the van, driving him back a step. Steele whistled. Kevin McGregor. Thought he was dead. A frown. I'm sure he's dead. Doesn't look dead. McGregor grabbed a holdall from the passenger seat and lumbered off into the bar. Oh, he's dead all right. Burned to a crisp in a house fire 5 years ago. Post-mortem said he'd been shot twice in the back of the head, execution style. Had to ID him from dental records. She shrugged. I crashed the funeral in the wake. Tried to cop off with his sister, but she was having none of it. The legendary Kevin McGregor. No wonder he looked familiar. And was that... Logan pointed through the clear bit at 2 hard-looking women with ginger crew cuts and black-rimmed glasses, struggling to origami an OS map back into shape. Camper van, 4 o'clock. That's the Riley sisters. Bridget and Neve. Belfast drug dealers. You name it, they'll blow it up. Knees capped while you wait. Steele sat back in her seat. What is this? A sodding conference for toe rags and gangsters. Scumfest. Wait a minute. Logan stuck his plate on the dashboard. Did Kevin McGregor not beat old Liam Riley to death 6 years ago because he tried to move in on his turf? Think they're here to kiss and make up with the bloke who murdered their dad? Steele closed her eyes, pursed her lips, then banged her forehead off the steering wheel. Susan's going to kill me. You got any of that sticky toffee pudding left? D.I. Steele clambered back into the little MX-5. Bugger off! First hot thing I've had today. Ungrateful sod. She fidgeted with her left boob, hauling at the underwire. That's another 4 turned up. So far we've got 3 schemy toe rags from Glasgow, Badger and Weasel, a pair of scary bitches kicked out of the provisional IRA for being too violent, 2 Scouse wide boys, a dead gangster, 4 of Mark the Knife's goons, and the spotty ginger kid that works for wee Hamish Mowat. Sodding hotel bars like the United Nations for drug dealers. She reached over and poked a finger into Logan's toffee sauce. Hey! Steele sooked her finger. And you want to know the weirdest thing? They're all playing nice. Even Kevin McGregor and the Riley sisters, in there quietly sipping their pints. You'd think they'd at least chib each other for old time's sake. Pause. Give us a go of your spoon. Logan turned away, shielding the pudding with his arm. Get your own. She stared back towards the bar. Never mind a paddle. If this kicks off, we're up Shite Creek without a canoe. According to the guidebook, Jura's got 2 special constables, and that's it. No firearms team, no Black Maria, nothing. So call Strathclyde, get them to send a helicopter. And let those Ouija soap dodgers take all the credit. No thanks. No, of course not, silly me. It's much better if this lot tear the hotel apart and murder each other in the lounge bar. What was I thinking? She stared at him. No one likes a smartass, you know that, don't you? Logan finished his sticky toffee pudding, licked the bowl clean so there'd be nothing left for Steele. Only one thing for it, then. We pick them off one by one like Rambo. Mid-afternoon, and the sky was like boiling tar, rain battering down, bouncing off the road and a handful of parked cars. D.I. Steele curled her lip, buzzed down the window and spat out into the storm. We'll pick them off one by one like Rambo, he says. Not my fault they all go to the toilet in pairs, is it? Who knew drug dealers were like girlies on a hen night? Prat. They go to the bogs in pairs so the opposition doesn't chib them in the ribs while they're having a slash. Puts them off their aim, blood and pee everywhere. Badger McLean shuffled out through the bar's main door onto a raised stone patio with a handrail around it to keep anyone from falling into the bustling rush-hour traffic, which probably consisted of a post office van and a sheep, if it was a really busy day. Did you tell the hotel owners that their bar was full of drug dealers? Course a sodding didn't. What they don't know won't kneecap them. The wee hairy man huddled in the hotel doorway and winkled a hand-rolled cigarette out of a tin of tobacco. He lit up, shifting from foot to foot, puffing away in the torrential rain, shivering. Steele sighed. I miss fags. She pulled out a silver hip flask, twisted the top off, took a swig, then waggled it at Logan. Sniffed her? You really think that's a good idea? It's no drink driving, it's drink parking. Over in front of the hotel, Badger fought with his lighter again, then looked over his shoulder back into the bar, before limping down the steps and across to an ancient maroon Peugeot with a deep gouge all the way down the passenger side. He hauled open the back door and lowered himself inside with slow, stiff movements, as if his spine was made of broken glass. The hot blue and yellow flare of a lighter, the dull orange glow of a cigarette, the pale grey smoke drifting against the glass. Logan stuck his pudding bowl on the dashboard next to the eye-print kit. One by one, just like Rambo. Badger McLean squealed as Logan wrenched open the Peugeot's door and jumped into the back seat beside him. I didn't... Then another squeal as Steele slid in on the other side, trapping him in the middle. Silence. Outside, the wind howled. Steele stretched her arm along the back of the seat, behind Badger's shoulders, as if she was about to put the first-date moves on him in a darkened cinema. Aye, aye, Badger. Badge. Badge the Tadge? Long time, eh? He licked his lips, eyes flicking from the car door to the hotel and back again. She pouted. Badger, I'm hurt. You don't remember me? Still nothing. Aberdeen, 2003. I did you for flogging aspirin round that nightclub down the beach, telling boozed-up teenagers it was E. Got you 18 months, didn't it? His mouth fell open an inch. Then everything came out in a machine-gunned Fife accent, the words going up and down like the boats in the harbour. Oh, thank God, I thought for a minute you were a... Aye, bugger! He dropped the cigarette, shaking and blowing on his fingers, sending ash spiralling through the car. Ow! Here's the deal, Badge, my boy. You tell me what I want to know, and my associate here won't frog-march you back in there and let everyone know how you've been cooperating with the police like a good little boy. He sneaked a glance at Logan. Logan grinned back at him. Badger slouched, then ran a hand across his face. Oh, shite. How much? Steele stared, mouth hanging open like an empty pink sock. Badger shrugged, then winced, clutching his chest on the left-hand side, where the wave slammed him into the boat. No one knows for sure, but that's what they're saying. Nearly a ton of Afghanistan's finest, Grade A, uncut, in 4 submersible pods. Bloody hell. A ton! Silly bastard's yacht got caught in that big storm, had to cut the pods loose or get dragged down with them. Managed to limp into Oban 3 days ago. All the pods have got GPS, but one of them cracked open and it's kinda... well, you know, like driftwood, only kilo blocks of heroin. Steele pointed back at the bar. And young Jimmy the Weasel. Turns out his son-in-law was one of the aforementioned silly bastards. The idiot got pushed in the Oban, you know, celebrating not being dead, and kinda let it slip. Now every dealer from Aberdeen to Belfast turned up to do a bit of fishing. Badger cleared his throat. Now that I've cooperated, there's no real need to tell anyone, is there? Why don't I just get out of your hair and head back to the mainland? It's not like you can actually do me for anything, is it? I'm not even in possession or anything. Funny you should say that. Logan dipped into his pocket, pulled out a block of heroin and tossed it at him. Catch! Ah! Badger caught the thing before it hit him in the face. Your fingerprints are all over it now. That's 8 years for possession with intent. That's not fair. Our word against yours. Steele licked her teeth, mouth open, making sticky noises with a pale yellow tongue. Nearly a ton of uncut Grade A drugs washing up on the shores of a wee Scottish Hebridean island. It's sodding heroin galore. Jimmy's going to kill me. He's going to hack me up into little pieces like poor old Barney McGlashan. He's going to... If you don't shut up, I'll hack you into little bits. Logan shifted in his seat. They'd parked Badger's dented Peugeot down the main road, in front of the Antlers restaurant, tucked in behind a soft-top Land Rover with an expired tax disc. The hotel bar was just visible through a knot of bushes. 2 minutes later, Jimmy the Weasel stormed out of the bar into the rain, head going left and right like a pasty-faced searchlight, scanning the car park. Logan adjusted the binoculars, focusing through the hotel windows to where D.I. Steele was leaning back against the pool table, grinning. The Weasel shook his fists at the sky. Thieving little bastard! It echoed back from the distillery buildings before being swallowed by the downpour. Oh, God! Badger buried his face in his hands. That's it. I'm dead. And then the Weasel was off, running down the road towards them. But before he got there, he took a sharp right, around the back of the village shop, making for the tiny stone pier that curled around a miniature harbour. Keep your head down. Logan turned the key in the ignition, and the Peugeot made a high-pitched retching noise, then clunked. He tried again. Got the same result. Come on! Come on! Come on! More retching. Come on! Clunk. Bloody thing. Logan undid his seatbelt and jumped out into the rain, running after Jimmy the Weasel, between the shop and the village hall. The little white fishing boat with the tiny red wheelhouse rocked against the harbour wall. Light bloomed through the wheelhouse windows. Then a cloud of pale grey exhaust sputtered out around the stern. The boat backed out, turned, and lurched away into the waves. Run. Run fast. Leap. Sail through the air between the end of the pier and the fishing boat. Crash into the deck, and wrestle Jimmy the Weasel into submission. Handcuff him. Say something pithy about boats and fish, just like in the movies. 3, 2, 1. Bugger that. Knowing Logan's luck, he'd probably drown. He scrabbled to a halt at the end of the pier, sending a pair of lobster creels splashing into the iron-coloured waves. The wee boat puttered away, bow dipping and rearing more and more violently the further it got from shore. The sound of another engine roared from somewhere off to the right. Logan turned. A little concrete slipway reached down from the road, between the distillery car park and the hotel beer garden, to the rolling sea. A man in dirty orange overalls was wrestling a rigid inflatable dinghy out into the swell. Kevin McGregor. So much for Plan A. D.I. Steele stared at him, rain dripping from her flattened grey fringe. "What do you mean, he got away? How could he get away? You were right sodding there." The car wouldn't start. "Well, it's not even my car." Logan pointed at the terminally ill Peugeot, with Badger sitting in the back. "It's this moron's." The wee man waved. Steele stuck up 2 fingers at him. "Sodding cheese-flavoured arse monkeys. And Kevin McGregor went after him. It's not my fault the plan was rubbish. Hey, my bit of the plan went perfect, okay? I got in, I make a song and dance about some idiot in a dented Peugeot nearly running me off the road, grabbing a fishing boat and sodding off into the storm, and pop goes the weasel, right out the front door. It's your bit that went bum-shaped. The bloody car wouldn't start. Shiteholes." She chewed at her finger for a moment. "We need a boat or something." Screw that. "Could we not just drive back up to the road to where we had tea? That's where the—" "And then what? You want to swim out to the boat and arrest them? 'Cause I'm no bloody doing it. We need a boat." "Will you hurry up?" Steele marched up and down the pontoon attached to the tiny harbour's wall. "They'll be miles away by now." Badger sat up and scowled at her from the wheelhouse of a small rust-streaked fishing boat with Katrina's Harvest painted along the side. Creels made a smelly pyramid in the back, coils of dirty rope and scuffed pink buoys piled alongside them. "I've never hot-wired one of these things before. A Ford Cortina can do you in 3 minutes flat. This," he waved a hand, "this is a pain in the backside. My boot'll be a pain in your backside if you don't." The engine growled and puttered into life. Badger gave himself a round of applause. "Ha! About bloody time." Steele scrambled aboard, then turned and waved at Logan. "Get a move on." "Can't get through." Logan slipped the phone back in his pocket. "Mobile signal keeps cutting out." Badger pointed through the wheelhouse window. "Untie the rope thing at the pointy end and chuck it in the boat. Do the one at the back too." Logan stared at him. "Pointy end? Thought you said you knew what you were doing." Steele wrapped her scarf around her head, until only her eyes and nose were visible. "Laz, get your ass on this boat right now, or I swear to God." He untied the pointy end, then did the same with the line at the stern, before half jumping, half falling into the back of the boat. Up close the creels stank of stale fish and rotting onion. Badger fiddled with the controls. Nothing happened. A bit more fiddling, and the boat thumped backwards into the pontoon with a loud crunch. Steele grabbed the wheelhouse wall. "Other way, you daft sod." "Right." The boat surged forwards this time, then around to the left as he twirled the wheel, heading out into the bay. "Like riding a bike." The sea churned like a hangover, up and down, left and right, the boat making a wobbly corkscrew path through the concrete-coloured waves. Logan tightened the padded orange life jacket he'd found in a little locker. The deck was cold and damp beneath his bum as he sat with his back to the railing, holding on with both hands as the tiny Katrina's harvest juddered through the storm. Steele sat opposite, eyes closed, legs splayed, teeth gritted. Ugh. He narrowed his eyes at her, having to shout over the roar of the engine. "You and your bloody Plan B!" Standing in the wheelhouse, Badger turned and grinned at them. "Course, you've got to watch those waters like a hawk. Reefs and rocks everywhere. Normal charts cover about 100 miles. Here, if you're lucky, you get 20. No wonder Jimmy's son-in-law got into trouble. Got to keep your—" The whole boat juddered, as if a big underwater fist had slammed into it. "Oops!" And then they were going straight again. Steele kept her face screwed tight shut. "If we sink, I'll sudden kill you. Not much farther. You said that 20 minutes ago." And the sea raged on. "There! Told you we'd make it." Badger clung onto the wheel with one hand, pointing with the other. To the left, Jura rose in hilly bumps of green and brown. To the right, the Sound of Jura was a heaving mass of grey water, and straight ahead was the little fishing boat with the red wheelhouse, moored just off Inverlusa beach. Kevin McGregor's rigid inflatable was tied up alongside, bobbing and dipping. Jimmy the Weasel cowered in the back of the fishing boat, arms over his head, staggering as the vessel lurched from one trough to the other. Kevin McGregor clambered over the side, back into the inflatable, raised his arm, as if he was about to give the weasel a telling off. A hard pop broke across the waves. The back of Jimmy's head puffed out in a cloud of bright red, shining against the dark afternoon before the wind whipped it away. Badger squealed, then ducked down behind the wheel. Jimmy's body rocked with the next wave, then crashed forward onto the deck. "Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!" Logan hauled out the binoculars and focused on the bobbing fishing boat. "Think he's dead?" "Well," Steele made a little humming noise. "If no, he'll save a fortune on hats." Kevin McGregor leaned over the side of his inflatable and did something with the bright orange buoy. Logan cleared his throat. "We should board him. Ram the inflatable." Badger peered out from the wheelhouse. "He's got a gun!" "Don't be such a Jesse." Steele fiddled with her life jacket. "Long as we stay down, we'll be okay, right?" Logan rapped his knuckles against the Katrina's Harvest's hull. Might be thick enough to stop a bullet. Probably. Maybe. The outboard roar of Kevin McGregor's engine cut through the storm, and the rigid inflatable eased away from Lusa Bay, going a lot slower than it had leaving Craighouse Harbour. Badger knelt in the wheelhouse, peeking over the bulwark. "Boat's weighted down. He's got the 2 full pods. That's why he was following Jimmy. The thieving gets nabbed our drugs." Even towing 2/3 of a ton of underwater heroin, Kevin McGregor's inflatable was still faster than Katrina's Harvest. When they finally puttered back into Craighouse Harbour, the inflatable was abandoned on the slipway. The rust-flecked blue transit sat in front of it, the back doors open as Kevin McGregor winched the second pod inside. He creaked the doors shut, dragging his left leg. The orange overalls were stained scarlet from knee to ankle. Logan scrambled onto the jetty, not bothering to tie the boat up. Steele clambered out after him, turned, and pointed back into the wheelhouse. "You, Badger boy, stay! If I have to come looking for you, you'll bloody well know about it." The wind whipped spray off the curling waves, throwing it in Logan's face as he hurried ashore. Streetlights made golden spheres in the driving rain. The road was deserted, except for a couple of parked cars and a mob of grumpy seagulls, hunkered down on the guttering of the distillery buildings, watching the world with glittering eyes. Logan turned the corner of the village shop and skidded to a halt, staring. Someone was lying face down on the road between the hotel and the distillery, arms and legs splayed out in a broken starfish, a pair of thick-rimmed glasses lying just out of reach, face pale and slack, a slick of dark red oozing downhill towards the sea. The other Riley sister was crumpled in front of the distillery shop, the back of her head gone the same way as Jimmy the Weasel's. Maybe that's why all the gulls were there, waiting for an early dinner. No wonder the bloody street was deserted. Steele puffed to a halt beside Logan. "What? Why have we stopped?" He pointed. "Oh, arse! Do you think anyone noticed?" Logan stared at her. "Yes, I think someone might just have noticed a bloody gunfight in the middle of the street, right outside the hotel bar. Susan's going to kill me." Kevin McGregor hobbled around to the side of the transit van. Logan took a deep breath and stepped onto the road, pulled out his warrant card and walked towards the van. "Police! Put your weapon down and keep your hands where I can see them." McGregor froze, halfway through hauling the driver's door open, then turned. "Sling your hook before you get hurt." "Come on, Kevin, it's over. You know it's over." McGregor slammed his hand on the side of the van. Logan flinched. The seagulls stirred, probably wondering if they'd get police officer for starters. "I came back from the dead for this. It's not over till I say so." He pointed at D.I. Steele's little MX-5. "That's your car, right? Saw you sitting in it, watching the hotel." "Kevin McGregor, I'm arresting you on suspicion of the murders of James Weasdale, Bridget Riley, and Neve Riley. You—" "Oh my God!" McGregor's gun barked twice, and the MX-5's front tires exploded in shreds of black rubber. Then he turned and blew out the tires of the Rileys' camper van and the Toyota pickup parked opposite. The noise was deafening, the smell of fireworks seeping away into the rain. "Like I said, it's not over till I say it is." He dragged himself up inside the transit van, heaving his leg over the seat, teeth gritted, then slammed the door. Steele appeared at Logan's shoulder. "My car! He shot my sodden car!" Kevin McGregor grinned, gave them a wave, then put the van in gear. A moment of utter silence. Then it was as if the whole world bellowed. The transit van bucked, riding a mushroom of boiling orange flame, the cab expanding, a balloon of rusty blue metal and safety glass. And then the noise. It was like being smacked in the chest with a sledgehammer, followed by a blast of hot air that tore the ground from under Logan's feet and sent him crashing sideways against D.I. Steele. The van clattered back to the blackened tarmac, bounced, fell onto its side, the rear doors 20 yards away. A pall of white dust filled the air above it, drifting in the wind as the seagulls leapt shrieking from the distillery roof. The cloud caught them above the shop. They lurched, swooped, bumped into each other, and the walls and the slates, then tumbled to the road, lying on their backs, legs and wings twitching as the transit van burned, doped out of their tiny little minds. Logan rolled onto his front and levered himself to his knees, ears ringing. Steele coughed, spluttered, groaned. "Sodding hell!" "What?" "I think I broke my arse." She dug a finger into her ear and jiggled it about. "Can you hear that?" The transit van's front bumper clanged back down against the road, lying amongst the stone seagulls. Logan clutched at the ancient red telephone box, pulling himself up on wobbly feet. That's what happens when you mess with a pair of paramilitary nutjobs who've got a thing for explosives. "Help me up!" He hauled her to her feet. "Stop yelling at me." "What?" Christ. "Never mind. I can't hear you." The door to the hotel bar swung open, and a figure in jeans and a hooded top stepped out onto the stone balcony, her caramel-coloured hair pulled back in a ponytail. Susan. She stared at the burning wreckage in the middle of the road, then at the MX-5 with its 2 blown-out front tires, then at D.I. Steele, standing next to Logan with her legs planted wide apart, one hand holding onto his arm as if the tarmac was bobbing about on rough seas. Susan's eyes narrowed. She stuck her fists on her hips. "Roberta Steele, what the bloody hell have you been up to?" The 45% Hangover. Friday, 19th September. The day after. Prologue. Ah! The scream cut through the world like a rusty chainsaw. It reverberated back from the walls, jerking Logan fully awake, then making him wish he wasn't. Something large and spiky was loose inside his head, scrabbling at the back of his eyes with long, dirty claws. He screwed his eyes shut and lay there till the echoes faded. "What the hell did you do?" He gritted his teeth and opened one eye, then the other one, wide, then his mouth. Oh dear Jesus, no. They were lying in bed. No idea whose bed, but it was definitely a bed. Metal framed, with a brass headboard, floral print duvet. Him and Detective Chief Inspector Steele. In bed. Together. Her hair was flat on one side, poking out in all directions on the other, her lined face pulled into a shape of utter disgust. Worse yet, it didn't look as if she was wearing a top. No, 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 no. One arm wouldn't move, but he used the other one to grab the duvet and pull it up to his chin. "Why are we—" "If you so much as stop bloody shouting!" He screwed his eyes shut, teeth gritted. Every heartbeat made the spiky thing in his skull throb. "Please!" "I'll shout if I want to. You try waking up naked in bed with a sodding man and see how you like it." Naked? Oh no, not this. He raised the edge of the duvet an inch. "If you so much as peek, I swear to God, Laz, I'll rip your bits off and give them back to you as a suppository." She hit him. "Get out!" Arms gone to sleep. She kicked him under the duvet. "Ow! Get out! I can't!" His right leg wouldn't move either. He jerked it to the side, but it barely moved. Something was keeping it where it was. Something solid. Oh, no. She glared at him. "You bloody men are all the same, aren't you? Sex, sex, sex. Well, let me tell you something, you randy wee shite. If you ever breathe a word of this to anyone, I'm going to—" The glare turned into a frown. "Why can't I move my arm?" Then her head turned. She reached up with her other hand and pulled the pillow to one side. Logan's left hand and her right poked between the bars of the headboard, fixed there by a set of police-issue handcuffs. When he shifted his other foot, the duvet rode up just enough to show the handcuff holding his right ankle to the bars at the other end. Steele slumped back against her pillow. Oh, God. Because naked wasn't bad enough. It had to be kinky. She covered her mouth with a hand. "I'm going to be sick." "Thank you very much. How do you think I feel?" He ran a hand across his forehead, then squeezed at the temples. Maybe, if he squeezed hard enough, the headache would vanish, or his head would explode. Right now, either was preferable to this. "How much did I drink last night?" Good question. Thursday, 18th September. Referendum Day. 1. The rumpled lump in the wrinkled suit raised an eyebrow, then pulled the fake cigarette from her mouth. "What time do you call this?" Logan hung his jacket on the hook behind the door, then checked his watch. 9:30. Half an hour before my shift starts. He crossed to the window and lowered the blind, shutting out the darkness. "Now get out of my seat." "You see the latest polls? We're going to do it. I can feel it in my water." Steele wriggled her bum further into his office chair, both feet up on his desk. "Tell you, it's a momentous day, Laz. Most sodding mentous." From the look of her hair, she'd celebrated by dragging herself through a hedge, sideways. "Seat." He hoiked a thumb at the door. "Some of us have work to do." "Course I gave my team a rousing speech when they came on this afternoon. Ask not what your country can do for you." "You're not allowed to campaign on Police Scotland property." A frown. "Since when?" "There's been like a dozen memos." Logan unlocked the filing cabinet and hauled out the thick manila folder sitting at the front of the top drawer. "Now would you please sod off and let me get on with it?" Steele raised her feet from the desk and pushed off, setting the chair spinning with her still in it. Lowered her feet down onto the windowsill instead. "This time tomorrow, we'll have risen up to be the nation again!" Then she launched into a gravelly version of Flower of Scotland, getting all wobbly on the long notes and battering out the optional Tourette's bit. No point fighting with her. It'd only make it worse. Logan dumped the folder on the desk and sank into one of his visitors' chairs, pulled the desk phone over and punched in DC Stone's number. Listened to it ring. A knock on the office door, and Detective Sergeant Rennie poked his head into the room. "Sorry, Gov, but any chance you can keep the singing down a bit? Only people are complaining." Steele paused mid-warble. "Unpatriotic sods!" then started up again. Rennie nodded, setting his floppy blonde quiff wobbling. "Yeah, but the mortuary says the dead are crawling out the fridge drawers and hacking off their ears." A grin. Then he ducked out again just before the stapler battered against the door where he'd been. If anything, Steele had got louder. On the other end of the phone, Detective Constable Stone picked up. "Gov, you forcing bagpipes up a cat's bum in there." Logan put a finger in his other ear. "Stoney, where are we with Chris Browning? Give us a chance. Shift hasn't even started yet. Still waiting for the computer to boot up. As soon as it does, get onto uniform. I want an update on my desk at 10:05. Then we're doing the briefing. And tell Wheezy Doug he's on tees. Gov." Steele got to the big finale and finished with her arms outstretched and head thrown back, as if she just finished running a marathon, making hissing noises to mimic her own applause. "Thank you, Aberdeen, I love you!" Then let her arms fall at her side, pursed her lips, and had a scratch. "What do you think? Landslide?" Logan clicked the handset back into its cradle. "Don't you have a murder or something to solve?" "Did it yesterday, while you were off. Had a cake to celebrate and everything." She creaked his chair left, then right again. "Bit quiet today, to be honest. I've got a major investigation team with nothing major to investigate. Going to have to drag something out of the cold case file if we're not careful." "Then go do something about that guy from Edinburgh who got the crap beaten out of him." "Not major enough." She waved a hand. "And the scumbag was a drug dealer. Probably deserved it. If they'd killed him, it'd be a different matter. But as it is... So find something else." Logan pulled the top 4 sheets out of the folder and laid them side by side on the desk. The first one was the latest missing person poster, a photo of Chris Browning sat beneath the headline, "Missing Person, Appeal for Information." He wasn't exactly a Hollywood heartthrob. A middle-aged man with pasty skin and a receding hairline, little round glasses and sunken eyes. Steele clapped her hands together, then rubbed them. "Of course, being referendum day, there's bound to be frayed tempers and a bit of a barney, right? Might get ourselves a one-punch murder or two." A knock, and Rennie was back. "Sorry, Gov, BBC coverage starts at 10. We're sending Guthrie out for pizza. You two want anything?" She pointed at him. "Did you vote like I told you?" "Gov?" "Good boy." The finger came round to point at Logan. "What about you?" "None of your business." The next sheet was a list of the most credible sightings from the last week, which wasn't saying much. "Now, if you don't mind, I've got a missing person to find." "No really a person, is he? A lawyer, a pervert, a wannabe politician, and a no-campaigner. The more of them goes missing, the better." "Yes, because dehumanizing people who don't agree with you always turns out well." "Don't care. Sick of his smug, dumpy wee face. Banging away on the telly and the radio and the sodding papers." She put on a posh Aberdonian accent. "Scotland going to fall apart under independence. We're not clever enough to run our own affairs without Westminster. You're all chip-eating, whiskey-swigging, heart-attack-having, ginger-haired, tartan-faced chichter thickies, and you should be glad the posh boys in London are prepared to look after you." She sniffed. "Tosser." "You made that last one up." Sheet number 3 held a photocopied article from the Aberdeen Examiner. Missing campaigner paid for sex claim. The journalist had got statements from a pair of working girls down on Regent Quay. Logan pulled out a pen, wrote the word names, and underlined it twice. And who cares what Chris sodding Browning thinks anyway? Only reason the slimy git's getting airtime is because he was on that reality TV bollocks. Silver City, my sharny arse. You want to make decent telly? Follow police officers about. No some ambulance-chasing unionist turd badger. You finished? The last sheet was a photocopy of Browning's diary for the day he went missing. Every appointment checked, everyone he'd met with interviewed, and still no idea where he was or what had happened to him. Chris Browning's perfectly entitled to support whatever side he wants. That's democracy. Oh my God. Steele took her feet off the windowsill and turned to face him. You're one of them, aren't you? Rennie frowned at Logan. Thought you liked girls, Gov. Not that there's anything wrong with it, but... Ow! Steele hit him again. No one of them, you idiot. One of them. A better togetherer. She shuddered. And to think I let you get my wife up the stick. Logan closed his eyes and folded forward, wrapped his hands around his face. Will you both... Please, bugger off! Rennie didn't. Instead, he sat down in the other visitor's chair. Was great, though, wasn't it? You know, that feeling of coming out of the polling station and thinking, this is it. We could actually do this. Right? Wasn't it great? There was silence. Gov? Logan peeled, one eye opened. Steele was sitting bolt upright in her seat, mouth hanging open. Then both eyebrows raised like drawbridges. What time is it? Rennie checked. 10:15. She scrabbled to her feet. Get a car! Now! 2. The pool car roared its way up School Hill, past the closed shops, lights flashing, siren wailing. It still managed to sound better than Steele's rendition of Flower of Scotland, though. She sat in the passenger seat, hanging onto the grab handle above the door as Rennie floored it. Logan had to make do with his seatbelt, clutching it in both hands as the car flashed across the junction outside the Cowdray Hall, its granite lion watching with a silent snarl and a traffic cone on its head. The streetlight gilded it with a pale yellow glow. He raised his voice over the wailing skirl. How could you forget to vote? It's no my fault. Really? Shut up! Logan's mobile buzzed in his pocket, the ringtone drowned out by the siren. He pulled the phone out and hit the button. McRae. Gov? Stoney sounded as if he was standing at the bottom of a well. Hello? Gov? You there? He leaned forward and poked Rennie in the shoulder. Turn that bloody thing off! But when Rennie reached for the controls, Steele slapped his hand away. Don't you dare! His Majesty's Theatre streaked by on the right, a chunk of green glass followed by fancy granite, light blazing from its windows, then a church that looked like a bank, then the library. Granite, granite, granite. Gov? Hello? I'll call you back! He hung up as the pool car jinked around the corner onto Skene Street, leaving a squeal of brakes behind. The headlights caught two pensioners, frozen on the central reservation, clutching each other as the car flashed by, dentures bared, eyes wide. When Logan looked back, they'd recovered enough to make obscene gestures. Still don't see why I need to be here. Steele waved a hand. In case I need someone arrested! Naked granite gave way to a shield of trees, their leaves dark and glistening in the streetlights. Rennie pouted. I can arrest people. Course you can. You're very special. Yes, you are. She turned in her seat and mugged at Logan. Isn't it sweet when they think they're real police officers? Hoy! The pool car swept out and round a transit van, then back in again, slowed briefly for the junction outside the grammar school, catching the lights at red, then back to full speed ahead, tearing up Carden Place. Granite, granite, granite. She poked a finger at the windscreen. There! St. Mary's Episcopal Church loomed on the left of the road. A vast, grand structure with lanced windows and buttresses. No tower. It occupied the triangular wedge between two roads, with expensive-looking cars parked along its curbs. Rennie slammed on the brakes and wrenched the steering wheel left. The back end kicked out for a moment. Then they were lunging through the narrow gap between two spiky granite posts and scrunching to a halt on the gravel beyond. He flashed his watch. "You've got 1 minute!" Steele scrambled out of the car, sprinting across the gravel and in through the door marked polling station. Cheeky old bag. I am a real police officer. Sure you are. Logan climbed into the warm night, pulled out his phone and called Stoney back. A couple of yes campaigners stood off to one side, a couple of no on the other, both sets waving Scottish flags and smiling at him, as if a flash of dodgy teeth and a bit of paper with lies on it was going to make a difference. Both sets marched towards him. The yes lot got there first, a young man with spots and a goatee. "Good evening. Can I ask how you're planning to vote?" "I'm on the phone." "Yes, but it'll only take a minute, won't it?" His companion stuck her hands in the pockets of her tweed trousers. "Going to have to get a shift on?" She pointed at the door. "Polls close at 10. "Gov?" Mr. and Mrs. No had appeared, one in a tracksuit, the other in a three-piece suit. Three-piece turned his smile up an inch. "Can we help?" "I'm on the phone." Logan turned his back and walked off a couple of paces. "Stoney!" Tracksuit sniffed. "No need to be rude. We're only trying to help." "Yeah, I've been on to the day shift. Got a couple of sightings, but don't think they're up to much. One's in Torquay, one's in Nairn, and the other's in Lanzarote." Three-piece folded his arms. "That's the trouble with yes people. No manners." "Well, Chris Browning didn't go to Lanzarote, not without his passport." Mr. Spots folded his arms too, saltire flags sticking up like offensive weapons. "Wait a minute. What makes you think he's one of ours?" "Yeah." Mrs. Tweed poked Tracksuit in the chest. "He was rude to us first. Don't poke me." "How come I can hear fighting?" "I'm surrounded by idiots." Logan held his phone against his chest. "Sod off, the lot of you! I already voted, okay? Go bother someone else." Back to Stoney. "Get on to the Aberdeen Examiner and find out who fed them the story. I want to speak to their sources. We'll trawl the docks and see if anyone else saw Chris Browning down there." "You going to be back for the briefing?" Mr. Spots pursed his lips. "Can I ask who you voted for?" "No, you can't. Sod off." "Gov?" "Not you, Stoney, this lot." "So you voted no, then?" "It's none of your business!" Logan jabbed a finger in the direction of Three-Piece and Tracksuit. "And it's none of their business either. Now, for the last time, sod off!" Bellowing out the last two words. The four of them backed off, chins in, eyebrows up. Three-Piece. "Well, there's no need for that, was there?" Mrs. Tweed. "No, there wasn't." Tracksuit. "There's always someone who lowers the debate to name-calling, isn't there?" Mr. Spots. "Honestly, some people think shouting's the same as democracy." Logan screwed his eyes shut. "Stoney, if I'm up for 4 counts of murder tomorrow morning, can you feed my cat for me?" "Deep breaths, Gov. Count to 10. A smoky voice cut through the night. "Ta-da!" And when Logan opened his eyes, there was Steele, bouncing on the top step with her arms up, like something out of a Rocky film. "They cannae take our freedom!" The little knot of idiots transferred their attentions her way. "You want me to slide the briefing back a bit?" Logan checked his watch again. 15 minutes. Then we hit the streets. 3. The bells of some far-off church tolled out a dozen chimes. Midnight. Water Lane was narrow and dark, half the streetlights blown and broken. The cobbles slick beneath Logan's feet. Not that it had been raining. No, they were all slippery with... Yeah, probably best not to think about what he'd just trodden in, or on. A tall granite building made a wall on one side of the lane, its guttering sprouting weeds, lichen on the lintels, broken windows. boarded-up doors that opened onto nothing but fresh air on the second, third, and fourth floors. A couple of trees had burst out through the windows high up there, like slow-motion explosions. The other side was more granite, cold and unwelcoming. Not exactly the most romantic of spots for an intimate liaison, but then romance probably wasn't on the cards. Not even Richard Gere's character from Pretty Woman would have weeked any of the working girls' hair off to a swanky hotel for pampering and shopping fun. Two of them shuffled their feet, then looked away from the missing person poster in Logan's hand. One looked as if she'd never see 60 again, but was probably barely out of her 30s. Her friend hadn't been at the drugs as long, so she still had all her own teeth, and nowhere near as many pinprick bruises up the inside of her arms. But they were both pipe cleaner thin. Logan sighed and tried again. "Are you sure you've never seen him?" The older one shook her head. "Now, any chance you can sod off? Only we've got quotas in that." Sugar House Lane was even narrower. The Regent Quay end was quiet, probably due to the half-dozen security cameras protecting the office buildings at the mouth of the alley. Further in, it was a different story. Blank granite topped with barbed wire on one side, warehouse-style walls on the other. A lack of streetlights left the doorways and recesses in shadow. Logan hunched his shoulders and stepped into the gloom. The young man couldn't have been much over 18, if that. His red PVC t-shirt was dusty across the shoulders, his jeans torn and grubby about the knees, every bit as thin and wobbly as the ladies of one street over. He licked his lips and stepped towards Logan. "You looking for a good time, yeah?" Logan pulled out the poster again. "Looking for this man. You seen him?" He lowered his head. "Never seen no one." After a while, all the alleys blended into one another. Granite walls, shadows, the smell of furtive sex and shame and desperation and barely concealed violence. Logan held the poster up, and the woman with the thinning blonde hair shook her head, same as the last 5 people he'd talked to. As she clip-clopped away down the cobbles, Logan pulled out his phone and dialed Stoney. "Anything?" "Nah, it's like a dress-slutty party for amnesiacs round here tonight. No one's seen him." "Well, we know 2 people saw him. Has to be others." "Early days, though, Gov. Maybe Elaine Mitchell and Jane Taylor don't come out till the club's shut." Logan curled his lip and wandered back onto Regent Quay, with its warehouses, fences, and massive supply vessels, caught in the glare of security lighting. "Don't fancy hanging about here till the back of 3. Get on to control. I want home addresses." "Gov." Till then, might as well complete the circuit and try Water Lane again. 2 steps in, and Logan's phone launched into the Imperial March from Star Wars. That would be Steele. He pulled the phone out. "What?" "Too close to call. You believe that?" "What is?" "The referendum, you moron. They're showing all the ballot boxes arriving at the counting stations. Exit polls are too close to call." "Glad to hear you're working hard." "Don't be a dick. This is important." "Well, while you're sitting on your bum watching TV and eating pizza, I'm out searching the docks for witnesses. So if it's nothing urgent and police-related, feel free to be a pain in someone else's backside for a change." He hung up and wandered further into the alley. "This it?" Logan stood in the street and looked up. The tower block loomed in the darkness. 12 stories of concrete and graffiti, a few lights shining from the upper floors. Wind whipped a broken newspaper against the chain-link fence, punishing it for its headline, "A Dirty Campaign of Fear and Lies." Stoney checked his notebook. "Want to guess what floor?" A groan. "Top." "Yep." There was an intercom next to the double doors, half the metal cover missing, wires poking out. Didn't matter anyway. The door creaked open when Stoney nudged it with his foot. Then he flinched, nose crumped up on one side. "Lovely. Eau de toilette. Incontinence pour homme." Deep breaths. They marched inside. A faded cardboard sign was duct-taped to the lift's dented doors. Out of order. Damn right it was. They took the stairs. Dark stains clustered at every landing, the nipping reek of ammonia strong enough to make Logan's eyes water. Go faster and be out of it quicker, but then there would be puffing and panting and breathing more of it in. When finally they arrived on the 12th floor, Stoney was a coughing, wheezing lump, dragging air in, and Logan wasn't much better. By rights, the top floors should have been less stinky, shouldn't they? People would pee on their way downstairs or on their way back to their flats. No one headed upstairs to pee, did they? Stoney wafted a hand in front of his face. God's sake! Stairwell must run like Niagara Falls on a Saturday night. He coughed a couple of times, then spat, wiped his mouth. That's it at the end. Flat 4 still had its numbers attached to the red-painted door. The word Whores was sprayed across the wood in 3-foot-tall letters. If it was advertising, it wasn't working. After slogging all the way up here, who'd have the energy to do anything? Logan knocked. Waited. Knocked again. Had a third go. Finally, a voice on the other side, thin and muffled. Go away, or I'll call the police. I know who your mothers are. Okay. I can save you the trouble. It is the police. Silence. Stoney puffed out his cheeks. Can we not sod about here, madam? It's a long way to climb and it stinks of pish. The door cracked open an inch, and a slice of pale skin appeared in the gap. The eye was grey, the iris circled in white. Chamois leather creases across the cheek. How do I know you're policemen? Logan showed her his warrant card. Then Stoney did the same. She peered myopically at them, then grunted and closed the door again. Unlatched the chain. A pink cardigan slumped over a thin, hunched frame, pink scalp showing through thin, yellowy hair. She turned and led the pair of them through a stripped-bare hallway into the living room. No carpet, no underlay, a tatty brown couch against one wall, a pile of dirty washing against the other, and in between, a panoramic window that looked out across Aberdeen, a sky of ink, the streetlights glowing firefly ribbons. It would have been breathtaking if the climb and sudden smell of cat hadn't already taken care of that. An overflowing litter tray bulged in the corner like a heaped display of miniature black puddings. A large ginger cat sat in the middle of the couch, bright orange with a shining white bib and paws, as if he'd been painted with marmalade and Tipex. How the cat managed to stay so clean in this manky hole was anyone's guess. It raised its nose and sniffed at the scruffy pair of police officers, somehow implying that Logan and Stoney were the ones responsible for the horrible smell. The woman sat down next to her cat and stroked its back, getting a deep rumbling purr in return. Whatever they told you, I didn't do it. She kissed the cat's head. Did I, Mr. Seville? No, Mummy didn't do nothing. Stoney took out his notebook. Didn't do what? She sniffed and looked out of the window. They shout horrible things at me when I get my messages. I'm not well. They could kill me. One of the wee shites tried to kick Mr. Seville. What kind of person does that? Should be locked up. Logan went to lean back against the wall, then caught himself and stood up straight again before anything could stain. Elaine Mitchell and Jane Taylor. They live here. Hard to believe that anyone lived here. I'm an old woman. I deserve better than this. A rat deserved better than this. Are they in? A shrug. They come and go. I'm not their mother. She pulled up the sleeve of her cardigan for a scratch, and there they were, the telltale bruises and scabs of a long-term intravenous drug user. We're supposed to get me some cider and ciggies. She scratched, licked her lips, scratched again. You got any ciggies? Stoney dipped into his pocket for a packet of menthol, then cracked open a window, letting in the gentle hum of the city, lit one of the cigarettes and handed it over. She took it and pulled, cheeks hollow, the end glowing and sizzling, holding the smoke in for a beat before letting it out in a post-orgasmic sigh. They're good girls. They look after their Auntie Ina. Stoney put his cigarettes away. How long they been on the game?
Got to make ends meet, haven't we? God knows we get sod all off the welfare state.
Logan opened his mouth, then closed it again. Her use of the plural there wasn't exactly conjuring up a happy image. We need to speak to them. They're not in trouble, we just need to ask them some questions about something they saw. The eyes brightened.
They're a reward?
No.
No.
She sat back again and stroked her pristine cat.
Are you sure?
The Imperial March blared out from Logan's pocket. Sorry. He pointed over his shoulder to what looked like the kitchen door. Can I take this in there?
Free country, long as your pal gives us another ciggy.
Logan slipped through into a galley kitchen that looked as if it had been decorated by someone on a dirty protest. Though presumably it was food smeared up the walls. Please let it be food. A bin was heaped with ready meal cartons and boxes, spilling out onto the floor and worktop. Cheap supermarket value own brand lasagna, burgers, sausages, shepherd's pie, mystery meat and gristle with added sugar and salt. The sink was heaped with dishes and cutlery. A thick dusting of dead blue bottles on the windowsill filled the space between empty supermarket whiskey bottles. A single clean patch was reserved for a placemat on the floor, with 3 bowls on it, 1 water, the others heaped with glistening brown food. Going by the empty pouches on the cooker, Mr. Seville was eating better than the people. The cat's meals certainly cost a lot more. Logan stood as far away from the units and surfaces as possible and pulled out his phone. What?
Sodding Clackmannanshire, that's what! 54% no, 46% yes. What's wrong with these people?
He closed his eyes and massaged the bridge of his nose. Did you call me up to tell me that?
First result and it's a no. Half won and we've already got a sodding deficit of nearly 3,000 votes to make up. Go away. Laz, have you got any idea?
He hung up, but the phone blared its imperial theme at him again. He hit the button.
I'm working! Dundee turnout's only 79%. If every bugger had bothered their arse and showed up, that'd be another 25,000 votes right there. He hung up again, scrolled through the menu system before she could call back and blocked her number. At least now he might get some sodding peace. Back in the living room, Auntie Ina was well down her second cigarette, while Stoney leaned back against the windowsill. The cat paused, then went back to washing an immaculate pink-padded paw. Stoney nodded at the kitchen. Something important, Gov? No. He stood in front of the couch. We any nearer? Ina here says we can search Elaine and Jane's room for 20 quid. She smiled. Seeing as they're family and that.
4. Stoney had a wee shudder as he straightened up and made rubber spiders with his blue nitriled fingers. I'm not even going to try to describe what it's like under the bed. Auntie Ina stood in the doorway, another one of Stoney's cigarettes poking out of the side of her mouth, the big ginger cat clasped to her chest like a purring baby.
Aye, they're a bit manky right enough.
A bit manky. The room was an open landfill site for dirty clothes, takeaway containers, and abandoned gossip magazines. They made drifts in the corners, were piled up around the double bed, avalanched out of the battered wardrobe. It smelled like the inside of an old sock in here, one that had been marinated in cannabis resin and sweat. Logan tried his luck with the chest of drawers in the corner. The top one creaked out with a groan. Nothing but cheap-looking frilly pants. Some of them hadn't been washed.
Course, they take after their mum. Never met a bigger slag in your life than Morag.
Next drawer, socks tied in tight little bundles.
So Morag's up the stick with Elaine, and she and what's-his-name got married. Registry office. Couldn't wear white, could she? Not when half the school had a go.
Auntie Ina took a drag and blew a lungful of smoke at the stained ceiling.
Didn't last. Well, hard to be a dad when you've got a paper round, isn't it?
Next drawer, baby toys. Rattles, dummies, shaky things in the shape of flowers. A Stars and Moon mobile still in the packaging. A pink fuzzy cat. a tiny romper suit with orange and black stripes like a tiger. He pulled the tiger costume out and held it up. Does Elaine or Jane have a child? Because if they did, social services were getting a call to rescue it from this rancid hovel. Auntie Ina stuck the cigarette back in her mouth and shifted her grip on the cat. "Nah, that's Elaine's. Silly cow thinks she'd be a wonderful mummy someday. As if. Collects this crap the whole time. Got bags of it in the wardrobe." Yeah, because that wasn't creepy. Anyway, Ina rubbed Mr. Seville's tummy. Then along comes Shuggy and sweeps more ag off her feet. "Come with me, baby, we'll see the world." A sigh. Real looker he was, too. Last drawer. It was full of carrier bags. Course, she's full of herself. "Oh, he loves me. Oh, he'll do anything for me. Oh, we're so happy." And 6 weeks later, she's got a broken arm, a broken nose, she's pregnant, again, and Shuggy's shacked up with some other poor cow. Logan tipped the first one out on the bare mattress. An assortment of watches spilled out onto the stained fabric. A few still had the price stickers attached. 8 years later, and she's overdosed in a squat, and I'm lumbered with her bloody kids. Some sister, eh? The next bag contained cheap jewellery, the kind sold at the tills in Marquis and BHS. All plastic and shiny bits. All still pinned to rectangles of cardboard. Lucky the wee buggers didn't end up in care. Logan looked around the horrible little room Elaine and Jane shared in the horrible little flat with their horrible little aunt. Yeah, really lucky. Bag number 3 was full of cosmetics from Boots, own brand stuff, probably snatched off the shelves while no one was looking. Auntie Ina finished her cigarette and pinged the butt away into the pile of dirty clothes, then rubbed her ginger baby between the ears. "If you find any money, it's mine. They borrowed it." Bag number 4 was different. It contained a parcel of white powder, about the size of a mealy pudding, wrapped up in layers of cling film and secured with strips of parcel tape. Well, well, well. Little beads of dark red had dried on the plastic surface, like ladybirds. "The lying wee shite!" Auntie Ina stamped a foot on the bare floorboards, making Mr. Seville wriggle in her arms. "They told me they didn't have any gear." The patrol car pulled up outside the tower block, lights spinning in the darkness, and sat there. Logan stepped out from the block's shadow and rapped on the driver's window. "You sitting there for a reason?" Constable Haynes smiled up at him, then fluttered her eyelashes. "Wanted to make sure it was safe, Gov. I leave wee Billy here unsupervised for 5 minutes. Might come back to find someone's nicked his boots and truncheon. He's only new." Her partner, sitting in the passenger seat, blushed, gritting his teeth and saying nothing, like a big boy. Logan pointed up at Auntie Ina's flat. "Top floor. No lift. Make sure the all-wifey stays put till we get the Procurator Fiscal organised. Soon as you're there, tell D.C. Stone he's wanted back here. And while you're at it..." His phone launched into its anonymous ringtone. "Hold on." He pulled it out and pressed the button. "McRae." 7 morons in Clackmannanshire voted yes and no on the same ballot paper. Can you believe that? How thick can they be?" He closed his eyes. "It's you. Couldn't get through on my phone. Had to borrow one. Sodding Glasgow's 75% turnout. 75%! What sodding use is that? Even Aberdeen managed 82. Stop calling me with numbers, okay? I don't care. I'm working. 75%. How many thousands of votes has that lost? Eh? You know what I think? I think..." Logan hung up. Barred that number too. Haynes pulled her bowler down low on her head, leaving the fringes of her bob showing. "Let me guess. Detective Chief Inspector Steele?" Her partner clambered out of the car, all sticky-out ears and chin. "She's driving everyone mental back at the ranch. Stand still for 2 minutes, and she'll get you working out percentages and stuff. Nightmare. Like being back at school." Logan punched the deputy superintendent's number into his mobile and wandered over to the pool car he and Stoney had arrived in, settling back against the bonnet while it rang. Then a large, sharp voice battered out of the earpiece.
Superintendent Ward?
Sir, D.I. McRae. Just found a block of what looks like coke in a flat.
You have a search warrant?
Permission from the householder. We were looking for the two women who said they'd seen Chris Browning on the 4th. Their aunt told us we could search the place if we liked.
Let me have a word with the PF. Everyone's still in situ?
Left DC Stone with the aunt, sir. Uniforms just arrived.
Good. Right. I'll let you know.
And with any luck, that would be enough to cover Logan and Stoney's backsides when it got to court. Logan slipped his phone into his pocket and settled back to wait. Langston Place bustled with staggery groups of men and women, calling and whooping to each other. A handful of temporary public urination stations, aka Daleks, had been set up along the road. Big dark plastic things with 4 semi-private bays for people to pee in. Not exactly classy, but it was better than them doing it in shop doorways. Stoney checked his watch. 22. Logan sucked on his teeth for a bit. Don't see them, do you?
I remember when this was nothing but houses and churches. Now look at it. Showing your age, Stoney. Got to move with the times.
The place was one long ribbon of nightclubs, all heaving with referendum night parties. Blutered voters trying their luck with members of the opposite sex, offering to stuff each other's ballot boxes. Auntie Ina had named a couple of places where her nieces usually plied their trade on a Thursday night. Regent Quay was one of them. This was the other. Logan pulled out another printout of Elaine and Jane, both from the police database, looking straight forward with a height chart behind them. He held it up for the bouncer outside Sneaky Jimmy's, a slab of muscle with a number 1 buzz cut and tattoos up her neck. You seen either of these women? She narrowed her eyes and peered at the sheet, then turned and waved her companion over. He wasn't as big as she was, but his scalp looked as if a Rottweiler had been chewing on it, scar tissue showing through the severe haircut.
Marky, you seen this pair tonight?
He bared his teeth and sucked a breath through them.
Aye.
A finger like a sausage poked the paper.
This one was minesweeping, nicking other people's drinks when they wasn't looking. This one, he poked the other photo, got into a fight in the ladies. Had to throw the pair of them out on their arses.
He raised an arm, then pulled up his shiny black bomber jacket, exposing a circle of red across his ribs.
Cow bit me and everything.
Stoney tutted.
Better get that looked at, mate. Don't want to catch anything.
Logan took the printout back. When was this?
About 20 minutes ago, something like that.
And they hadn't been into any of the other nightclubs, so that really only left one place. Back to the docks. Thanks. He turned and his phone launched into If I Only Had a Brain. That would be Rennie. He followed Stoney back to the pool car and hit the button. McRae? A smoky growl sounded in his ear.
Are you avoiding me?
Oh, God. Not her again.
Yes, take the hint. Orkney, 67% no. 33 yes. Bloody Shetland's no better. 64-36. What are we... Have you done any work at all tonight?
There was a pause.
Might have done. Yeah, well, I've recovered about a 1/4 kilo of cocaine. Go do something productive for a change. No point. Shift ends in 15. Fancy hitting the pub?
For goodness sake. He drummed his fingers on the car roof as Stoney unlocked it.
I'm on nights, remember? Don't get off till 7. Aye, well, there'll still be places open. I'm going to hang about and inspire the troops.
Oh, joy. 5.
What do you think, Gov? Call it a night?
Stoney stuck his hands in his pockets and drew a foot along the double yellow line on Shore Lane. Logan pulled his sleeve back and angled his watch so the streetlight's sickly glow caught the dial. Better give it till 4. Make sure everyone's had time to stagger down here from the nightclubs. Besides, with any luck, Steele would have given up by then and sodded off home, leaving everyone in peace. Shore Lane stretched from Regent Quay to the dual carriageway on the other side, where the occasional lonely taxi drifted by on its way somewhere much nicer than this. A canyon of granite, punctuated by darkened windows and downpipes. Stoney puffed out a breath, just visible in the night air, then shrugged. Might as well get on with it, I suppose. He turned and wandered down the lane, making for the dual carriageway. Logan headed back to Regent Quay instead. A couple of flats had their lights on, probably sitting up watching the results come in, but mostly it was darkness. On the other side of the harbour wall, the security lights blazed, making the vast orange vessels glow. The Regent's Arms was still open, though, one of those harbour pubs with an all-night licence for the shift workers, the sort of place you could get a sausage butty and a pint of Guinness at 6 in the morning, the sort of place you could get your head kicked in for looking at someone funny, even if you were a police officer. A figure stood outside the door, hunched over, one hand cupped around a cigarette as if someone was going to snatch it off him if he lowered his guard. Cardigan, jeans, slippers, a nose that could prise open tin cans. He nodded as Logan passed, setting a mop of grey hair swinging. "Inspector?" "Donald," and passed. The clang, clang, clang of something metal getting battered with a hammer came from the harbour. A people carrier drove past. Somewhere in the distance, someone launched into a mournful and tuneless rendition of "My Love is Like a Red, Red Rose." Logan turned the corner onto Water Lane, for about the 9th time that night. Halfway down, beneath a broken street lamp, a couple of figures huddled in the gloom. One tall, one not so much, little more than silhouettes, caught in the glow of the dual carriageway behind. Then the shorter one sank down to its knees, while the taller one leaned back against the wall. No prizes for guessing what was going on there, then. Hopefully whoever was on their knees had been paid in advance, because unless the tall guy was a really quick finisher, there wasn't going to be time to negotiate afterwards. Logan marched down the cobblestones, reached into his pocket for his LED torch, got within 30 feet, then clicked it on. A harsh cone of bright white stabbed through the darkness, catching a bald man with his trousers and pants around his knees, head thrown back, and a skeletal woman on her knees, head bobbing at his crotch. Logan took a deep breath. "Police!" Mr. Tall jerked upright, spluttering, mouth stretched out like a dying frog. "Shite!" He shoved the woman away, and he was off, lurching and scrambling as fast as he could with his trousers hobbling him. The woman hit the cobblestones with a crack, and 20 seconds later, so did Mr. Tall, betrayed by his treacherous trousers. He careened into the road with arms and legs flailing, scrambled to his knees, pulled himself upright, hauled his trousers into a more acceptable position, and ran for it. Logan let him go, stood over the fallen woman and offered her a hand up. She scowled at him. Her cheekbones were razor-sharp, her eyes hollow and dark, quick-bitten fingernails and a tremor that made everything shake. "You think that was funny?" "You got the cash up front?" "Could have killed me." "Look on the bright side. You got paid and you don't have to do the deed." Elaine Mitchell sniffed, then wiped her nose on the sleeve of her jacket, adding to the silver trails. She turned her head, staring off down the darkened lane after her departed customer. A strangler's ring of love bites encircled her throat. "True." Logan helped her up. "Been looking for you all night." Then pulled out the missing person poster. "You recognize this man?" Her eyes flicked towards the poster, then away again. "Don't remember, like." Heat radiated from her bony chest, taking with it a smell of stale perfume and sweat. Logan shone his torch on the poster, so the picture was nice and clear. "Come on, have another look." She did, but only for the briefest of beats. "Don't remember." Chris Browning, 42, brown hair, glasses, slightly posh Aberdonian accent. She took a step away. "Got stuff to do." Logan grabbed her arm. It was barely there, just a length of bone, wrapped in snot-streaked material, burning into his palm. "His family's worried, okay?" Elaine looked down at Logan's hand, then up to his face. "You want to touch me, you gotta pay." He let go. Come on, Elaine. No one's seen him for 2 weeks. You told Jimmy from the Aberdeen Examiner that you saw Chris Browning on the 4th. You said he was a regular. She stared at her shoes. High heels, the leather all scuffed and stained. Don't remember. Didn't talk to no journo. Jimmy named you, Elaine. Gave up his source, just like that. Her thin lips disappeared inside her mouth, creases forming between her eyebrows. Don't remember. A pair of headlights paused at the entrance to the lane, and then drifted past. Not this time. Okay, I understand. Logan nodded. Elaine Mitchell, I'm detaining you under Section 14 of the... No! She backed up until she was against the wall. I don't... She threw her arms out to the sides. Can you not leave us alone? Section 14 of the Criminal Procedure, Scotland Act 1995, because I suspect you of having committed an offence punishable by imprisonment. You... Okay! A sigh. Okay. I never met the man. She pointed at the poster. Him. You told Jimmy that Chris Browning was down here every Wednesday, paying for, and I quote, disgusting and unusual sex acts. One bony shoulder came up to her ear, then fell again. Never met him. Then why say you did? Money? She smiled at Logan, all twisted brown teeth and beige gums. 100 quid. The wall behind the bar was festooned with stolen apostrophes. Some were large and plastic, some small and metal, some neon, others designed to be illuminated by whoever paid for them in the first place, not knowing that some wee sod from Aberdeen was going to weak up a ladder with a screwdriver in the middle of the night and make off with their punctuation. The barman took one look at Logan and sighed, then raised his voice, so the dozen people spread in ones and twos about the place could hear over the telly playing in the corner of the room. Detective Inspector, what can I get you? Subtle. Logan pointed at Elaine Mitchell. You? Double vodka. And a tin of iron brew. The barman clunked a glass up beneath the optic, twice, then dumped it on the bar. You want a glass for the iron brew? And give him something to spit in. No thanks, tin's fine. It was produced, and Logan paid the man, then led the way across to a table in the corner, away from the speakers, sitting with his back to the wall, just in case. He wiped a thumb across the tin's top, clearing off the sheen of dew, then clicked the ring pull off. 100 quid's a lot of money. Elaine shrugged, then took a sip, holding the vodka in her mouth with her eyes closed, savouring it. Who paid? She swallowed, sighed. A man, same as usual. You know who he is? Elaine shifted in her seat, looking back at the television with its array of BBC journalists and pundits sitting behind a big curved desk. Any idea how it's going? Do you know who paid you? Did you get a name? We did a postal vote, just in case, you know. Wanted to make sure it counted. Another sip of vodka. Up on the screen, they were scrolling through the results so far. Western Isles, no, 53% to 47%. Inverclyde, no, 50.1% to 49.9%. Steele would love that. Elaine, I need a name, or I can't help you. She picked at the table, where someone had carved the initials DG into the wood. Who says I need help? Doing fine, aren't I? We were at your aunt's place tonight. She showed us your room. Elaine turned back to the television. Going to be no, isn't it? Probably just as well. Want to guess what we found in your chest of drawers? Right at the bottom, with all the shoplifted watches, makeup and costume jewellery. What happened to all the benefits, eh? Who's going to pay our dole? BP and Shell? My arse. We found about 1/4 kilo of cocaine, Elaine. About, what, a good 10, 12 grand's worth? Then there's all the supermarkets putting up their prices, and the banks sodding off down south, and the other big companies. That's possession with intent. And they'll close the border, but like a big stretch of barbed wire from Gretna to Berwick-upon-Tweed. Guard towers and spotlights in Alsatians and ghettos. You're looking at 9 to 13 years, Elaine. She sniffed, polished off her vodka. "Isn't mine. Found it." He sat back. "Here we go." "Nope, it's the gods. Me and Jane found it down the green. Can't bung us up if it isn't ours." "You found a 1/4 kilo of cocaine lying about in the green?" "Nah. Yeah." The bony shoulders rose and fell. "Kinda. This bloke was doing a runner, right? Battering it down Correction Wind, under the bridge hell for leather into the green. Got a nose like a burst bottle of ketchup. Blood all down the front of his shirt. He dumps his padded envelope in a bin and keeps going. 30 seconds later, these 3 big bastards hammer after him, caught him outside Granite Reef and pounded the crap out of him." Logan's eyebrow climbed up his forehead. "When was this?" "Dunno. Tuesday?" It was the assault Steele couldn't be bothered investigating because an Edinburgh drug dealer getting beaten up wasn't major enough. And it explained what the little dark red spots on the package of coke were. Blood. "You see who did it?" "Depends. It worth something." 9 to 13 years. You help me, I help you." She stuck a finger in her empty glass and wiped up the last smears of alcohol, soaked it clean. "You know Alec Haddon? Drinks in here sometimes." "He one of them?" Elaine shook her head. "He's the one gave me and Jane 100 quid to say that Chris Browning was a regular. Told us to say the guy was into all kinds of filthy stuff, you know? Real pervert scumbags. Likes it rough up the bum and that." Logan looked over her shoulder, taking in the assembled slouch of wee small hours drinkers. "This Alec in tonight?" She checked. "Nah, doesn't usually come in till 5 or 6, though. Think he works up the hospital or something. Doesn't get off till then." Elaine smiled at him, exposing a lopsided jumble of brown teeth. "If we're waiting, any chance of another body?" Something buzzed in Logan's pocket. "Hold on." He pulled it out. Text message. "I love Dundee. Yes, 57%. We dancers. I'm never making fun of Dundee ever again. Dundee, Dundee, Dundee." That would be Steele, hijacking someone else's phone again. Well, at least she was happy for a change. The phone vibrated in his fingers. "Well, maybe not never ever. It is Dundee, after all." And again. "Sodding Renfrewshire is no, 53%. Tossers." How could she type so fast with her thumbs? He put his phone on the table, and Elaine jerked her head towards the bar. "So, vodka?" "Nope. Station." That brown smile died. "But, a 1/4 kilo of cocaine, remember?" He stood. "You need to make a statement, or you need to go to prison. Your choice. But either way, there's no more vodka in it." She slumped right down until her top half rested on the table. "No." "How about this? You help me catch the guys who beat up the drug dealer, and I'll buy you a whole bottle." There was a small pause. Then she dragged herself to her feet. "Better than nothing." 6. There was a knock on the interview room door. Then Stoney appeared. "Gov?" His moustache was slightly lopsided, a scrape on his cheek. What looked like the beginnings of an excellent shiner spreading beneath his right eye. Logan frowned. "Detective Constable Stone enters the room." Sitting on the other side of the table, Elaine slumped to one side. "Can I go for a pee?" "In a minute." Logan pointed. "What happened to you?" "Gah." His mouth stretched out and down. "Jane Taylor happened. Had to drop her off at the hospital. Couldn't even stand, she was so drunk. Didn't stop her, though." He fingered the bruise beneath his eye. "Like a blutered Mike Tyson." "Yeah, Janie always did take after her dad." Elaine's feet drummed on the grey floor. "Seriously, I'm bursting here." What the hell? Interview suspended at 4:22. DC Stone, can you escort Miss Mitchell to the bathroom and back again? 10 minutes. He backed off a pace. "She doesn't bite, does she?" That brown smile was back. "Not unless you pay extra." Logan took a sip from his polystyrene cup on the way back to his office. The coffee from the machine wasn't great at the best of times, but there was something about drinking it out of expanded hydrocarbon foam that really classed it up. Could always sneak into the MIT office and help himself to their stash. After all, they'd all have gone home for the night. He dumped the cup in the nearest bin and made for the stairs, taking them 2 at a time up to the next floor, pushed through the door into the major investigation team's domain. Stopped. So much for sneaking a go on their fancy coffee machine in secret. 6 plainclothes officers lounged in office chairs, all facing the large flat-screen TV at the front of the room, watching the BBC's live coverage. The interactive whiteboard was divided up into a grid, percentages and numbers across the top, the name of each Scottish region down the side. The office was easily 6 times bigger than the grubby hovel the CID had been relegated to. Here they had new desks, new chairs, new ceiling tiles, a carpet that didn't look as if a herd of incontinent sheep had rampaged across it for 20 years, new computers, state-of-the-art tech kit, and right at the back, one of those fancy coffee machines that took wee pod cartridges and produced something that didn't taste of boiled slurry. Steele had pride of place, surrounded by her minions, a bottle of Grant's whiskey open on the desk beside her, next to a pizza box containing a couple of congealed slices. She took a sip and scowled at him. "West Dumbartonshire, 54% yes, 46 no." "That's good, isn't it?" Might as well brass neck it. He wandered over to the coffee machine and plucked a cartridge at random. Stuck it in the machine. "No good enough. Sodden Sterling was 60% no. 60! The machine churned and groaned and chugged. Steele pointed at a bloke in a stripy shirt and undone tie. "Colin?" He nodded, blinked in slow motion, then squinted at the whiteboard. "Midlothian 56% no. East Lothian 62% no. Falkirk 53% no." Steele waved a hand. "Shut up! They're doing Angus! Come on, Angus, do it for Auntie Roberta!" Up on the screen, a man with almost no hair above his ears stood behind a podium, in front of an Angus Council display board. The total number of rejected votes was 66, and the reasons for rejection were as follows: 17 for voting for both answers. How? How could anyone be that stupid? It's a yes or no sodding question! The total number of votes cast in relation to each answer to the referendum question in this area was as follows. Stop milking it and read the sodding result! Yes, 35,044. No, 45,192. That concludes this evening's count. No! Steele buried her head in her hands. Sodding hell! Logan grabbed his coffee and slipped out before she resurfaced. Elaine yawned, showing off those crooked brown teeth again. Most of them boasted a shiny grey chunk of dentist's jewellery. Then she sagged in her seat. "We about done?" "Just a couple more things." Logan turned the ID book around so it faced her. "Can you identify the fourth man?" She sighed, then jabbed a finger at the page, selecting a hairy man with tiny, squinty eyes and a nose that pointed at his left cheek. "Him. Are you certain?" "Said so, didn't I?" "Right." Logan copied Captain Harry's name into his notebook. "For the record, Miss Mitchell has identified Dominic Walker as the fourth assailant." "And that's it?" She nodded. "Can I sod off now?" "One more." Logan closed the book, then checked his notes. "I need an ID for Alec Haddon, the guy who paid you to lie about Chris Browning being one of your regulars." Elaine shrugged one shoulder. "Tell you what, Regent's Arms is open till 9. How about we go back there and wait till he turns up?" She licked her lips with a pale, dead slug tongue. "Get a couple of drinks? Maybe get a bit friendlier?" Sitting next to him, Stoney flinched. "Gah!" Logan frowned at him. "You okay?" Colour rushed up his cheeks. "She's playing footsie under the table, Gov. Came as a bit of a shock." "Took all sorts." Interview suspended at 4:45 so Constable Stone can assist Miss Mitchell with the production of an identikit picture of Alec Haddon. Logan switched off the recorder and stood. No funny business. Gov, it wasn't... Now, none of that. You keep your galloping hormones to yourself. He left them to it, pulling out his phone and dialing with his thumb as he made his way back to the office. Guthrie, it's Logan. My office. I want you to run some PNC checks. Gov? By the time he got there, PC Guthrie was already waiting, like an expectant golden retriever. Logan scribbled down names for each of the 4 thugs Elaine Mitchell had ID'd, then added Alec Haddon at the bottom. Full check on the lot of them. Then get onto the hospital and see when they think Jane Taylor is going to be sober enough to interview. Gov? He stood there, clutching the sheet of paper. Run along, then. Oh, right. Logan settled behind his desk and pulled over the phone, put in a call to Aberdeen Royal Infirmary, but no one there had heard of Alec Haddon. Was he sure he'd got the name right? Not really. Ah well, better luck next time. Worth a try, though. He logged back into his computer, getting the paperwork started for a warrant to arrest the guys who'd battered the drug dealer from Edinburgh, assuming they could get Jane Taylor to corroborate her sister's IDs, that was. Be hard to convince a sheriff to give them a warrant on the say-so of a single addict. 2, yes. 1, no. There was a knock on the door, and Stoney stuck his head in. The shiner was darkening nicely beneath his eye. Gov? He held up a printout. Alec Haddon. Wow. That was fast. Use my initiative, Gov, and Googled him. Stoney put the printout on the desk. It was a photo of a thin man with shoulder-length brown hair and a broad grin. Underneath the headline, Local Man is World Porridge Champion. World Porridge Champion. La-di-da. Bet he keeps the trophy where everyone can see it, too. Looks the type, doesn't he? Okay. He's supposed to be at the Regent's Arms sometime after 5. Probably better keep it low-key. Last thing we need's a brawl kicking off in there. Stoney grimaced. You sure we can't call in the riot brigade? Regent's Arms isn't exactly cop-friendly. Low-key does not mean shields, battering rams and crash helmets. We'll go with you, me and Wheezy Doug. What? Wheezy Doug's got caught tomorrow. Went home at midnight, remember? OK, when Guthrie's done with the PNC checks, tell him to change into civvies. We're going down the pub. 7. Dear God, it's action, man! Stoney rocked back on his heels as PC Guthrie appeared in the corridor. He changed out of his police ninja black into a pair of cargo pants, green jumper with patches on the elbows and shoulders, and finished the ensemble off with a pair of big black boots. What? Go on, do the kung fu grip thing. Logan hit Stoney. Don't mock the afflicted. Everyone ready? All 3 of them produced their handcuffs and wee CS gas canisters. Then Guthrie dug into one of his many trouser pockets and came out with a canister of bite-back. Just in case. Good boy. Logan put his cuffs away. Right, let's do it. We can... What? Stoney was staring over his shoulder. Gov? Then a smoky voice of doom grated out behind. Gah! It's all ruined! Logan didn't bother turning around. What was the point? Detective Chief Inspector Steele, I presume. She sniffed. Sodding Aberdeen City! How could you? The words were a little slurred at the edges. Cowardly bastards! Stoney winced. More no's. The sodding BBC have called it. 26 out of 32 local authorities so far, and only 4 voted yes. 4! 230,000 votes down. No way we can come back from this. It's over, and Scotland bottled it. A hand slapped down on Logan's shoulder. Laz, I think we need to go get very, very drunk. Stoney grinned. Funny you should say that. We're off to... Ow! You kicked me! Logan kept his eyes on Steele. We're away to pick up a suspect. She narrowed her eyes. You're a lying wee sod. She poked him in the chest and leaned in. enveloping him in second-hand whiskey fumes.
"Where are you off to?"
Guthrie stuck up his hand. "The Regent's Arms. Going to arrest someone." Steele beamed and threw her arms wide.
"Perfect! I'll come supervise."
"Oh, no, you don't." Logan backed towards the exit. "You're off duty and you've been drinking. You're supervising nobody."
"Fine."
She dropped her arms and narrowed her eyes.
"Be like that."
Then she turned and marched off down the corridor.
"But don't say I didn't warn you."
Wonderful. The same old Manny was standing outside the Regent's Arms, smoking another furtive cigarette in his slippers. He nodded as Logan stepped up to the door.
"Inspector?"
"Donald?" Inside, the number of patrons out for a pre-dawn booze-up had swelled to 20, all nursing drinks, their sour faces turned to watch as Logan, Stoney, and PC Guthrie marched in, then slowly drifted back to the TV. The usual suspects were up there on the screen, pontificating as the ticker crawled along at the bottom of the picture. No, 1,402,047. Yes, 1,171,708. Stoney had a quick look around. "No sign of Haddon. Maybe he's been and gone." Guthrie pulled up his combat trousers. "Might be in the bogs." Logan pointed. "The pair of you go check." Yes, it might be a bit odd, the two of them going in together, but this way they were likely to make it out again alive. As they marched off, Logan wandered up to the bar. 2 tins of Iron Brew and 1 Diet Coke. Don't need glasses." The barman sighed, then turned and took them out of the fridge. Placed them in front of Logan. "You vote today?" "Yup." He pulled out the photo Stoney had downloaded. "You seen this guy?" A pause, then a raised eyebrow.
"World Porridge Champion."
"Has he been in?"
"Don't remember."
The barman turned and picked up a tumbler, pressed it against an optic of bells, placed the whiskey in front of Logan, along with the tins.
"That one's on the house for participating in the democratic process."
Delivered without a hint of a smile. "Okay." Logan paid for the other drinks and carried the lot over to the same table he'd had last time. Back to the wall. Good view of the rest of the bar and the entrance. 2 minutes later, Stoney and Guthrie emerged from the toilets and joined him. "What took you so long?" Guthrie twisted a finger through an imaginary lock of hair. "Doing our makeup and talking about boys." Stoney shifted in his seat, having another look around, then cracked the tab on his Diet Coke. "Don't look now, but 6 o'clock. That not Kurt Murison?" "Where?" Guthrie turned right around and stared. Stoney hit him, dropped his voice to a harsh whisper. "I said, don't look!" "How am I supposed to know if it's him if I don't look?" Logan scanned the interior. 6 o'clock. Even sitting down, the man towered over the table. Broad shoulders, shaven head, ears that looked as if they'd been designed for someone a third the size, huge hands. He looked up, and for a moment their eyes met. Not romantic. Logan glanced up at the television instead, kept his voice low. "Yup, that's Kurt Murison." "Crap." Deep breath. "What do we do?" "Nothing. We sit here and we drink our fizzy juice and we wait for Alec Haddon to turn up." He had a sip of Iron Brew. "And if Kurt makes a move, the two of you follow him and arrest him." Guthrie pulled a face. "You sure? Because I remember what happened the last time someone tried it. D.S. McEachran was in traction for 6 weeks. D.S. McEachran is an idiot." "True." They sat, and they waited, and they drank their fizzy juice. Up on the TV, someone in an ill-fitting suit was going on about the new political landscape and how great it was everyone had come out to play. Stoney checked his watch. "What if Haddon's a no-show? Then you and Guthrie still get to arrest Kurt Murison." Oh, joy. The ticker ran the latest scores again. Yes, 54.47%. No, 45.53%. "You know what?" Stoney turned his Diet Coke round in a circle. "Maybe it's for the best. I mean,
If we'd got independence, we'd just be swapping one load of shiftless, thieving, useless bastards for another lot, wouldn't we?
Guthrie sniffed. Yeah, but they'd be our shiftless, thieving, useless bastards. Logan polished off the last of his iron brew. And to be fair, we're already paying for 2 lots of them. Uh-oh, we've got movement. Kurt Murison scraped back his chair and got to his feet. Dear God, he was even bigger standing up. His arms were too big to hang loose at his sides. Instead, they stood out from his huge chest, as if he was carrying an invisible barrel under each one. He turned and lumbered towards the toilets, leaving a half-empty pint and an open packet of crisps behind, safe in the knowledge that no one would dare touch them. Guthrie pushed his tin away. Probably off to coil a Douglas, or perchance a Thora. Don't be daft. Stoney rolled his eyes. Tell him, Gov, men do Douglases, women do Thoras. Basic biology, isn't it? He peered over his shoulder. Maybe we should go after him? Catch him with his pants down. Logan shook his head. We're police officers, Detective Constable Stone, not monsters. That got him a sigh. You know what I think? Stoney dunked a finger off the tabletop. I think Scotland, England, Ireland and Wales should all get their own parliament, and then once a week they do this big joint video conference to decide stuff that affects everyone. That way we could fire half the buggers and save ourselves a fortune. Guthrie shook his head. Better idea. Performance-related beatings for all politicians. Could put it on TV and charge people to phone in with suggestions. He had a half-arsed attempt at a Geordie accent. It's day 2 in the Westminster House, and the Prime Minister's trying to weasel his way out of a kick in the nads. Stoney mimed picking up the phone, joining in with an OTT cockney. God blimey, Guv'nor! I'm going to bid 15 quid to see him buried with an attic! And here's the leader of the opposition, still dressed in a rubber gimp suit after making a prick of himself on Monday. Lava duck! 20 quid if you paddle his arse with an electric sander! Guthrie grinned. See? You could wipe out the deficit in a single season. This is genius. We should call Channel 4. Logan leaned back in his seat and left them to it. Still no sign of Alec Haddon. Assuming, of course, that Elaine hadn't made it all up in the first place. Maybe Chris Browning was one of her regulars. Still, why would she lie about being paid to slander him? What was in it for her? Didn't make any... Hold on. The front door barely creaked as a thin man slipped in. Had to be a regular, because no one looked up from their drink. Shoulder-length brown hair, pointy chin. This year's World Porridge Champion, Alec Haddon. So Elaine wasn't lying after all. Wonders would never cease. Haddon had a quick peer about, then made for the bar. Stood there with his back hunched, in conversation with the bartender. Got himself a pint of export. Stoney and Guthrie had extended their brief to take in the United Nations and nipple clamps. Logan leaned forward and hushed them. Alec Haddon, at the bar, right now. Guthrie slipped a hand into his pocket and pulled out the cuffs. You want me to grab him straight away or let him settle in? Stoney licked his lips. Might be an idea to get it over with while Kurt's in the toilet. He sees us slapping the cuffs on someone. It'll kick off. True. Okay. Logan pushed back his chair. Let's go see what Mr. Haddon has to say for... The front door banged open, and the whole bar did its deliverance impersonation again. Silence. Stare. Then Logan groaned. Sodding DCI, sodding steel. She stood in the doorway, wobbling slightly. One eye screwed shut, the other roving the place. Oh, great. She lurched across the bar and dug a hand in her pocket. Came out with a handful of change and a few notes. Clacked them down on the bar top. A couple of pound coins rolled off along the front of the taps. Grouse! Make it a brace! She grabbed onto the wood with one hand, keeping herself upright. The barman nodded. Double grouse coming right up. Chief Inspector. Raising his voice on that last bit, just to make sure everyone heard. Over at the next table, a large woman with a tattoo of seagulls flying around her thick neck rolled her eyes. Not more sodden cops.
Like a bloody Masonic lodge in here tonight.
Steele took her drink and whacked it back in one go.
Again!
Then she turned, new drink in hand, and squinted around the room. Wobbled in place. Pointed up at the TV where a bloke in a suit stood before a big display banner with views of Aberdeenshire on it.
Shh! Turn it up! Turn it up!
The barman sighed, then did. Turnout is 87.2%. The total number of votes cast for each answer to the referendum question in this area are as follows. Yes, 71,337. No, 108,606. A roaring cheer erupted from the telly. And when it had died down, "I'm not quite finished." Laughter. Steele clenched one fist, the other wrapped around her glass, and bellowed up at the TV.
"You bunch of utter bastards!"
Whiskey slopped onto the wooden floor. The barman cranked the sound down again. Everybody stared at her. The bathroom door clunked shut again, and there was Kurt Murison, wiping his hands on his jeans.
"Who's bastards?"
His voice was unusually high for someone who looked as if they could eat rusty nails. Stoney closed his eyes and swore. "It's going to kick off, isn't it?" Kurt loomed over Steele.
"Come on, then! Who's bastards?"
She twirled round, more whiskey joining the spillage.
"Aberdeenshire! All of them! Bastards!"
She jabbed her free hand at the screen.
"Look at it! Over 60% no!"
A shrug.
"Their prerogative, isn't it? Democracy and that. Will of the people. The people are dicks."
She raised the glass to her mouth and swigged, but there wasn't a lot left.
"Oh."
She clunked it down on the bar.
"Again!"
"Got to respect the outcome. Don't matter what side you voted. All still Scotland."
"They can respect my sharny arse."
She rocked a little, then frowned up at him.
"Here, do I know you?"
Haddon inched away down the bar, putting a bit of space between himself and the coming storm. Kurt jabbed a thick, meaty finger into Steele's shoulder.
"People like you make me sick, with your remember Bannockburn and quotes from sodden Braveheart."
Guthrie got to his feet and pulled out the CS gas to go with his handcuffs. "Here we go." Steele poked Kurt back.
"What's wrong with that?"
"I don't remember Bannockburn because I wasn't sodding there, and neither were you. We forgive the Germans for bombing Clydebank flat, and that was only 73 years ago, and you're holding a grudge from 1314. Her eyes narrowed, then widened.
"I know you. Kurt the Mangler Murison. You've got warrants out on you."
He flexed his shoulders, loomed some more.
"Who's asking?"
Stoney swore again, stared at Logan with a pained expression. "Tell Sonia I loved her." Then he got out his CS gas and stood shoulder to shoulder with Guthrie, put a bit of steel in his voice.
"All right, that's enough."
Everyone in the place turned to stare at him. He cleared his throat.
"Kurt Murison, I'm detaining you under section—"
But Kurt didn't explode. Instead he turned and legged it, battering out through the pub's double doors. Guthrie grinned.
"Yeah, you better run."
Logan thumped him.
"Don't just stand there, you idiot. Get after him."
"Right." And they were off, the pair of them charging after Kurt, CS gas and handcuffs at the ready. 8. Steele grabbed hold of the bar again. Burped.
"Was it something I said?"
Everyone else went back to the drinks as Logan walked over to the bar. "You're a disaster, you know that, don't you?"
"Maybe it's my perfume."
Alec Haddon had eased himself closer to the door. Another 5 feet and he'd be gone. Logan grabbed a handful of his collar.
"Oh, no, you don't."
Haddon bit his bottom lip. Didn't struggle. Sod. "Think you and I need to have a little chat, don't we, Alec? Maybe you can share your world-beating porridge recipe." He dragged the thin man back to the table, pushed him down into a seat. "You want to make this easy or difficult? I'm happy either way." Thin fingers drifted across the tabletop.
"I don't know what you're talking about. Maybe you got me mistaken for Chris Browning."
"Ah." He stared down at his wandering fingers. Right. Steele lurched up to the table and thunked 3 large whiskies down, rocked in her chair.
What we talking about?
Mr. Haddon is about to tell me why he paid 2 prostitutes to lie about Chris Browning being a regular. Weren't you, Mr. Haddon? Silence. Or would you like to do this down the station? He shrugged one shoulder, curling into it until his ear was pinned against his jacket. I was, to counteract the lies? The lies. For months, that puffed-up frog-faced git's been on the telly and the radio and in the papers, giving it doom and gloom, yeah? We're going to have no jobs, no currency, no defence budget. All the big companies are going to leave us. Won't be able to pay our benefits or pensions or doctors. Got kind of fed up with it. His shrug swapped sides. Thought it'd even the scales a bit if everyone thought he liked getting it rough from a pair of whores. Logan stared at him. And that passes for grown-up political debate where you come from, does it? Steele threw her head back and laughed. A proper full-throated roar that set everything jiggling.
You wee dancer!
Then she slapped Haddon on the back and pushed one of the whiskies in his direction.
You earned it!
He pulled on a lopsided smile. Thanks. Then a sigh. Didn't help, though, did it? She gave his shoulder a shuggle.
Cheer up! Always next time. None of this once-in-a-generation bollocks. We've got what?
She turned and blinked at the TV for a bit.
Laz?
45%.
See? 45%. All we need's for 1 person in 20 to change their minds, and it's 50-50.
The smile grew a bit. Suppose...
Damn right!
She held up her glass.
Slangiva!
Haddon clinked his drink against hers, and they drank. Logan took the glass off him. So you're saying you had nothing to do with Chris Browning going missing? God, no. No, all I did was slip a couple of quid to Elaine and Jane. Told them to phone the Examiner and say Browning liked it rough and kinky. Honest! Ask them! And that wasn't till after he went missing. Logan just stared at him. Honest! I mean, I know it was childish and that, but I wanted... It didn't seem fair they were always trying to scare people and... The Yes campaign needed... Pink spread across his cheeks. Sorry. You do know defamation is against the law, Mr. Haddon.
Meh, it's civil, no criminal.
Steele pushed Logan's free, untouched thank you for participating whiskey across the table to Haddon.
Our wee friend here wasn't trying to hurt anyone, was he? Just wobble the balance our way a bit.
Please, I'm really, really sorry.
There you go, he's sorry.
She knocked back her famous grouse.
Didn't even work in the end.
Their shoulders dipped. Up on the TV screen, they called the Fife results. No, 55.05%. Yes, 44.95%. Only one more local authority to declare, and that was it. Haddon gulped down the free whiskey, huffed out a breath. Look, can I don't know, buy you a drink or something, as an apology? Steele beamed.
Course you can!
Logan shook his head. Going to need you to come back to the station and make a statement.
Don't you listen to him, Haddie. You go get your Auntie Roberta a nice double Macallan, and we'll say no more about it.
Thank you. Haddon got up and went to the bar. Logan watched him go. You do know he'll try to do a runner, don't you? But he didn't. He bought 3 whiskies, and he brought them back to the table. Shared them out. I'm really, really sorry. I am. It was just, I don't know, stupid. Steele helped herself to a double and wheeked it down.
Ah, nice.
She pointed at Logan's.
You're on duty, right?
Then helped herself to that one as well.
Oops!
Steele's legs didn't seem to be working anymore. Probably due to the fact that they'd been knee-deep in whiskey on the inside.
Fine!
Her smile spread and faded and spread and faded, as if it was out of focus.
Couldn't be there.
6:30 in the morning, and the bar crowd had thinned out again. Now only the hardcore remained, clinging to their drinks in much the same way that Steele was clinging to the table.
"Whiskey!"
Haddon nodded towards the bar. "Shouldn't I?"
"No chance."
Logan stood.
"Whatever hangover she's got in the morning will be punishment enough."
Steele peered up at him.
"One more."
"Don't care, you're going home."
"Aww."
He dug his hands into her armpits, but it was like trying to pick up a pile of loose socks. Every time he got one bit upright, another bit collapsed. Haddon hurried round to the other side. "Let me give you a hand." Between them they wrestled her to her feet, then caught her before she hit the ground, turned and frog-marched her out through the front doors and onto Regent Quay. The first hints of dawn curled pale blue at the corners of the sky, doing nothing to overpower the dock's spotlights. 6:30, and Aberdeen was waking up. The sound of traffic picking up on the dual carriageway. Haddon shifted his grip on Steele's other arm. "Where to?" Closest place would be Logan's flat, but if she was going to puke, she could sodding well do it somewhere else. Station or her house? Back to the station. She could owe him one, and this way her wife wouldn't be left wading through a lake of pizza and whiskey vomit. "You got a car?" "Nope, walked." High overhead, a seagull screamed. "Going to take a while then." Haddon frowned. "We could take my car. Got vinyl seat covers, in case she, you know." And Steele, you knowing, was very likely indeed. Plus the sooner he could make her someone else's problem, the better. "Yeah, that'd be good, thanks." Haddon led the way with the left-hand side of Steele, while Logan followed with the right. She just dangled in the middle, making burbling noises. "I'm really sorry about Chris Browning. It's okay, enough, I get it." Logan puffed out a breath. "You screwed up." "I know, but she was right. It's a civil law matter, not criminal. If Chris Browning wants to sue you for defamation when he turns up, that's his business. Hold your hand up and settle out of court. It'll cost you a lot less than paying for his lawyers and yours." A little smile. "Thanks." They half-walked, half-carried Steele along the road, then left into James Street, another claustrophobic little alleyway that connected Regent Quay to the dual carriageway. Alec Haddon's rusty Volvo sat at the end, with most of its rear end sticking out over the double yellows. Logan leaned Steele against the car's back door. "Right, you'd better give me the keys." He held his hand out to Haddon. "You've been drinking." "Yeah, right, of course." He took out the keys, complete with little tartan fob, and passed them over. "That's what I meant." "Good." Logan plipped the locks open, and they wrestled her into the back seat. Haddon pointed. "Think we should put her in the recovery position or something, just in case?" He had a point. Logan rearranged her arms and legs, till it was as close as he could get given the space. She could barf away to her heart's content and not choke on the chunks. The footwell was going to end up in a hell of a mess, though. "Okay, let's get—" Something hard battered into the back of his head, sending him sprawling, filling his skull with the sound of burning and the smell of broken glass. A voice in the distance. "Sorry." Then another thump, and everything went. 9. Steele slumped back against the pillow and groaned.
"How could you do it? To me?"
"How could I?" Logan reached over and poked her in the shoulder.
"What about you? Don't you even dare."
She clacked her lips open and closed a couple of times, then shuddered.
"Tastes like a badger threw up in my mouth."
He looked around the room. Embossed wallpaper painted a vile shade of pale pink. Polished floorboards with a knotted rug. Dresser in the corner with a mirror above it. Flat-pack wardrobe. One window and a door. And, of course, the bed. All shiny and brass with a barred headboard and footboard. Little scepter things on the corner posts. "Where are we?" She puffed out her cheeks.
"Susan's going to kill me when she finds out."
The view through the window was nothing but blue sky and clouds. "What happened to her clothes?"
"I mean, bad enough cheating on her, but with a man. With you."
"Will you shut up and focus? We didn't do this. Alec bloody Haddon did. Logan reached up with his spare hand and ran his fingers across the back of his skull. Winced as 100 needles tore through his scalp. There was a lump back there that felt the size of a hard-boiled egg, the hair spiky and stiff. Probably dried blood. Ow! She scowled at him. Who the hell is Alec Haddon? He was the scumbag buying you whiskey last night. The expression on her face didn't change. The Regent Arms, remember? You staggered in half-cut and tried to pick a fight with Kurt Murison. Steele curled her top lip. Kurt the Mangler Murison? God, I must have been drunk. Had to carry you to the car. Then sodding Alec Haddon battered me over the back of the head. And when Logan got his hands on him, he'd repay the favour with a stiff boot in the testicles. Haddon was going to come down with a bad case of resisting arrest. There was a second bump, beside the first. More needles. Ow! Well, stop poking at it, then. She raised her head from the pillow and grimaced. Look at it. Pink. No even a nice pink. Barbie pink. Who paints a bedroom Barbie pink? What are they, 6? A sniff. Where's my clothes? How would I know? He nodded to himself. Right, we need to get out of here. Really? Gosh, whatever made you think of that? You must be some sort of genius. Shut up and think. How do we get out of the cuffs? Don't look at me. Only time I've ever been handcuffed to a bed, there's been spanking and safe words. Yeah, thanks. That's a lot of help. Logan stared at the end of the bed, where their feet poked out from under the duvet. His right ankle was shackled to the bars, but Steele's weren't. Why didn't he cuff your legs too? She pulled her feet in, hiding them. Got a verruca. Maybe he's squeamish. That, or you're too short and your legs don't reach. I'm no short. Perfectly normal size for a Scottish woman. Keep telling yourself that. Logan stuck his free leg out of the bed and put his foot on the floor. Pushed. Nothing happened. A second time, harder this time, and the bed frame creaked, then shifted half an inch to the right. Big brass bed with 2 fully grown adults in it. Of course it was going to be a sod to shift, especially with only one leg. Hoy! Steele hit him. Stop shuggling about! Sodding handcuff keeps digging into my wrist! Again, gritting his teeth and shoving. Ow! What did I just tell you? He stopped and stared at her. I'm trying to move the bed. That okay with you? No, if I end up with a broken wrist, it isn't. God's sake. Fine. He took hold of her hand, lacing the fingers together. Happy now. This way it won't tug at your delicate skin. Logan dug his heel in and pushed. She peered over the edge of the bed. What exactly are you trying to achieve? If we can get to the wardrobe, there'll be clothes. That okay with you? Another shove. Another half-inch. And already the muscle in his thigh was shouting at him. One more shove, and it was screaming. Going to take all sodding week at this rate. She stared at the window. What time do you think it is? How should I know? A final push, and he slumped back, panting, leg dangling. Just going to have to take it in stages. They'd probably moved about as far as a fun-sized Mars bar. Supposed to be back on shift at 5. Good for you. He dug his heel in and pushed again. Someone's going to notice we're missing. If anything, it was getting harder. Come on, you wee sod. Maybe the rug was bunching up under the bed's legs. And then they'll come running. Batter the door down. Barge in here with their... She slapped a hand over her eyes. No! They'll see me in the nip, in bed, with you. How? How will they even know where we are? You were half-cut to start with. They'll think you're just hungover and copping a sickie. I am hungover. And whose fault is that? Oh, shut up. You shut up. Another push. More panting. One more, and cramp tightened like a fist around his calf, twisting the muscle into a burning knot, trying to rip its way free of the bone. Ah! Oh, for God's sake, stop it! Steele thumped her other hand against his chest. Not getting anywhere. The pain tightened again. He had to force the words out between clenched teeth. "Well, I don't see you doing anything." She stared at the ceiling. "Fine." Then a deep breath. "Close your eyes, and keep them closed till I tell you, because if you even think of peeking—" "Why would I want to peek? Bad enough imagining it, never mind seeing it for real." "Close your sodding eyes!" He did, and the duvet shifted as Steele slipped out of the bed. He grabbed hold of his half and held on tight before it slipped and everything was on show. Her feet made a soft slapping sound as they hit the floor. Stark, bare-arsed naked and handcuffed to a man. Never been so embarrassed in my life. Then there was some grunting, some swearing, and finally the bed frame shifted, moaning in time to Steele's heaves. Groan, squeal, groan, squeal, groan. A clunk from the other side of the room, and a man's voice. "What?" Logan's eyes snapped open. Alec Haddon stood in the doorway, mouth hanging open, a newspaper tucked under one arm and a bottle of water in the other. "Ah!" Then Steele leapt back into bed, burrowing under the duvet as if her life depended on it, but not quick enough to protect Logan from an eyeful. He shuddered. Oh, God. Her cold skin slapped against his leg. Then she recoiled to the edge of the bed, taking as much of the duvet with her as possible. Logan held on for grim death. She let go of his hand. "What are you doing?" Alec stepped into the room, closed the door behind him. Steele stuck her head above the covers. "Where the hell are my clothes?" "Ah." He settled down on the edge of the bed, shoulders drooped, head bowed. "They're in the wash. You were sick, like everywhere. I mean on the car seat, in the footwell, on yourself, on your friend here, everywhere." A shrug. "So I bunged everything in the washing machine." "You saw me naked!" "Only for a little bit." A sigh. Then he took out the newspaper and held it up. The headline, "Union Back," sat over a big Union Jack flag. A shocked Salmond in one corner, a smug-looking Cameron in the other. Alec gave another big, theatrical sigh. 45% yes, 55% no, and they're calling it a decisive victory. How? How is that decisive? Yeah, it's a decision, but that's all it is. Steele jabbed a finger in his direction. "You just abducted 2 police officers, Sunshine. You think that's a good idea?" Now they're talking about backing out of all that Devo Mac stuff they promised. It's rash. It was unwise. England won't let Scotland have anything if they don't get what they want first. "Listen up, Chuckles, you're no getting away with this. They'll already be out there looking for us. How long do you think it's going to take them to kick in your door, eh?" They lied to the Scottish people. They laid out this bowl full of promises, more power, more influence, more money, and now Westminster wants to take it all back. Logan shuffled as far up the bed as he could, which wasn't far with the handcuff fastening his right leg to the frame. "Politicians lie, Alec. It's what they do. Not exactly a shocker, is it?" "We could have been free. I know it's disappointing, but it's the way it is. This is what democracy looks like. You just have to accept it, put it behind you, and move on." He turned and stared out of the window. "Why should we? Why shouldn't we arm ourselves and take back our country? Referendum didn't work. It's time for revolution." Steele grabbed a pillow and battered it off Alec's head. "Don't be so sodding wet. Don't unlock these handcuffs, now. You'll arrest me." She looked at Logan, then at Alec, eyebrows up. "Of course we'll sodden arrest you. What did you think was going to happen? You abduct 2 police officers, you strip them, and you chain them to the bloody bed. Do you think we'd bake you a cake?" Logan held up his other hand. Okay, let's all calm down. No one's starting a revolution, and no one's arresting anyone." He pointed at the handcuffs around his ankle. "Alec, can you unlock them, please? They're cutting off circulation to my foot." "I don't understand why everything went wrong." He dropped the paper in the bed, ran a hand through his long brown hair. "I didn't want any of this. I just wanted—" His bottom lip trembled. "I didn't mean to hit you. I panicked. I didn't—" Steele rolled her eyes. "Oh, in the name of the wee man.
Don't be such a big girl's blouse.
She shook her fist, making the handcuffs rattle against the brass bars of the headboard.
Unlock these things and we'll talk about maybe getting you into a nice low-security prison.
Alec licked his lips, opened his mouth. Whatever he was about to say, it was stopped by the sound of a doorbell somewhere on a lower floor. Alec stood.
I'll have to go. Unlock these sodding handcuffs!
But Alec didn't. Instead, he stood, chucked the paper onto the duvet. In case you get bored. Then he grabbed Logan's side of the bed and dragged the thing back into the middle of the room.
Don't move it again. You're scratching the floorboards.
He turned and marched out, closing the door behind him. The thump was followed by the click of a key turning in its lock. Logan thumped back into his pillow, then winced as the lumps on the back of his head got squished.
Oh, very clever. That was a spectacular bit of hostage negotiation, that was. Kiss my, you don't threaten the person you're negotiating with. Yeah, let us free so we can arrest you. Of course we're going to arrest him. You don't have to tell him that. Close your eyes.
She grabbed his hand again, then slipped out from beneath the duvet. There was grunting, creaking, and swearing again as the bed moved. But they weren't going towards the wardrobe this time. They were going in the direction the bed was pointing.
What are you doing? I said no sodding looking. I'm not looking.
More grunts. More creaks. More swearing. Then clunk. Then the mattress springs twanged as Steele climbed back on the bed.
Keep them closed. Then tell me what the hell's going on. Looking out the window. Down there. Can just see past a bit of roof. There's a car parked at the curb.
Thrilling.
Shut up. Want to see who's visiting. Open the window and shout for help. Hold on.
Thump. Bang. A growling noise. Then,
open, you wee sod!
More straining noises.
Gah! It's locked. It's Rennie and DC Stone. You wee dancers.
She banged on the window.
Bugger lugs, up here! Hoy! Up here! Look up, you pair of morons!
What are they doing?
No, don't go back in the car! We're up here! Hoy! Rennie, you sodding idiot!
Silence. What? A long rattling sigh, and then Steele collapsed back on the bed beside him.
They drove off.
Oh, that's just brilliant.
We're going to be stuck here forever, aren't we?
10. Logan stared up at the ceiling as Steele climbed under the duvet again.
How could they just drive off? Because they're idiots, she groaned, covered her face with her free hand. Know that this situation isn't dramatic enough, but it's about to get worse.
What now?
I need a pee.
Breath whooshed out of him.
You are not peeing the bed. I'm peeing in or on something, whether you like it or not. Well, pee in the wardrobe then. Or better yet, tie a knot in it. You don't...
She frowned at him.
How am I supposed to tie a knot in it? Have you no idea how a woman's body... Shh!
Logan stared at the door. Click. It swung open, and there was Alec Haddon back again, with a length of chain in one hand and a padlock in the other. His mouth tightened, and his eyes widened.
What did I tell you about moving the bed? You've scratched the hell out of the floor. Look at it! Look at it! Think it's bad now? Steele sniffed. Wait till I pee on it.
He dropped the chain and the padlock.
You horrible... How...
He clenched a fist, took a deep breath, nodded. I see. What we have here is a lack of respect. Alec unbuckled his belt. Steele stuck her chin out.
If you think you're putting your dick anywhere near me, you've got another thing coming.
He pulled his belt from his trousers, curled one hand around the buckle, and wrapped the leather around his fist a couple of times, leaving the end dangling. I didn't want to do this. You made me.
You sodding dare!
Logan held his hand up again. Come on, we all need to calm down here. This isn't going to solve anything. Alec lunged, swinging the belt overarm at Steele, teeth bared. She dodged to the side, grabbed the belt and yanked him towards her, then slammed her forehead into his face. There was a wet crunch, and he went sprawling across the bed. Steele was up on her knees, everything airing in the breeze, pale, swinging and wobbling, as she hammered her fist down into Alec's head. Once, twice, 3 times. He struggled up, and she mashed her fist into the bloody mess of his nose. Thunk. Alec wobbled, rocked. Then his eyes crossed, and he slid backwards off the bed. Thump onto the floor, lying spread-eagled on the scarred floorboards, not moving. Steele let out a shuddery breath. God, now I really need to pee. So search him again! Steele pulled the duvet up beneath her chin. Her free hand was swollen and curled, the skin darkening from red to purple. Probably broke something. Logan heaved Alec over onto his back again. It was cumbersome and awkward, but nothing compared with the effort of hauling him up onto the bed in the first place. It's not here. Then where the hell is it? I don't know, do I? Maybe he didn't keep the handcuff key on him. They're not his handcuffs, they're ours. Maybe he doesn't even know what the handcuff key looks like. Oh, this is just great. Thank you very much. How is this my fault? You're the one who battered him. What was it supposed to do? Lying on the bed, Alec groaned. His face was a mess, swollen and bloodied, a couple of teeth missing. Most of his nose wasn't where it was supposed to be anymore. He's waking up. Steele sucked a breath through her teeth. You hit him this time. My hand hurts. Logan rolled him into the middle of the bed, getting scarlet smears on the duvet cover, and stuck his free leg out. Reaching with his toes for the dropped chain, holding his breath and stretching for it, the handcuff dug into his other ankle. Got it! He wrapped his toes around the cold metal and pulled it, clinking back to the bed, reached down and grabbed the end. Steele looked over his chest at the floor. What about the padlock? Give us a chance. His foot reached, and reached, and reached. Logan's tongue poked out the side of his mouth, but there was no way he could even come close. You need to push the bed closer so I can reach. For goodness sake! Do I have to do everything? Yes, you have to do everything. I'm contributing absolutely nothing here. You're such a whinge. Close, I know, close my eyes. He shuddered. Trust me, some sights I never want to see again. Oh, ha! She slipped out and the bed groaned and creaked and gouged its way across the floorboards. This was easier when there was just your fat arse on there. The bed came to a halt, and Steele climbed beneath the duvet again. Right, you can open your eyes. He grabbed the padlock with his toes, and together they chained Alec's hands behind his back, then wrapped the rest of it around his ankles, before pulling it tight and padlocking the 2 ends together, leaving him trussed up like a turkey. Steele put her foot on his shoulder and shoved him over the edge of the bed. Alec tumbled to the floor with a thump and a groan. Serves you right. She wriggled down into the bed and scowled up at the ceiling. What now? Still need a pee. Wardrobe? A sigh. Wardrobe. What do you mean there's no clothes in there? Steele's voice came out muffled. I mean, there's hundreds of clothes. Millions of them. It's like a branch of Marquis in here. What do you think I mean? Wonderful. Hey, I'm not enjoying it much either. A pause. Ugh! I've got pee on my feet. I spy, with my little eye, something beginning with B. Lying next to him, Steele sniffed. Better no be boobs. You promised not to peek. It's not boobs, and one glimpse was enough to scar me for life, thanks. Blinds? No. Don't stop. Steele gripped his hand, the cuffs digging into his wrist as the bed moaned and creaked beneath him. Harder! Logan grunted and put his hips into it as the whole frame swayed and clanged. Come on, come on, come on! Ah! He slumped back against the mattress, sweat prickling between his shoulder blades. It's no good.
We can do this!
No, we can't. The frame's not going to fall apart. Doesn't matter how much we shugle it.
Sodding hell.
Because I'm thirsty, okay? Logan wriggled as far as to the left as the cuffs around his wrist and ankle would let him, right hand groping at the floorboards. Little more.
Sodding hell.
Steele grunted and groaned, and the bed gouged its way across the floorboards again. Come to Logan. The bottle of water Alec dropped was just out of reach. More grunts and groans. Got you.
Okay.
Steele frowned at the ceiling.
Shoot Gordon Brown, shag Nick Clegg, marry David Cameron.
Logan raised an eyebrow.
You'd marry a Tory. He's worth millions, isn't he? Soon as we're married, there's going to be an unfortunate accident, and I'll inherit the lot.
A grin.
An unfortunate accident with a wood chipper. Hello, Davy boy, I've made you a lovely cup of tea. Come out into the garden and drink it next to this dirty big chunk of machinery. Whoops! Shove! Grind! Ugh!
She curled her top lip.
Your hand's all sweaty.
So stop holding it then.
Can't. Every time I let go, you shugle about and I get a chafed wrist. You're like a ferret in a carrier bag. A sweaty ferret that can't hold still for 2 minutes.
This is hell, isn't it? I've died and I've gone to hell. I'm bursting, okay? Logan crossed his legs. Didn't help, though. Was still like a spaniel dancing on his bladder. Steele pulled a face.
Serves you right for drinking all that water.
I was thirsty.
So go pee in the wardrobe.
How? He levelled his voice, weighed out each word as if talking to a very small, very stupid child. My ankle's handcuffed to the bed. I can't get off the bed like you can. If I could, we wouldn't be in this sodding mess.
You're a dick. You know that, don't you?
Gonna have to pee off the edge of the bed.
Oh, great. So I whittle in the wardrobe like a civilized human being, and you just pish all over the floor like some sort of animal. And then we get to lie here marinating in the stench.
He turned and stared at her. You don't exactly piddle rose water yourself. Then he jerked his head at the corner of the room. Shove the bed over there, and I'll pee in the corner. Well, corner-ish.
Oh, God. I can hear it splashing.
Will you shut up? This isn't exactly a precision instrument at the best of times.
Ugh.
Something beginning with D? Logan glanced around the room. Door?
Nope.
Dresser?
Nope.
Ah, of course. Dangling from the side of the blinds. Drawstring?
Nah. Give up. It's him on the floor. Dickhead.
The little creases deepened between Steele's eyebrows.
It's just, sometimes, I really miss my dad, you know? He'd have loved Jasmine.
He okay with the whole gay thing?
Course he was. What's not to like?
Fair enough. Logan frowned up at the ceiling, making patterns from the light and shadow. Never really knew my father.
Oh, aye. Mum put it about a bit, did she?
A laugh barked out of Logan, setting the mattress vibrating. Can you imagine? Then a shudder. Actually, better not. No, he was in the job. Constable Charles McRae. Went to pick up a bloke on a warrant for aggravated burglary in Stonehaven. Only the guy had a sawn-off shotgun, and I wasn't cool with going back to prison again. I was 5. Steele reached across the duvet with her spare hand and gave his shoulder a squeeze.
Sorry.
Why do you think I joined the force? Couldn't think of anything that would hack my mother off more.
Curtains?
Logan shook his head.
Nope. Carpet?
That's not a carpet, it's a rug.
Oh.
She chewed at her top lip.
Cushions?
Give up? He pointed at the window. Clouds.
What? It has to be inside the room, you idiot. Who taught you how to play? Oh-ho, Chuckles is on the move. Logan peered over the edge of the bed. Steele was right. Alec Haddon was twitching. Then a groan. Then a cough that left a smear of red-flecked sputum on the floorboards. Steele raised her eyebrows. Thought I'd killed him for a bit there. A tremble ran through Alec, wrists and ankles still firmly chained and padlocked behind his back. And then he went limp again. Serves you right, you wee shite. That's what you get for abducting police officers. 11. Well? Logan's fingers walked along the bed frame, tracing the corner where the headboard joined the main frame. Smooth metal, slick and cool. There. A hexagonal lump. It's a nut. So undo it! He grabbed the sides and twisted. Nothing. Tried again. Gritted his teeth. Come on, you wee sod. Fire raced through his fingers, up into his palm. Then wrist. Then... It won't budge. Too tight. Right. So we need to loosen it. Okay. She sucked at her teeth. Don't have a spanner. Just have to go back to shoogling. Clockwise shoogling. A breath. Come on, Roberta. You can do this. She poked Logan in the shoulder. Eyes, and keep them closed. He scrunched them shut. Okay. She folded the duvet back on top of him. Then there was some grunting. The handcuff around his wrist twisted. Ow, 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 ow! You think that's bad? Her weight settled on top of him, one knee on either side. How do you think I feel? He slapped his hand over his eyes as well, just in case. I swear, lads, if you get a stiffy during this, just get on with it. Deep breath, Roberta. Think of Natalie Portman. Then the thrusting started. Back and forward. Harder, making the frame creak. Then Steele added a side-to-side thrust of the hips, getting the bed to make little circles. Harder and faster. Logan pulled his head further into the pillow, out of the way of anything that might be swinging about up there. Creaks, groans, pinging noises, grunting. This would be a really bad time to be rescued. Ping, creak, groan, grunt, then thumping joined the mix. Probably the bed's legs banging on the scarred, piddled-on floorboards. Her voice was laboured, squeezed out between breaths as she kept on grinding. Try now! Oh God, don't look, don't look. He slipped his hand back beneath the bed, feeling for the nut. The whole thing rocked and wobbled, joints opening up and closing with each thrust. Be lucky if he didn't lose a finger. The nut was cold and hard in his hand. Logan grabbed it, squeezed, twisted. Come on! And it gave. Not much, but a tiny twist. Again. As long as he timed his turn with the right point in the rotation, the nut loosened. Again. And again. And again. It's coming! Yes, it's coming! Then it wasn't coming anymore. The nut jolted out of his grasp, and the whole side of the bed collapsed as he snatched his hand out of the way. You wee beauty! Ow! If anything, it was even more uncomfortable than being handcuffed to the unbroken bed. Now the whole frame was out of alignment, and the cuff around his wrist and ankle were pulling him apart. Steele scrambled off him. Keep those sodding eyes shut! Then there was more grunting and groaning, but thankfully no thrusting. Come on! Break, you wee! Clang. And the other side of the bed collapsed too. Woohoo! The scuff of bare feet on floorboards. Then she let go of his hand. Right, I need you to sit up. Logan did as he was told, struggling in the darkness, dragging the headboard with him. Keep going. Forwards. Grab your ankles. This better not be more kinky stuff. Just do it. Then another bout of grunting as the headboard shifted. Going to wedge the bars over the corner post. There you go. Might want to grit your teeth for this bit. What? What are you? Ah! Pain ripped through his wrist as the handcuffs tried to bend it in a way it really hadn't evolved for. One more go.
A grunt.
Are you trying to kill me?
Then a ping rang out, and the pressure on his wrist disappeared. Logan risked a peek. She'd used the corner post as a lever to snap one end of the bar out of place, and now the handcuffs were free. He shut his eyes again before he saw anything else.
Ha 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 ha! I'm a sodding genius!
Steele slapped him on the back.
Told you I'd get us out of here. Now we do the same crowbar trick with the footboard, and we're good to go. Brace yourself.
Groan. Strain. Ping. Logan slid backwards down the mattress. They were free. Naked and still handcuffed together, but at least they weren't attached to that bloody bed anymore.
OK, you can look now.
Steele stood and raised her free hand like the Statue of Liberty. The duvet cover was wrapped around her in a makeshift toga.
Très stylish, n'est-ce pas?
I feel like a complete dick. 2 floral pillowcases, tied together, didn't make a great loincloth, but it was better than nothing.
Look on the bright side. I can't see yours, so we're good to go.
She paused to nudge Alec Haddon with her foot.
We'll be back for you, Chuckles. Don't get too comfy.
As if that was possible, lying on a wooden floor, trussed up with chains. Logan led the way over to the door, the other handcuff dangling from his ankle, scraping along the boards.
Hoy!
Steele hit him.
What did I tell you about shugling and these sodding cuffs?
He closed his eyes, counted to 3. Fine. Then took her hand again.
OK?
She looked down at their hands, then up at his naked torso, then down at his makeshift loincloth and the pale, pasty legs poking out underneath it.
Don't think George Clooney's got much to worry about.
Why bother? He opened the door, peered out. A stairway reached down 2 stories, new-looking, with magnolia walls and framed prints of wildflowers. That would make this an attic conversion, then. Another doorway opened off the small landing on a room crowded with boxes. Steele sniffed.
What if there's another one of him?
Think they might just have heard us destroying the bed. Down the stairs, carpet soft and warm underfoot. A window looked out on the back garden. A whirly washing line sat in the middle of a square of green, heavy with clothes. Their clothes. Getting dark out there, the sky heading from clear blue to navy. First floor. 3 white-panelled doors led off the landing. Shh! Steele stopped, head cocked to one side as something growled. Starving! She pointed downstairs.
Kitchen! Food! Then out the back door and get our sodding clothes.
Think you can keep your stomach in check for 5 minutes while we get dressed? Not that much to ask, is it?
Hungry!
She straightened her toga.
And in case you're wondering, Detective Chief Inspector still outranks Detective Sergeant.
Detective Inspector?
Acting Detective Inspectors don't count.
She took a step down the stairs, hauling him with her.
You want to play with the big girls? Get a proper promotion.
God's sake. He followed her down to the ground floor. Didn't really have any option with his wrist still cuffed to hers. Holding hands as if they were on some sort of horrible, deviant date. The kitchen lay at the end of the hallway, a pristine expanse of shiny tiles, stainless steel, and polished wooden work surfaces. Steele made straight for the fridge.
Sandwich would do.
Oh. Her shoulders drooped.
All they've got is a carton of fake butter and an onion, and that doesn't look too fresh.
Logan stretched out an arm and opened the bread bin, pulled out a loaf of sliced white and dumped it on the counter next to the toaster, stuck a couple of slices in and pushed down the handle.
OK? You happy now?
She sniffed.
Think if you're going to abduct someone, the least you could do is get a bit of cheese in, some smoked ham, a few eggs.
Steele grabbed the butter and clunked the fridge shut again. Tried one of the cupboards. Pot noodle would do at a push. Steele chomped on her toast, melted buttery spread glistening on her chin.
Hurry it up! Going full-on football studs here!
Gloom enveloped the back garden. 2 small patches of light spilled out through the kitchen window and the open back door, just enough to make their breath shine in the cool evening air. Logan unpegged his pants from the whirly. "Close your eyes." Steele raised an eyebrow. "In this cold? It'll be all shriveled up like a half-chewed fruit pastel anyway. Get a move on." He hauled them on, then took his trousers off the line and pulled them on too, then ditched the Laura Ashley loincloth. The shirt was more of a challenge. Could only get it on over one arm, buttoning it up across his chest as far as possible, the other sleeve hanging limp at his side. Same with the jacket. Steele popped the last chunk of toast in her mouth, then sucked her fingers clean. "Where's mine?" "You were eating." "Make with the bras and pants, you unchivalrous wee sod." He passed her the underwear, trying really hard not to see how red and lacy it was, then stood there, cheeks like barbecues, as she struggled into both. Shifting around, handcuffed wrist twisting so she could fasten her bra behind her back. Don't touch her bare skin. Don't touch her bare... Ugh. Too late. The figures reflected in the kitchen window looked like something from a Coen Brothers movie. Steele with her random hair, fully suited, except for the one bare arm and shoulder. Logan, her taller, slightly less scruffy mirror image. She scowled, then scratched at her naked armpit, where the rogue bra strap dangled. "Off the shoulder's no a good look for you. No with those pasty arms." "How am I supposed to know what he's done with our keys?" "Still," she shrugged, "on the bright side there's no risk of you flashing your horrible man-bits anymore. Thank heavens for tiny wrinkly mercies. Yes, because you're Keira Knightley meets Marilyn Monroe, aren't you?" He tightened his grip on her hand and pulled her through into a utility room just off the kitchen. It smelled of warm laundry. The contents of their pockets were piled up on the work surface above the washing machine. Phones, keys, cash, wallets, warrant cards, and all the other bits and bobs. "Yes!" He grabbed the keys and flicked through them. "No." She peered at the silvery collection in his hand. "No what?" "No handcuff key." "Must be. Give." She did exactly the same thing that he had, with exactly the same result. "Bugger." "I told you, didn't I? Honestly." "Blah, blah, blah." She picked her e-cigarette from the pile of stuff and clicked it on, sucked hard on the mouthpiece, closed her eyes and sighed. "Oh, God, that's better." Logan powered up his phone. "I'll give Stoney a ring and—" A thump came from somewhere above. They both looked up at the ceiling. Steele curled her free hand into a fist. "If that wee scumbag's wriggled free, he's getting a flying lesson at the nearest window." She dragged Logan back into the kitchen, then out into the hall. His left thumb skiffed across the screen, never hitting the right button. "Would you slow down?" "No!" Up the stairs to the first landing. "How am I supposed to—" "Shh!" She put a finger to her lips. "Listen." Another thump. Not overhead this time, but off to the left. She pointed at one of the 3 doors, mouthed the words 3, 2, 1, then a nod. Logan grabbed the handle and twisted, threw the door open. "Police! Nobody—" Oh. It was a single bedroom, and there was a man on the bed. Well, not so much on as chained to by the arms and legs, naked except for an adult nappy, with a ball gag in his mouth. Middle-aged, pasty skin, with receding brown hair, wide sunken eyes, and a stubbly beard. Steele pursed her lips and raised an eyebrow. "Aye, aye, someone's been naughty." He writhed on the bed, mumbling behind the ball gag. Logan hauled her over to the bed, then glanced down at his own half-on, half-off clothing. "I know it doesn't look like it, but we're police officers. I'm going to unbuckle the gag, okay?" He reached forward, pulling Steele's arm with him, and fiddled with the buckle. "Gah!" Red wheels cut across his cheeks where the leather strap had been. He coughed a couple of times, then spat, hauled in a breath.
Oh, God! You have to get help! Please, he'll be back soon!
Logan frowned down at him. Take away the beard and... It's Chris Browning, isn't it? We've been looking for you for weeks.
Gov? Hello?
Stoney's voice came through the locked door. His silhouette rippled through the patterned glass on either side, probably trying to see into the house.
Hello?
Then he knocked.
Gov, you there?
Steele squatted down and levered up the letterbox flap.
Give me the handcuff keys. Gov, can you unlock the door? You deaf or something, Constable Stone? Keys, now!
He stepped back.
Someone's there with you, aren't they, Gov? Are you being coerced? Stand back, I'm breaking the door down.
Logan slammed his free hand into the glass at the side, setting it booming.
Just post the sodding keys through the letterbox. But...
Steele poked her hand through the nylon brushes.
Give me the keys, or I'm going to reach down your throat, grab your pants and hold them back out through your gob.
The second ambulance pulled away from the curb, lights spinning in the sunset. Steele pulled her e-cigarette from her pocket, clicked it on, and took a deep drag.
Ah, that's better.
Logan rubbed at the thick red line encircling his right wrist. There you go. We just saved an influential no campaigner. She shrugged.
Win some, lose some.
She sniffed, then spat into the neat front garden.
Anyone asks, the naked thing didn't happen. Understand?
Goose pimples raced up Logan's arms, coming together at the back of his neck.
I'm probably going to need therapy. Official report, we were handcuffed to a radiator or something. No naked, no bed, no piddling.
Agreed. She turned and stared up at the building.
So come on then. How did you vote?
None of your damn business, that's how. He lifted his chin and walked towards the waiting patrol car. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm off to get very, very drunk. She shambled along beside him.
Good idea.
Then reached out and took his hand again.
You're getting the first round in, though.
And however bad the hangover was, they'd just have to deal with it tomorrow. That was 22 Dead Little Bodies and Other Stories by Stuart McBride, read by Steve Worsley. This program was produced by ID Audio for Harper Audio. Text copyright 2013, 2014 and 2015 Stuart McBride. Production copyright 2015 by HarperCollins Publishers. All rights reserved. Stuart McBride asserts the moral right to be identified as the author of this work. Thank you for listening.